Da-da-da-da-da-da. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing this fine Sunday? Sunday. Alright, let me stretch a little bit here. Got my old bones getting in the way and shit. Okay, so I know I got a lot of these guys here on the map. I'm gonna be moving a lot of them off so I have plenty of space here. But I am working on my Black Templars today. I got a 1.5k tournament coming up, and I have probably less than 80 points total painted. Although I don't know how much these Blade Guard veterans are worth. I know there's squads of 3 typically, but I don't know how much the whole 3 squad would be worth. And I could divide that up into 3 and figure out how everybody's worth in that, but yeah. Shift speak. Anyway, point is, I'm going to be painting these wondrous little buggers. I'm going to be jumping into my my friend's Discord call. Not my Discord, but the friend server of my Discord to kind of hang out and chat if anyone wants to hop into that out of my buds. While I work, of course, I will be responding to chat. Speaking of, hello Nathan. Hello. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you've seen the updates about it, Nathan, but I finished priming my Leviathan Dreadnought. And this is a 3D printed Dreadnought, because I ain't buying GW's Dreadnought. And the most obvious mold lines I've noticed are kind of right here. Is the only part of this Dread that kind of came out, like, obvious almost that it was 3D printed. The rest of it, pretty impossible. I pretty much don't see any of the print lines on the rest of it, but that's just me. Yeah, we got this Dreadnought, and of course we have, these are the only completed minis. These 3 are the only completed minis out of my Black Templar army. That's 2 Blade Guard veterans and an Assault Intercessor. Keep in mind, I don't really like Primaris lore or Primaris. I am running Primaris rules for the tournament coming up, but the way I look at Primaris when I play them is A, I like the models. The models I think look pretty cool. And B, I look at them as true scale Marines in terms of like the role play of the game. Like I don't actually acknowledge that they're Primaris outside of like the rules I'm running. But that's the only thing I want to kind of denote before anyone gets on my butt about that. There is one other 3D printed model in this army, and that would be this custom Emperor's Champion 3D printed model. The base of this is actually also 3D printed. It's a little bit lopsided on the base. He's pretty much off the base. I know some people with OCD, and it kind of bothers me a little bit. I wish I could have put him more over here, but unfortunately, this little rock part is part of the boot, so it didn't really wedge there properly, so there would have been a gap underneath. So I moved it back a little bit so it's more center. But unfortunately, that leads to the mini being like half off the base. But I think it still looks pretty cool, and though it'll annoy me a little bit, I'll get used to it. And yeah, I'm actually, in terms of how I'm playing the army, I look at this Emperor's Champion as representing Sigismund. I know he's dead. Everybody knows his epic last lines, but kind of like the roleplay, again, the roleplay aspect of the army. This is Sigismund for me. Like my army represents like around I believe I think it was the first Black Crusade, wasn't it? That Sigismund squared off against Abaddon and then died. I might be wrong. That might have been the 13th. I usually remember the 13th Black Crusade being when Cadia fell. But again, I could be getting the numbers wrong here. But it's kind of the guy, the mental image I'm working with is, this is Sigismund. It's not just any Emperor's Champion. Like, this is the Emperor's Champion. Hold on, let me do a autofocus thing here. Yeah, this is my Sigismund. Yeah, he's primed all black. I was going to do a Zenithal highlight, but to be honest, with how much of the creases I want to keep black in between because I'm going to do an overcoat of Corvus black. I'm going to do an overcoat of that. Because generally speaking, when you paint black, you don't want to go actual, like, pure black, like Abaddon black. Because of like highlights and also other colorations you do over it kind of contrast really strongly with pure black like this. So I'm gonna do an overcoat of Corvus black, which this mini is a good example of what that looks like. This is run with Corvus black, and as you can tell, the black tones are a little easier to see Whereas this one, again, being a more pure Abaddon Chaos Black, is a little darker and doesn't catch as well. So generally speaking, it's better to do an overcoat of Corvus Black, which is a gray black. So it's a little bit lighter tone, so it's not like an actual pure pigment-wise black. I know, boring stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's out. Yeah, the Dreadnought, bringing him back over here. The Dreadnought is going to be kind of fun to paint, I think. Especially Black Templars style. I'm going to be filling the gaps here up with snow, so I know that looks a little weird right now, but hopefully it won't for much longer. But yeah, Leviathan Dreadnoughts. I believe lore-wise the Leviathan Dreadnoughts are the only Dreadnoughts manufactured on Terra. These are also designed by the Emperor himself, if I'm not incorrect. But this is where my lore knowledge, I'll admit, is a little foggy, is with the Dreadnought. This type of Dreadnought, anyway. Unfortunately, I'm definitely going to paint on all... I'm going to have to paint it on all the bits that'll actually identify him as a Templar. But that's just... I'll take back the unfortunately. I think that's going to be fun. I think the bits and parts that I'm going to be able to paint on are going to look really nice. But we're not going to start with the Dread. We're not going to start with the Dread. Mainly because I got this squatty over here that needs working. Most of these guys have already been mostly done. This one just requires basing, and so does... well, these two require basing. The rest of the ones back here, with the exception of this guy, because he also needs just basing. Kind of mixed and matched here. All these guys have the most important parts done, which is the parchment color of the pauldron and the detailing of the Templar cross, which, yes, I hand-painted. Everything on these guys is hand-painted. I have no transfers. I could probably get them. I could also probably 3D print off little, Templar crosses and just glue those on. But I like, I'm a bit of a masochist, so I'm gonna torture myself. And by the way, that was I don't know if you guys can see it very well. Hold on, let me see if I can do this here. I don't know if you guys can see that very well. There, you see that little text bit right there? That little text. That was, I hand painted that with a brush. I just basically did little dot to dots like that. It's a little bit more egregiously done in the knees and probably on the back here. Actually, no, I did really good there. Holy crap. I'm going to cheat, though, with the rest of them, because doing that with a brush is a pain in the ass. It's really slow and monotonous, and more often than not, you're going to get stuff that looks more like this, if it'll show. Hold on. Yeah, you're going to get more of these random squiggly lines that don't look as much like they're supposed to be text. I might even paint over that and fix that, because that does bother me a little bit. But on some of these, I clearly did a really good job, and on others, it was like, needs a little work. But to kind of help me move past that little annoyance, I'm going to use a Micron pen, which I got a couple stashed away over there. I'm going to grab it in a minute. I'm going to use a Micron pen to kind of fill in those little details that weren't filled in before. And help that, it's a permanent ink, like, little pen, so it's going to do the same exact thing that if I used the actual proper paint. The only difference is, when you draw with a pen or write with a pen, it looks a little bit, Speaking of Leviathan Dreadnoughts, hey, there's Great Night Draven. My husky ruined my paint stash, so I'm not doing a lot of painting. I'm very sorry to hear that. What do you mean by ruined? Oh, speaking of Leviathan Dreadnought, I know you're just joining, but guess what? I'm painting at some point today, a little bit anyway. My Leviathan Dreadnought. There's that sexy boy. Yes, this is a fully 3D printed Leviathan Dreadnought as well, but he's a chunker, considering I can fit a primary Space Marine right there. He's like a little brother. He's like, hey, you don't want to mess with me at the schoolyard. My big brother's gonna kick your ass. Oh god. Temporary Alien, welcome to the stream. Also, welcome, Pierce. Welcome. How y'all doing? Hope y'all are doing good. I say y'all like I'm some southerner, but I'm not really a southerner. Now, make sure I'm adjusting all the lights correctly here. There we are. Oh. Wow, just wow. Mine's 3D print too. Nice. Yep. I am excited to paint this bad boy. Is yours filament printed or is yours SLA printed? I'm more curious to kind of work up. Yeah, I also 3D printed this custom Sigismund model. It's an Emperor's Champion in terms of like the unit type I'm using, but that's the idea I'm running with. This is Sigismund. That's like the role play I'm having with my army. Yes, I'll say it again. I know he's dead. Obviously, he had one of the best send-off lines ever. But, you know, again, roleplay-wise, I don't want to... headcanon. He's still alive. He survived. He's back from the dead. Sigismund is the only, like, non-Primarch character I would put on their level. I would say Sigismund, in terms of characters, I like him more than most of the Primarchs, including Dorn, his own seed sire. So Sigismund's probably my favorite character in all of 40k. So I'm gonna give myself this one victory and say, yeah, hell yeah, he's alive, because I have the last say in my army's lore. Thank you very much. all right. Enough gushing and explaining what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just get to it. So before I do, let me grab my Micron pens. Let's see, y'all. I shift my stuff around too much. There we are. Woo! Hallelujah! Lord Solar Macarius, though. Lord Solar Macarius? Macarius? Who's it? No, that's too thick. Just going over my options. Hello, how big are you? Way thick. Alright. Just trying to find what the fuck is with all the thick ones? This is the only actual thin one I've found so far. Alright, we're getting a little bit warmer here. There we are. That's the one I'm looking for. That's the one I want. I'll keep that one on the side, but Jesus, that took a hot minute. SLA, okay. Printed by my cousin is the one, okay. Who painted and gifted to me since my character died on tabletop. Ah, okay. Regular human who did more conquests than some Primarchs. Okay. It's not about the conquest though. It's literally the makeup of his character. Sigismund was not only an amazing fucking warrior that even Sanguinius said like his martial prowess was up there. And with the likes of Karn, he even compared him to Primarchs. He was an amazing martial tactician and warrior. But that's not just the only place Sigismund excelled at. If anything, that was the most surface level thing to admire about Sigismund. His true character, his behavior, his willingness to basically sacrifice his own relationship with Dorn to do what he thought was right. Yes, it was religious zealotry, and yes, he revealed himself to basically be everything that the Imperium was against, which was a bit of religious zealotry. But again, to do that, to stand in the face of such an overwhelming bias against what you would become, and knowing that not only could it, but it would ruin his relationships and ruin ruin the most important relationship he had, which was to his sire, his father Dorn, and willingness to do that just blows me away in the lore. And he never really apologized for it. Like, he stood by that decision. He was regretful that their relationship ended up the way that it did, but he stood by his principles. And he even did that all the way to his death. Like, he faced off against Abaddon, fought him, wounded him gravely, while also he himself obviously being gravely wounded, far more fatally. He still fought against overwhelming odds with no regret and no hesitation, and he apologized for nothing before he died. And in fact, he told Abaddon that he was gonna die, just like his weakling father died. So I'm just saying, in terms of the character, Sigismund is I cannot think of a character I like more than Sigismund. He's the main reason I love the Black Templars as a whole. So yeah, I'd say that's a big thing for me is Sigismund and what he represents in the lore. All right, so good test for. That's much better. And when that dries, it'll look even cooler. There we are. That one just needs to be base now. Good old Siggy boy, indeed. Yeah. Siggy is my favorite. Oh, by the way, if anyone wants to know my recipe for snow, I'm going to share it, but just let me know. I use two different techniques here using similar ingredients. So, yeah, I have a certain recipe with the snow I run on my bases. And it looks very good. I know the camera's probably not, especially because of the lighting, but it's pretty snowy. Alright, so let me put the finished, or more or less finished minis on the side here. Because it's mostly the new stuff that needs to be addressed. Alright. Now for the rest of you. Just this right here. And I'll swing over the camera. Gotta find the central point here. There. tires on my chairs keeps hitting the tripod. I get that I'm a little close, but still, I kind of have to be, considering. Alright, so with this guy and most of his brothers over here, they need a lot of the more minute detailing. I got pretty far with most of these already. Been a while since I was able to paint them, though. This guy in particular, though, looks like he just needs edge highlighting. And obviously the application of, a little bit of the application of Agrax Earthshade to some spots. But generally speaking, it's pretty far along. Alright. Yeah, the announcement of squats is still on the back of my head. It's like, I'm wondering just how the aesthetic of the overall army of the squats is gonna look. I really worry that they're not gonna lean into the dwarven part enough to make it like worth the attention. I don't know. I really hope that they do good with it, because the thing is, I don't like hearing about this stuff, and the first thing that always comes to mind is like how they're gonna fuck it up. Not how they're gonna do well, not how cool it's gonna be to see them on the table. Just how much they're gonna fuck it up. It's always what comes to mind with GW nowadays, and it bothers the shit out of me. It's like, can I please have a reason to be excited for when you guys announce this kind of stuff instead of downtrodden? It's like, it drives me nuts, man. It drives me nuts. I don't know. There's no spots need to touch up. That's good. Just touching up some spots that got a little bit of a need a little bit of work. Trust not in soulless corporations. I usually try not to. Cam Caboose is in the call line for some reason. Just noticed that. Oh, no. He left. Maybe he misclicked the VC. Perhaps clicked on the wrong one, maybe. Just not so. Yeah, my dog's a bit of a loud ass. She can be a bit barky. Hey, Calcio, how you doing? mixing together my highlight color. Probably move the dreadnought in a better spot here. There we go. Just get him out of the way a little bit now. Now I need a finer brush here. Edge highlighting is always probably like the most stressful part about this, for me personally. Edge highlighting is always such a bitch. I talk like Bob Ross when he paint. Hey, we're gonna paint a happy little we're gonna paint a happy little edge highlight on this happy little marine. Right there, yeah, just like that. Just gotta whack the devil out of it, you know. I swear, I still find it shocking that man was apparently a drill sergeant. I can't fucking believe that at all. I refuse to. Like, that just doesn't compute with me. Because I can't imagine Bob Ross ever raising his fucking voice. I just can't do it. I can't do it, man. I can't picture that man ever raising his fucking voice. It just doesn't compute. It's like being told, like, hey, you don't need oxygen to breathe. It's like, what? Alliance is usually the most stressful part. Some edges are really easy to do because they're quite exposed, they're quite out there. Bad edge, right? Then there are the times where there's this. This is where having a steadier hand would be helpful. Unfortunately, I do not.
You do.
Hey, Caboose. Beating my Templars.
Right on. I do have to say, though, much as I dislike the Primaris lore, the new Templars look amazing. I really thought about adding some Templars to my Imperial Fists. Actually doing the last shield protocol. The last wall protocol.
Which means you'll also need the Crimson Fists.
Yeah, the Templars, the Crimson Fists, the Soul Drinkers. That's one of the things I did like about the Beast Arises is when they did the last wall protocol, they actually mentioned the Soul Drinkers. It's probably about the only thing that was good about that. Yeah, the Beast Arises just was not a good series.
I don't think I've read that one. I know about it. I've read the wikis and stuff about the time period, but actually read any of the dedicated books. I've not done that yet.
The parts with the Spy Master, or the head of the assassins, was really, really good.
I can imagine.
Where he initiates the beheading of the Imperium because all the people are just dumb. The High Lords are just dumb. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if in the Dark Imperium timeline, the High Lords aren't trying to assassinate Gilliam. I wouldn't put it past them to try that.
Oh,
you know?
To me, it would make sense if they tried that. Goes with the setting.
Yeah.
Because I keep pulling it closer to me.
You know what a squat flying a rocket's called?
A squat rocket?
No. A squat thrust.
Huh. That was a bad pun.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Right now, we just have one unit that's, unfortunately, Only looks like it's been ripped off from modern sci-fi.
Yeah, someone pointed out in a video, I don't know if it's actually a proper size comparison yet, but someone showed an image side by side of the new squat, sorry, next to a standard Space Marine, and apparently the squats are 5'11" to the Space Marine 6 foot, which didn't make sense to me. I was like, wait, Space Marines are around 7 feet. It was a Primaris model too, so it was even bigger. So I was like, that's the number they put on there was wrong. So I'm not sure. Again, it wasn't a side by side of the actual mini with the mini. It was the picture of both minis next to each other. So I don't know if it's a joke or if someone actually looked up how big the new minis are and put them side by side, and for some reason forgot Primaris are 7 feet tall.
The average height of a guardsman is like 5 foot 11.
It doesn't make sense to me that the squats would be taller than them. They're supposed to be shorter. They're supposed to be more wide than they are tall.
See, I thought the squats were actually in Battlefleet Gothic for the Tau, the Demigod Brotherhood. I thought that's what they were. But I was mistaken.
The Soul Drinkers answered the last wall protocol that makes them Sons of Dorn. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the Soul Drinkers are Sons of Dorn. That's why the last Soul Drinkers book, they were actually taken prisoner and taken onto the Phalanx to be tried by the Sons of Dorn. And that's where the entire chapter was retired, but given a place of honor because of what Chapter Master Sharpadot did.
Sharpadot. Sometimes the names are kind of fun.
Oh yeah, he's a really cool character. I wish he would have gotten a custom model from like Forgeworld or something like that, because it would have been cool to see a mutated Space Marine with spider legs, because he remained loyal to the end.
Even in death, I still serve.
He was actually the whole plot line with the Phalanx, where it gets invaded by Chaos. He's the one who stops it. I think. At least that was the plot of the book, but, you know, books aren't exactly
well, they are. The problem is just all the books are very disconnected to each other.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Thing is, I don't even mind them having multiple writers. It comes out to just having simply... there is a level of too many. Like, you can have, like, 4 writers for, like, the different series of Warhammer 40k, and I think that'll be fine. Like, 4 writers, as long as they get together, talk to each other, keep some consistencies amongst each other. Yeah, that'd be fine. But they have dozens of writers in the same series.
They haven't done that they haven't done that for the Horus Heresy, and that's where we get, you know, the Emperor looking like a complete dumbass one book, then looking like a moron the other book, then looking like the Emperor in another book.
It's all down to the writer's proclivity at that point, and it gets old.
I mean, multiple writers, that's how you get Urda and Astartes.
Yeah, I used to like Dan Abnett's writing. Like, I actually liked his writing in the Horus Heresy.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's gotten worse over the years, though. I don't know if it's due to lack of inspiration, or...
It's because he's a comic book artist. A comic book writer, dude. He's fallen hard into that, you know, that downfall. That ideology that's leading to the downfall of Marvel Comics.
Wait, Dan Abnett wrote... which Marvel comic did he write?
He's wrote a lot of the X-Men comics.
Really? I didn't know he actually worked on that series. Pretty much mostly know him from the Horus Heresy books he's written. Which pretty much like all the ones he's worked on.
Oh, I mean, I love his Gaunt's Ghost series. It's the first book I read was Penal Legion by Graham McNally.
Yeah, my first Warhammer book was Horus Rising. Second was Hell's Reach.
Yeah, the second one I read was Honor Guard.
For the honor of the chapter.
Yeah, publishers. Marvel Comics from 1988 to present. 2000 AD from 1991 to present. DC from 97 to present. And Black Library.
Okay.
So he's done Action Force, Transformers, Doctor Who, The Real Ghostbusters, William Tell, Thundercats, King of Pendragon, Deathhead 2, James Bond Jr., Punisher, The Tide. Wow, he's done a lot of comics. And I know he was also a ghostwriter on some of the X-Men movies.
Ghostwriter or Ghost Rider? Huh! Sorry, good on myself.
Ghostwriter.
I know, I was joking you.
Funny thing that what is it? David Hayter was also a ghostwriter on some of the X-Men movies.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Which movies?
The very first three, the first trilogies.
Okay, and then I can compliment him.
That's why I do not like the last two Metal Gear Solid games, because they decided to get rid of them.
Just catching up with the stream. Alright, so here we go with the bots.
Bots?
Yeah, I hate it when bots show up in the chat.
Hey, you know what you need to say to him, right? Domo arigato.
Mr. Roboto. Should Horun Blackheart replace Felbadon as... Personally, I think we should... Is that just if we're going for like a rhyme, as the rhyming scheme between Chaos and the Imperium? I think one of the Chaos Demon Primarchs should take over.
Oh no, Hanzu. Hanzu should take over, definitely.
I don't know.
Perturabo or Lorgar?
I think it should be Lorgar, personally. He orchestrated the heresy in the first place. So, I don't know, to me it makes the
really
most...
him, or was that, you know...
It was him and Erebus. They were like they were the assholes in the background doing all the fucky shit with manipulation and crap.
Until Logar found out what Erebus was doing and said, "You honestly think you're better than me now?"
Erebus is a cunt.
Oh, I hate Erebus.
Erebus, in my opinion, is more of a pisshead asshole than his own father was, and that's an accomplishment. Because his dad was an absolute cuck bitch.
There are a lot of good Chaos characters that not only need models, but also need to take more prevalence, because Felbadon the Armless is just bad.
Yeah, the thing is, when he's in the Horus Heresy pre-Heresy, when he's got a level of dignity and shit that you could absolutely see him taking over for Horus. But after everything that's happened in the lore, all the failures he's been through, generally speaking, it's just like at this point, yes, though it may be a meme that he's Felbadon, but the meme's getting more and more correct.
I mean, at the same time, unless they rewrote all the Black Crusades as him launching a crusade to get a specific goal, like the first crusade was to get the location of the Blackstone fortresses. The next couple of crusades were to actually claim the Blackstones. Then, you had the 12th Black Crusade or the 11th Black Crusade that destroyed the Gothic sector and made the Planet Killer an actual thing. Yeah, I could see all of those, the Imperium's like, yeah, we won, where really they lost the tactical. They won the tactical, but lost the long.
Pyrrhic victory.
Yeah.
Hollow victory.
Kind of like Joe. Kind of like Joe.
Mm-hmm.
But, no, I'd love to see Han become an actual character. An actual tabletop character, just like they did with Your Old Adventures. Because out of all the 12 Black Crusades, Han Zu is the one to bring Altamar to its knees. He destroyed 4 planets in the Macragge system. Decimated 95% of the Ultramarines.
I can't really compliment him on that one. Thank him for it, yes. Compliment him now.
No. And also had a demon take over a Blackstone fortress by possessing a dreadnought. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, if you ever get the chance to read the Your Old Adventures Ultramarine books, they are really good. Especially when he gets kicked out. Spoiler. But Honor the Chapter is a really good book. Which is weird that Macragg's Honor showed up, because Macragge Honor in that book was sunk. Made planetfall. You think the Imperium would try to make those battleships and whatnot into have some sort of atmospheric drive,
Well, I think the big thing with the Imperium is they can't really develop new technology.
Yeah,
Even
but
if
they
could,
had
the
ships in the
bureaucracy would
heresy
keep,
that could.
even if they could, the bureaucracy would keep them from doing it. Some pen pushers.
I didn't know Graham McNeil wrote the StarCraft book, I, Mengsk.
He did?
Uh-huh.
That's weird to me.
Agreed.
Weird crossover there. So, I guess... Yeah, that's a mean joke. I was gonna say, well, you probably treated it as an autobiography and then just filled in the new name. But to be fair, I don't know too much about Graham's overall attitude, so I don't know if he's worth being mean about.
He's the only 40k writer I still have respect for.
I don't hear enough about him. Maybe that's a good thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, he just wrote the Your Old Adventures books. He wrote Angel Exterminatus. A bunch of other heresy books that are really good. The only downside is Audible only has the first 3 Your Old Adventures books.
Yeah,
First 3 and number 7, so I need 4, 5, and 6. Can't even find that young Ventress model anywhere.
May not be in production anymore.
I think it was a limited time release.
Probably.
To come out with Sword of Kelf. He crossed the Rubicon Primaris. Yes, crossing the Rubicon Primaris has a 0.1% chance to actually work. And everybody who's tried it has succeeded. As long as Lysander doesn't do it, I'll be fine.
And I know what's going to be in the next
Can no
one.
longer use the mystical. No! They already got a Primaris champion. Leave Lysander alone. There's no way in hell Lysander would actually do it.
Yeah, but there was no way in hell the Black Templars would have accepted Primaris into their ranks with no problem, and according to the modern writers, oh yeah, they had no problem with it. Which made jack shit for sense to me, but okay!
They either need to fire their lore master or they need
I don't think they have one. I really don't think they have one. They literally just tell the writers to write books for them to just sell. I don't think there's any kind of, okay, well, we're going to try and, like, maintain some kind of law and mystery with it. Nah, that's not what they do. That's not what they do. Hey, Kaiju Blood God. Howdy, howdy.
That's why the problem with modern Star Wars, man, is because it lacks consistency, and that's what 40K is starting to become.
Starting to.
I was about to say. Caboose?
Has been for some
40K
time.
This is how it's been from literally the get-go.
No. Old 40K had a consistency of theme. Yeah, some things got retconned, some things got
I would say they both
changed.
fell
A lot
into the pit
of
about the same
silly
time.
things were taken.
Nah,
It'd be like a difference of like maybe a year.
The
Like,
40K writing team hasn't cared about consistency since like the 5th book of the Horus Heresy.
Howdy guys.
If that. Hey, Kaiju.
Talking about the writers of 40K,
Yeah.
the most consistent ever was 30K in the Horus Heresy, and they're screwing that up now.
Retcons.
Yep.
That's all they know how to do anymore.
My biggest problem with 40K in the modern new lore is that it's just right now, it's just a sandbox. That's all it is. It's not, there's no story to it anymore.
Not really, no. Just going ham whenever they feel like it.
Everybody shouted. Everybody shouted. We want the plotline to be moved forward. Moves plotline forward. Everybody goes, Ree!
I always tell people, like, don't you have your hopes up that the Emperor's coming back, because he's never coming back.
I
I don't know if he gets stabbed.
We guarantee they will. They're just gonna screw it up.
Oh, they're just gonna make it terrible.
Oh yeah.
I've said this before. The return of the Emperor should be the end of 40K. Like that should be it. The timeline ends after they do one big whole event with his return and like one final battle. To try and do like an arc after his return, they can't do it.
And then writers for that, because he could have a really badass redemption arc and actually grow as a character.
But yeah, they bring the Emperor back, and he's now female.
Oh,
You know, that's exactly what their politics are going to try to do.
yeah. Yeah, they missed the Star Child.
What was that, Kaiju?
The Star Child? You remember when that was a thing?
Yes.
That the Emperor was, The theory of the Star Child that the Emperor will be resurrected in the war.
Yeah.
Well, the Emperor already exists in the war. That's the thing. They're good. The Imperium is eventually going to have to kill the Chaos God that is the Emperor. If the Emperor ever came back, or the Emperor is going to have to fight the Chaos God that is made in his image. Because ultimately, Logar won the heresy. He got his goal accomplished. His father, he wanted to worship as a god, is now a chaos demon.
That's not
The chaos
confirmed.
god. There's no way he's not.
For me, I saw it as like he will become a new Chaos God, because at the end of the day, Chaos doesn't mean inherently evil.
Well, it didn't used
no,
to
not,
be. Now it kind of does.
In modern 40k, it's chaos is just evil. You know the where like Nurgle,
Even
pox and plagues, but he was also birth and renewal. Karn, just blood for the blood god. It's like, yeah, but he was also honor.
Honor and the warrior spirit.
Yeah, and the Zeech is, change. Change for the better, change for the worse. Change is, inherently just neutral.
The potential
Change happens, and there's
the
nothing-
potential to not be trapped in a bad circumstance.
Yes. Well, I don't know what's Slanesh's good side.
She represents emotion.
Emotion.
Pleasure, happiness, joy.
Yeah.
She's the excess of all those things, but without her / him, those things also don't
Yes.
exist. So
the
she's the manifestation
ultimate
of both the
submariner.
excess of them and them themselves. So emotion, joy, happiness.
Like I said, Slanesh, the ultimate Sundare.
I read up in the lore that they explain that that the Chaos Gods are also paradoxes themselves, that they always been there but never been there at all.
That was an idea about them, yeah, but the way, again, that the lore's written now, it changes book to book. Like
I said, Halal never went away. He just became the Chaos God of Order instead of the Chaos God of Unbelief. It's now the Chaos God of Order. And yes, I know it hasn't been confirmed, but this is the way your universe works. There's enough belief in something, it creates a Chaos God.
that's not true. That's not correct. That's not how Slanesh was birthed. That's not how Khorne was birthed. That's not how Nurgle was birthed.
It's not belief, it's emotion, intense, uncontrollable.
I've had to explain this 1,000,001 times. I'll do it one more time. It's not belief. It is just the immaterium is not manifested, created, or manipulated by belief. Belief is not a factor hardly at all. What is a factor is the immaterium is just the manifestation of the immaterial things in our world. Literally, the immaterium is a realm where what in our realm would be considered ethereal, what would be considered untangible, becomes tangible there. So, hatred, anger, desire for vengeance, and the warrior code, and this desire to fight, that manifested in the immaterium as emotions, hodgepodged together, mushed together, and clayed forth Khorne. The same thing happened with the birth and death of individuals and the emotions that ran wild about birth and death. That manipulated and mushed and molded together to create Nurgle. Same thing with Tzeentch. People's fates constantly being in flux created Tzeentch. And the emotions, the joys, the excess of them go running wild beyond comprehension created Slanesh.
Oh yeah, you know.
None of these gods were
entire chaos god into being.
None of these gods were prayed to. None of these gods were conceptualized or even spoken about until their birth. So that's not how it works, guys.
You don't think that belief isn't an emotion?
No, belief isn't an emotion.
Yeah, because
It
it
involves
is
emotion.
that
So
human and
involves,
was
that's
there
what
before humanity was
involves
created, came into existence.
Belief is not how these things came to be. That's all I'm saying.
Belief
No.
can create
But
the
belief now
emotions
keeps
that
you
do
sustained,
that sort
though.
of thing, but it's not the belief in and of itself.
So it's not.
Well, no, the emotion.
If you wanna say the
Right.
Emperor is a god because of the emotions that run wild in concept of him, then yeah, then it's quite possible that he's manifested as a chaos god because of that. But
Oh, yeah.
because of
I mean,
prayer or
the
belief
entire-
in him, no.
Yeah, the entire empire not only believe in him, but hope that he will return one day. All the emotions that go have spawned him as a chaos god,
Quite
or
potentially.
a chaos god in the guise. Then again, how would Malal even been conceived as the chaos god of unbelief?
The emotions around atheism, not believing. Again.
So basically, a shit ton of apathy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shit ton of apathy,
Wow,
nihilism.
that makes too much sense.
Told you.
But yeah, there's no way there's not some entity calling himself the Emperor that's not a chaos god. It's just the way, again, it's the way they've written how the war works. Whether it's belief or emotions, as you say, it's the same principle.
But also, you need to put into fact that not every planet worships the Emperor in a different shape or form. They see him differently on every planet. So it's
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why you never put Kriegers next to a primitive unit. A unit of Imperial Guardsmen from a primitive world who, thinks animal sacrifice appeases the Emperor. You don't put it next to a Krieger unit because the Krieger unit's just going to execute him.
Probably.
Or Sisters or Maccabeans, any of the really zealoted ones.
Calculus is
Actually,
painting some seraphim.
I think the Maccabeans would be more likely to go on like full witch hunt, just purging the entire, within their own ranks. They go through purging all the other guardsmen.
Yeah, I can't remember what Guards Codex I was reading, but that was actually the thing about Kriegers is they attacked another Guards regiment for not, for doing things they thought were heretical.
Which wouldn't surprise me.
These commissars are trying to pull them off one of them. Like, you stop this!
I remember from the Arches lore video, the Maccabeans, they would literally organize the witch hunts.
Witch hunts, yeah. I mean,
They're basically the ecclesiarchy or a militia in all but name.
and that's probably another reason why Death Court gets combined arms, so they don't have to work with other regiments. There are a lot of regiments out there that go, yeah, no, because their cult of sacrifice is so strong. Other regiments aren't willing to go that far.
Yeah,
Other regiments will retreat.
There are a few that they do get along pretty well with, and that I think it's Mordian Iron Guard and Maccabeans and probably a couple others that they
How
have
they get along
respect
with
for and they get along
Cadian
with.
armor?
I guess they probably get. I imagine they get along with the Catachan, at least in terms of like just their tough survivalist kind of mentality.
Catachan are too independent.
I was about to say, I don't think maybe the Krieg don't mind the Catachan as much, but it's definitely not mutual.
They probably stick their nose up for their lack of discipline.
They would hate them for that.
In their mind, their version of discipline.
I would say a Krieg guardsman would look at a Catachan. They'd probably admire their bravado and their battle prowess. They would probably lose quite a bit of respect, because they would see their behavior and their general lackadaisical commando style of combat as possibly disgraceful to the Emperor. Because a huge bit about Krieg is they take pride in their way they handle themselves and regiment themselves. A part of that is the dignity that they're providing the Emperor. Like, they carry themselves respectfully when outside of battle, and carry themselves violently in his name in battle. So they would probably see the Catachans being lackadaisical out of battle and uncivilized as a kind of a form of secondhand disrespect to the Emperor.
I think they will get along with the Janissaries.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, yeah,
Mordians, Janissaries. Yeah, they have a very similar ethos, like the
any
Janissaries.
tightly disciplined army.
Any tightly disciplined army that worships the Emperor properly.
So yeah, I think they get along really well with the Maccabians then.
There's the Terek Guard. The Terek Guard is made up of pure commissars.
I think they'd also get along with, God, what did I just say? Just had the guard regiment in my head. I can't remember it now.
Kaku does make a good point. I was wrong about Khorne.
Historian.
Khorne in different forms was worshipped as a god. However, I do want to point out Slaanesh was not. At least not that's confirmed.
The Eldar murder fucked the god into being.
Yeah, Slaanesh. That's my big point. Is that's like my big indicator that worship is not. If it is a factor, it's not the factor.
It could not in terms of like them being born, but them being given shape. Maybe like an actual like a narrative being woven around them. It gives them a actual like perceivable shape.
Well, even then, that doesn't really work then, because Khorne. If we use Kalkio's example, who was worshipped as Odin or Ares from different...
Yeah, Mars.
He would look very different from how he does now. The way he's portrayed now, he looks like the devil. Like, he's a big fiery red devil. Sitting on a throne of skulls.
At the same time, though, it's the same thing with, Big E.
He
can look like, he looks in you... you look on them and you see what you want to see.
That's what I was saying. It's like it's the perceptions of the viewer, sort of the narrative you have woven around that sort of thing.
So, psychic blanks aren't allowed to look upon the Emperor because they actually just see what he is. The AVGN.
Hey, Donatos. Welcome to the stream.
Now just imagine a giant 20-foot corgi with golden power armor.
Aww! I want that now.
So that just sounds just like a 40k version of like Clifford the Big Red Dog, but it's
aren't Talarn and Krieg also super faithful? Well, we've been talking about Krieg. That's been what we were mostly talking about. We were talking about factions that they would get along, sub-factions of the Imperial military that they would actually get along with.
Krieg would
what about
Tanif? And Desert Ladies.
Actually, would Krieg get along with... No, I don't think they'd get along with Vostroyans. Because Vostroyans...
no.
No, because they...
Why not? I mean, Vostroyans are really hard, disciplined soldiers that fight hard.
Yeah, but I think it's their disposition. Specifically, I don't think they'd get along with them based on their attitudes. But they probably...
Armageddon Steel Legion?
I think...
Well, Steel
I don't
Legion
remember
doesn't
how
get
this.
along with
I
anybody.
remember the
Never-
aesthetic of the Steel Legion better than I do their behavior. How did they behave, the Steel Legion?
I mean, they're one of the few
What I heard
trusted
is that what I
races.
read from them is that they're like very big on mechanized warfare. Like they're the most mechanized Imperial Regard regiment out of
They're
all
one
the
of
others.
few that are allowed.
They're
they
they're
as-
one of
are
two
they as
regiments that are allowed
zealotous?
combined arms.
How would you rate their zealotousness? The
No,
Steel
they're
Legion?
not incredibly zealot.
That
They're
probably
probably
wouldn't go
pretty
over
standard
well.
for
Then.
guard. It's just they're
That
they're
probably-
very.
Steel
Well,
Legion don't
standard
need
is considered
Armageddon.
low for a Krieger. Like Krieg consider the standard guard zealotry to be pitiful.
You know, I
Well,
can
doesn't the
see
Steel
where you're
Legion?
coming from with the Firstborn, but I just
I think the
I
Praetorian
don't know
Guard.
the attitude.
I think the Praetorian Guard would not get a. I think the Krieg would hate them because of their arrogance. Because Krieg aren't very arrogant.
Well,
They're quite the
and fact
opposite.
that they were wiped out by orcs.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Steel Legion just fight the orcs mostly.
They mostly operate on Armageddon for the majority of their operations
Yeah.
because of just the incessant and ever since the war, it's just a constant infestation that they can never get rid of.
Again, that's why, you know, they're one of two regiments that are allowed combined arms in the same formation
Most of them stay on
under the
Armageddon.
same command structure.
I think some of them do serve off occasionally, but for the most part, they need them all there.
I honestly, I mean, going back to the Telerian Desert Raiders, I think their Rough Riders would get along better with the
Death Riders.
the Death Riders of Krieg would get along really well with the Telerians' hit and run tactics.
I could see that. Yeah. I don't think Krieg would be friends with anybody, though, now that I think about it. I can't think of any, like...
There are a couple of regiments that they get along really well with, to where they've been on campaign, you know, preferred status to be on campaign together. I guess that's as close as you can get to a Friends of Krieg, you know?
Actually, one thing I'm trying to remember right now is how Krieg look at Space Marines. Because I know that was some... I know that there's a debate right now in the community if this is a battle like Space Marines or not, because there's the argument that they don't, because the Space Marines were corrupted at one point. Hence the Horus Heresy. You know, the Space Marines have been shown to fall from grace. So the sisters don't...
That's the women that were going to overthrow the fucking Imperial government.
Well, to be fair to the sisters, though, they always acted with the intention of serving the Emperor. If the moment they found out they weren't, and that they were being manipulated, they went rogue. I don't think that they look at the Space Marines with their own... It comes with, like, bias. Like, they know their own history, and they know, like, that they were tricked. I don't think they look... because it's an outside perspective on the Space Marines' history, they don't look at the Horus Heresy as, you know... They look at them as having been corrupted by chaos, as opposed to having been tricked.
But how many actually know the heresy existed?
Probably none of the sisters, I wouldn't think,
Maybe some of the higher ups.
because they weren't even around at that point.
Yes, they weren't.
I mean, you got the
So
society.
I know that the Imperium as a whole knows it happened, but probably different worlds have different accounts of like what it was like.
I think
certainly
the vast
none of them
majority
have-
the Imperium have no clue what happened.
Well, they know that the war happened.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that.
I'm pretty sure.
That's like-
it's
'Cause it spanned the whole galaxy, and it was a galaxy-wide civil war,
yeah, it
and a
was
lot of
full
planets
war.
were annihilated.
Happened on
They
pretty much every
most
world.
wouldn't know about the chaos aspect. They would just know that
No, I think they would. Chaos is
because
well
they
known
keep-
amongst
they-
the Imperium.
There's no way they would know about the chaos aspect of it.
They keep that
because
really under
First
tight
War for
wraps.
Armageddon, they killed the entire planet.
Oh, you okay? I thought you guys meant like their awareness of chaos as a whole wasn't. No.
Or
The
sisters-
specific impact of it and the heresy, probably not. But I think the general Imperial citizen knows about chaos, though. Certainly knows about demons because they constantly are culled about it. Like the Inquisition constantly are looking for its corruption.
Yeah, by now it should have been known because at that point it's
Or
too many
they
accounts
probably-
of situations.
They probably don't know what it is specifically, or that it's chaos, or like what it, or the specifics, but they know there's some weird cult shit that happens from time to time that the Inquisition are looking for. But they'd be careful not to know any details, otherwise they'll end up in an inquisitorial questioning room.
That might be it. The only ones I know for a fact that the Imperial citizens don't know about is Gene Stealers and Tyranids.
Yep.
The Gene Stealer cults and Tyranids. That's the only one I'm confident the Imperial citizen doesn't know, because the faction's still newer, and B, the Inquisition have kept it under wraps.
That's fantasy.
There are Skaven in 40k.
I don't think so. Outside of fanfic, I've read or two here and there.
No, they've existed. They're just not really written about that much.
If you can find a source, I'd appreciate it, but I don't think so.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Is it okay to join in?
Yeah?
No.
Oh,
Caboose, bad.
Coming into the conversation, let's talk about if who knows who.
no. That's the thing about chaos and something. I read the book. Was it Watchers of the Throne, the Emperor's Legion? And then in the book they said something about, yeah, we tried to suppress the knowledge about chaos, but after the Great Rift, they said, okay, we can't suppress the entire galaxy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's-
in the modern timeline with the Dark Heresy, yeah, they know about it because it's blatant.
Well, that's what I was talking
before
about.
that happened,
What were you talking about?
I mean,
it's
the
always
vast
before
majority
and
of the
after the
Imperial
Rift.
history, it was suppressed.
Yeah, it's just like the timeline before and after the Rift.
I mean, the Rift has only happened in the last, 10 stellar years or like 50 stellar years, something like that.
In the Plague Wars, they said something like about 100 years or something. That the Indomitus Crusade was around 100 something years.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
Let me read through Donatus's chance on time. Talon would be a bit more zealous than Krieg?
No, not
No.
like Krieg, but Talon was in the books and in the old lore. They were a bit zealous, or more.
Yeah,
like
but more so
faithful.
than Krieg? I don't think so.
No, I guess the only ones that are more faithful than Krieg is the Macabre and Janissaries, but even they flinch when they see what the Krieg soldiers do on the battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, the
Would love to work with
I
the
wish they would
Templars.
bring-
I think that is a good point Donatus brings up. I do think Krieg would get along specifically really well with Black Templars and Sisters of Battle. I do think
and
that
the Imperial Fist.
that would. I really want to see a crusade like that. I don't care if it's fanfiction
Yeah,
or not.
that'd be
Someone
a-
write that for me. I
They're,
really want to
Great
see.
allied crusade
I want to
army,
see a
just-
major crusade where it's just Krieg guardsmen backing up Black Templars and Sisters of Battle. That'd be
I'd throw
great.
Maccabians in there as well, but that's just because I'm a
I-
fanboy for them now.
I
Yeah,
gotta
the
find it,
Macabrians
but
has a
there
really
was-
cool style.
I
There
really
was
love
a there was
Oh, I
a
just-
blurb.
Go ahead, Caboose.
There was a blurb that I read. I can't remember if I think it was actually in the Sentinels of Terra book, where Imperial Fist is talking about the Krieg, and he's doing the patrol along the trench line, and snipers are trying to hit him. So he does this for a couple of weeks. Then one of his patrols, he just sees that all the Kriegers have painted their helmets yellow, and he's talking to him, like, Why did you do this? Well, you know, the Kriegs look at him and say, "Oh, you shouldn't be the only one in danger." As somebody proceeds to get their head blown off by a sniper right then and there.
That's a good day for a Kriegsman. It's like, hey, he died!
Oh,
Yay! Yeah. Krieg are the only ones who will go to a funeral and celebrate, but they like a birth date, they'll be like, ah, we got another one.
I mean, I got some.
I honestly think they have birthdays or funerals.
Mm.
I don't think they actually do, but it's a comedic thing.
You know,
Do they
they
celebrate
have celebrations
birthdays?
of their death day. It's like, hooray, he died.
He died in
It's
the name
more
of the
like-
Emperor!
To be honest, I don't think that something
Yeah,
that comes
cake.
from a Vita womb celebrates birthday.
Probably not.
It's,
I can't imagine it's a very pleasurable experience. We still don't know, like, the details of the Vitae wombs. Because the thing is, it's described as a technique.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, there's something my girlfriend likes to watch, Grey's Anatomy, and there was one episode when they made something like an artificial womb in the TV show, and they tried to raise a lamp in that artificial womb, and it looked like something like much plastic and cables and wires and pipes and everything, and it looked just really weird, and I thought, like, that could be some bullshit from 40k.
Yeah, I've seen that they actually did bring a lamb to term with the artificial womb.
Oh, have you guys heard of this Imperial Guard regiment called the Canuck Skull Takers?
Mechanic Skull Takers. Nope. I don't think I've heard of them.
They're really fucking cool. They're of Imperial Guard regiment that specializes in close combat.
Is being born
Oh,
normally
yeah,
able
they
to feel
were-
comfortable though? Probably not, no.
They were
They're-
in the second Conscos book.
They're described to be like a half human, half Ogryn hybrids, and they like to fight orcs in melee combat.
I
So,
wouldn't like
Kata-chan?
that. Hey, let's fight orcs in
Like,
melee combat. Genius.
But isn't that also a thing for the Catachan jungle fighters? They also like going into melee with
I don't-
big choppers.
yeah, they do. I know that the orcs actually covet the Catachan knives. Like, they love Catachan knives.
And Tinieth Streets. But
Like, I know Goths in particular, like, covet them and try and collect them from battlefields against Catachan. So,
But they are good choppers.
yeah, like, they see them as, like, the Umi choppers. They're really good. They're really cool choppers. Like
Look
that.
similar to Catachan jungle fighters, the Canuck Skull Takers. They don't have shorts.
yeah, don't they use like clubs?
Yeah, or axes or something like that.
Something like that.
It's like
I mean, yeah, go on.
the comic from what was it? Merry Remembrances. Happy Mother's Day, batch 347. It's just a picture of a squad of Kriegers.
Oh yeah, there's actually I don't know if it's the same image you're talking about, but there's an image that I have saved on my desktop of like a letter being sent to a female mechanicus, and she like starts crying
Yeah.
after they say. For some reason, like I don't know if it's supposed to be a funny little meme image, but for me, like I actually feel like my cold dead heart stopped for a minute. I'm like, every time I look at it, I'm like, it's so sweet. It's dark, but
I
it's
mean-
sweet.
Yeah,
That's just
Merry
the Warhammer
Remembrancer. I
romantic.
think he drew that.
There was like one book I have read some time ago. There was something like a tech priest had to step in on a Warhound Titan because they lost one of the crew members, and the Moderati gave the tech priest the knowledge how to perform his duty. And in this act, he started to like tilt his head a bit, and some oil drooled from his mouth. That was the toaster dream.
Toaster.
So I think
Yeah,
for
but-
me, like the more like creepy, almost more 40k version of like the artificial wombs. Literally, they just like turning like a woman into a like a servitor. It's literally just a
That's what some
Yeah.
people have speculated the Vitae wombs to be. But that's the thing.
That's
Again, the
what
only
the
description.
demonic Inclaba was.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people think that because the thing is, the Inquisition keep the Vitae Womb thing very secretive, so it's quite. A lot of people think it might be a Demanculaba thing used for the Imperium, though, and some kind of twisted version of it.
I don't
But
think
the problem is the only description we have of Vitae Womb is it's a technique. Like I don't. That leaves so much up in the air of speculation. Okay, if it's a technique, what does that mean?
It's just it's something that keeps most of the female population of Krieg from having to take a break from the factory lines to have
maybe
babies.
it's something like a
Right up
battery
incubation.
of something like incubation pods, and then like every female goes there and they the eggs from them, they are like harvested from some salmon or something like that.
If someone joins the stream right now, they're gonna have so many questions.
I mean, I had a
Yes, they
discussion
will.
with my girlfriend yesterday, and she was like, okay, when Grey Knights were never corrupted, and Custodians also, and she read some Battle Sisters books, and then she said, yeah, but Battle Sisters were never corrupted, and I said, yeah, actually, there's a Slaanesh Battle Sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
Yep.
of them are corrupted.
Yep.
Less than most Imperial citizens, but they still get corrupted. That's kind of the point of chaos, is that no one's really immune. There are those
So
who are
far-
better at staving it off, though.
Yeah, so far no Grey Knight has fallen. There's one that's close, and it's the one who keeps getting haunted. I think he was a captain, or I can't remember what they call their captain.
Is it the one with the dead comrades or something, with his dead
Yeah.
battle brothers?
Justar. No. No, Justar's a rake. I can't remember.
The Lord of Winter and War has returned. Well, welcome back, Ball. Welcome back.
I checked some parts about the Imperial Guard, and there was this one regiment, the Terax Guard, and they're like everyone or the major of them are from the Schola Progenium. So they should
Yeah,
also
they're all
be
commissars.
the Commissar Regiment.
Yeah, just pure commissars. That's all they're made of.
They're stormtroopers.
They should also be very faithful if they're like almost everyone is a commissar.
That's why I don't like.
I don't. I comedically imagine that they all are like they're in like a trench, right? And one goes, "All right, hey, I'm gonna go over and try and secure this point." And the next one over is like, "Okay, but if you run, I'll shoot you." And then the guy behind him goes, "And if you fail to shoot him, I'll shoot you and shoot him." And then it keeps going and going and going. Everybody
We
constantly
should-
threatening
In
to shoot each other.
reaction.
I don't know. I think that's kind of on point.
That's like an old version in the voice chat text. That's what the Terax Guard looked like. So actually, a regiment of commissars.
They better have
There's
they better have a leadership of like 10.
Yeah,
There's
you should do 11.
is it the, who are the not the Hiroki, the Noctan Strike Force. They're a guerrilla warfare specialized Imperial Guard regiment.
Really.
They're from a planet called Noctan, and it's like concealed in perpetual darkness, so it gives them the natural ability to have
Right.
good
The
night
same
vision.
world as the Night Lords?
No, Noctan, not Noctan.
Wasn't Nocturne from the Salamanders?
Yeah, Nocturne is salamanders.
You sure? Wait, no, yeah, I think you're right. Because it's Nostradamus or something like that for the.
Yeah, it was the alien planet.
Yeah, I should remember that because that reminds me of Alien.
See, and
The name
you
of
know,
the ship is
this-
the Nostromo.
Is Nocturne salamanders though? I don't know. Why does that sound
Yes.
wrong to
Yeah.
me?
Nocturne.
It is Nocturne. Nocturne is salamanders.
Why does that sound
They-
wrong
so-
to me?
Nocturne, the hot planet.
see, this is why I think GW really needs to embrace 3D printer, because
And they
that
kind
way
of
you
have.
could
They just
have all
haven't.
of
They
these
haven't
different-
admitting it.
Well, no, but you know they could put STLs out for the Slevlar Clam Dogs, for the Tarlarian, for the all that
Mordian
whatnot,
Iron Guard.
Meridian Iron Guard, all of that. you know, they just have to embrace it because they have all these real cool factions, but no models. Like, the only way you could do a Slevlar Chemdog, a decent Slevlar Chemdog, is to buy a bunch of Necromunda minis.
Yeah, you can bunch them together with Gene Stealer, some miniatures. Yeah, also these like rebreathers and cables and stuff.
Yeah. Although I really wish the Arbrites would come back. I really like the Arbrites. Back when the Sisters of Battle could take in Arbites assault squad with nothing but shotguns. They could wipe out a Space Marine squad in close combat.
I mean, I remember the Warhammer pen and paper and the Arbeitis shotguns. They were actually pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, they were great in Dark Heresy, Rogue Trader. I got the new book, Wrath and Glory. They're not so good.
Edge highlighting is the bane of my existence.
But the end result looks so damn good.
Pretty much. That's why you do it. I mean, this guy being a prime example. That's one of my finished models.
Yeah, the Arbites need to come back.
40k Judge Dredd.
Oh, the Pyron Dragoons. This Imperial Guard regiment are known to be extremely intolerant of other cultures.
Can I ask which ones are tolerant?
So, actually, everything in 40k.
This one's known for
But
being
what-
intolerant.
is it
Okay, in the
how-
universe of intolerance, can I ask what that looks like?
And
What would the other people who are already intolerant call
and
intolerant?
they prefer to their officers to be very gentlemen.
Very gentle.
Okay, so they're
The British, they're literally the fucking British.
they're a
They're
Praetorian
just,
regiment.
super Praetorians.
Yeah,
The Praetorians of Praetorians.
they got a reputation for being very arrogant. No surprise there.
They all march into battle in Q formation. Yes, Nocturne to summons, okay? Yay, Wrath and Glory. I think, I don't know, chat slash you slash everybody in the call and chat. Should I start working on my Sigismund slash Emperor's Champion model, or should I start work on the Dreadnought?
Dreadnought.
Which one will be easier for you?
I would say go for that thing that stomps more.
Remember this:
Everybody
work
wants
smarter,
to
not
fight
harder.
I work hard and smart.
Then you're doing it wrong.
When you need to consult a doctor if it lasts longer than 4 hours.
Whenever we're
And
talking,
get a new drug dealer.
whenever we're talking about Sigismund, I need a doctor to get that mast down.
Yeah. In that entire story, you can see the little bit of humanity that was left in Abaddon when he sent the body back.
Oh yeah, you could tell he immensely respected Sigismund, and rightfully so. Sigismund didn't return the favor though. It's like, I don't fucking respect you at all.
About old dudes, did any of you check the new community post today?
Oh, what they put up now?
Something about Tyranids and then something made to order super old spaceman captains, and they actually made me like shed a tear of like what was the English term? Nostalgia.
Wait. Oh.
Because they were like these super old captains.
I don't know. Can you share it so I can pull it up? Or?
Wait a second. The first part is something about Tyranids, and when you scroll down, there's like classic Space Marine captains. And there were people there who say there will never be a Fairspawn release anymore.
Tyranids,
I mean the Blood Angel captain looks like a mix of
Holy
Taiko
shit.
and Dante.
I just saw the Combat Patrol. What the fuck? Okay, that surprises me. What is?
It's a squishy box.
What the fuck, dude? Normally they give you a good mix of shit in those, but what the fuck?
Maybe
that is a lot of Hormagaunts.
Maybe there are new Hormagaunt miniatures and they need to get rid of the old ones.
Jesus Christ. That box has 43 miniatures in it. It's like, you can take at least a couple of the fucking Hormagaunts and put, like, I don't know, one? I don't know, put something else bigger in there. The fuck? Man, hell, they could put one more squad of warriors in there.
Or a Carnifex.
Carnifex are always box. What the fuck?
You know what would be really cool for Games Workshops to do when they make new models and don't produce older ones? They could make the older ones into STC files.
Yeah, I actually would support that, and that I think would go over pretty well. I see the classic Space Marine thing. Are they re-releasing these?
And it's like a made-to-order for a short period or something.
Okay, are they metal or are they gonna be plastic?
I don't know. They were metal back then. But I mean, they are so old that maybe they don't have any metal, so maybe it's resin. I don't know. They're like super
If it's
old.
resin, I wouldn't get them. Especially if it's fine cast. Fuck that.
I mean, if Forge World makes the resin, I would think about it.
Yeah, but that's because they just 3D print the fucking thing. But if it's Citadel fine cast, hell no.
I mean, like, look at the Blood Angels captain in the bottom row in the middle. It's like Dante mixed with Tycho.
Looks kind of nutty, yeah.
And the Dark Angels with the awesome helmet feathers.
Actually, Midwinter Minis did a painting video with basically that model. The old school metal.
You know, I would like an answer to what the fuck are the Dark Angel minion midgets that they have? What the fuck are those things?
Warp shenanigans?
That demons would commit suicide to not confront those little fuckers.
Nobody knows what they are, but they're the Watchers in the Dark.
Weren't they also in some heresy book with the Dark Angels where they could stop time and talk to this one Dark Angel that's a psyker while he was frozen in time or something like that?
Yep.
Maybe it's Catan related. Possibly.
And they also know where the lion is.
Yeah, he's in sleep. I mean, I checked.
Yeah, they know where on the rock he's hidden.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
The lion sleeps tonight.
I mean, I had friends today for a visit, and then they asked while I was painting some Catachan jungle fighters who that guy is, and I said that's Slimabo, that's like the living meme.
Solid snake of the 40k millennium.
A little bit of Arnold, a little bit of Sylvester.
Wow. Get to the chapel. Wow.
That's why I can only go. Ah!
I got a friend who, over the phone, in person he doesn't sound the same, but over the phone he sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
So he sounds Austrian and also like he ate like 50 popsicles a day.
Yeah, he sounds like he's got like his mouth is numb sometimes.
I mean,
he does have a speech impediment.
The biggest cliche is that if you're from Austria, you also are able to talk like Arnold.
No.
I gotta ask you now, because we had another guy from Germany who can't say this word.
Mm.
Can you pronounce Massachusetts?
What?
Oh no, not this again.
Yes, Asmo, next time Karn is on the chat, ask him to say Massachusetts.
I'm not that cruel.
Oh no, you got to. So, can you?
Do it.
What? Massachusetts or what?
Repeat the captains are second edition? Okay.
I mean, I'm a German speaker in my native tongue, so yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't. Got him to finally pronounce it by him saying massive units.
Yeah, it sounds like massive shoe shits is what it sounds like when Karn tries to say.
After that session, they fucked me up for pronouncing it. I was fucked up after that day.
I mean, but the best part is like when you're in my home country, it's like more the Alpine region, and if I have someone from Germany, they also will. Are you really talking German? Because we have a slightly different dialect or slang.
I did like an older version that has like a different, like for example, I like to listen like to old Germanic Templar music, which is slightly different to modern day German.
Little bit like that. But there are also like really slangish words. But actually that... Yeah, no, that would have been something for my grandfather, because he was actually something like in a man's what is it called? A choir, something where they go and sing stuff.
A club?
No, like when you have a bunch of guys and they sing like church music. And my grandfather was in
Choir.
Gregorian chants.
A choir, and my grandfather was in a Gregorian chant, something like a hobby club or something.
Gregorian chants. Have you guys seen that video of Gregorians singing Roman ones singing the Viva la Vida?
I have not seen that.
It's glorious.
That sounds
Being in
glorious.
the Alpine region, it must be easy for you to get some alien advice.
Let me look the video and put in the vid share so you guys can see it later.
It's literally just like the opening screen of Medieval 2 Total War, and that's the kind of music here. Still the best Total War game, in my opinion.
Medieval 2 can never, ever get a review of a new Total War from a certain somebody without... Oh, God.
What?
Medieval 2.
What?
There are other Total Wars than 1 or 2?
The Shogun.
Shogun 2, Fall of the Samurai. I love that one.
Yeah, I think Shogun 2 in general is definitely up there.
Shogun 2 is my favorite the Total War series.
Do you guys believe that they're gonna make a Total War Lord of the Rings because they've been fucking copyright striking all the mods involving Lord of the Rings for Total War?
Just on what I think it was it was either ModDB or was it Nexus mods? I don't remember which one they got struck on. The Rise of Mordor mod for Attila got copyright struck by I think it was Warner Media, I think.
That makes no sense.
Off of ModDB. I think they're still on Nexus mods though. I think but they've rebranded and they're calling themselves something different.
Yeah. We're talking about Warner Media, the guys who have abandoned, the best Middle Earth RTS ever.
Probably why they struck it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see Total War. Well, yeah, because they're in bed with GW, so they could do a Total War Middle Earth. But the problem is, they'd have to do decent sieges. Still want a 40k game like 4-game Red Dragon.
I think a Lord of the Rings Total War game would work really well. It's just I don't trust Creative Assembly or anyone to do a particularly good job.
It'd be nice if they could do a Warcraft one too. That.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Imagine a new Warcraft game that's an RTS. That's not bad.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind. I almost don't want them to do a Medieval 3, but I wouldn't mind a graphical remaster of Medieval 2.
Why'd you say that? Now it's going to happen and it's going to be bad.
I mean, the
Rome remaster wasn't bad.
I still hope for like a remastered version of Dawn of War of the first one.
What is it with these bots today, man?
They love you. They love you. They want to love you a long time.
Jesus Christ, they don't
They
stop.
so horny.
You see, that's what everyone thinks, that when the AI takes over and get the robot revolution, it's going to look like Terminator. But no, it's going to look like these bots in control of everyone, demanding us all continue to produce more weird shit. They just basically what they do is they enslave humanity and turn us all into content creators
NFT.
to fuel the almighty algorithm.
The NFT bot incoming.
When they take over, it's not going to be the Terminator. It's just going to be a bunch of big titty cat girl waifu elf ears that just enslave humanity.
Yes,
Uh,
and basically you just have them.
I, for one, welcome my big tittied elf cat-eared girls waifus.
You
Overlords.
forgot the bunny girls.
as they
prefer the
basically
Terminator
put you in a little
option.
booth with a
They'll
camera
put-
and say, "All right, now dance." And
I prefer the
only
Terminator
thing I-
option, and I would prefer to die.
But if
The only-
you get all that anime waifu stuff, can we also have like flashy synthwave laser guns?
No,
Damn.
maybe.
I would just request to put a bullet in my head and make it quick. I will not want to live in a world like that.
Where you're kept into a booth and kept alive long enough just to produce, random content the algorithm demands.
Rebel.
All
I'll
right,
make sure
wear
I'll fuck up
this.
so they can kill me as fast as possible.
I mean,
It's like
better.
you're in the booth, the screen comes on, and it's like, meh. All right, put this on, and just a thing,
Oh, yeah.
clothes drop from the ceiling. And it's some like
The
ridiculous, like a clown
Kevorkian,
suit.
Booth. Futurama.
To be honest, better cat girls than if you got chased by a horde of Lalafels or something.
Unless it's a furry apocalypse, then, no.
Yeah, then we need the Templars.
Yeah, then we need to avenge our brother. Brother, avenge
yeah,
me!
At that point, you just go suicide bomber route. May as well take some out while blowing myself up. I don't want to live in a
Brother, I
world
am pinned
ruled
here.
by furries.
I mean, wasn't there something like in Armor 3? There was something like a Warhammer mod or something, and there was some guy streaming like
It's a lot
Death
of
Corps
mods, a lot of things going on.
versus furry
Yeah.
chaos cultists or something.
Yep.
I still find it.
Thank Remy for
I still
that
find
one.
it hilarious that the felonids are a thing.
Are they still a thing?
Yes, there's still a thing.
They were never written out of the lore. They were never killed off.
Huh?
Out of all the things.
I mean, they touched some really old stuff in the last few days because my girlfriend got me the book Angel of Mercy about Astaroth, the Blood Angel side chaplain, and there were actually an enslaver invasion in that book.
You know,
And that's the first time I read about enslavers in like 20 years or something.
I read that in the old lore there used to be an alien faction that were basically the equivalent of lizardmen, but they were all annihilated by the Imperium. I wish they would wreck on that, because I would love to have a lizardman equivalent in for 40k.
Are you a
Wasn't that
scaly?
the Slan or something?
Harud.
Yeah,
Press
the-
fighting
like the
robots
ins-
to death with a Krieg's Messer. I die fast, but I die cool.
I mean, there was like the enslavers were like this, like, what was it in D&D? There were these tentacle dudes that mind control you. What were they called?
Mind Reaver?
Silith?
Are they the Cthulhu-looking motherfuckers that?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
Mind Reaver.
Silithids.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like the enslavers are war beasts that do like the same shit. They mind control people and turn the entire population into vegetables.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Like
were
floating
really
warp
scary.
jellyfish.
Yeah, that would attach to
Oh,
anybody's
They
skull.
they weren't they a big part during the War in the Heavens? Like a very took part of
Yeah,
very.
because the War in the Heavens fucked the warp up and it got twisted. So and the enslaver said, "Okay, yeah, let's have fun."
Didn't they live
Yeah,
in the warp before it got fucked up?
I don't know,
No.
but it's the first time mentioned about the enslavers is in the time after and in the end of the War in Heaven.
That's
Like
that's actually the
in
first race the Imperium got rid of during the Great Crusade.
yeah, in the what was it, voice chat text, there's like that's like a super like old artwork of an enslaver. It's like this space jelly something bug that.
Yeah, it's this one-eyed jellyfish on somebody's head.
It looks like a cross between like the Flood and the Metroids from Metroid.
There's even an older artwork from the enslavers, but they're like
Or what is those? Those engineers from Halo, whatever those things were called.
they
Don't disparage those. Those are the goodest boys.
Yeah, I know they're the goodest boys. I'm just saying, like the having the balloon thing that makes it float.
yeah, that's like an even older artwork from the enslaver, like tentacles, brain, mind control, enslaver zombies. But yeah, not to. I don't know. Do you guys want to read the book Angel of Mercy or not?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ruin all your cat girl dreams. Here you go.
Because in the Angel of Mercy book there were like a death company, Blood Angel, and then Slaver tried to mind control the death company, so Blood Angel.
Like, you know, a bloody
I mean, then it's a monkey girl. It's also okay.
after a battle. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine, Horace. Why? What?
Yeah, when a Blood Angel starts randomly yelling "Horrors, why?" then it's at time to say goodbye and go in a different direction.
But yeah.
Well, if you're close enough to hear it, then it's probably too late for you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, yeah, I think he needs a moment.
It's like the Flesh Terrors get so much shit for what they've done by, you know, not taking out their death company. But compared to the Flesh Terrors, the other successor chapters are way worse.
I mean, yeah, there are some of the successors. They're like, yeah, bloodletting, death metal, blood servant eating rituals and stuff. And to be honest, there's another reason why so many people don't collect other successor chapters like from the Blood Angels.
Honestly, I never really liked the Blood Angels. The only good thing I liked about the old Blood Angels was the Ball Predator and the Furioso Dreadnought. Because that thing could screw up a front line.
Still works. Like, there's one chapter, the Angel Sanguine, and I would say I know why many people don't want to like paint that chapter.
Better yet, the Lamenters that are supposed to be a successor of the Blood Angels.
Yeah, they also, but they are really unlucky. Like in voice chat, it's like that's an Angel Sanguine, and then just look at the armor painting, and then you know why they are not like the most common of plate chapters or successors.
Yeah, because you had to paint half their armor a different color than the other.
Yes.
Well, it's like the Howling Griffins or whatnot. The quarter, each quarter's a different color. Like the right leg and the left arm are different color than.
Wasn't there like many chapters that made this like Howling Griffins and Sons of Something and
Sons of Medusa, I think.
No, they were like in a fucked up green, if I remember correctly. Like in a super bright green or something, the Sons of Medusa.
I'd like the Carcharodons to actually become an official product.
Just
Like
great.
if they did another,
I mean, they
Another
are
kill team
official.
box.
but
I mean, like a kill team box of Carcharodons.
They need. If you're talking about getting an upgrade sprue, I mean,
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know I could probably design shoulder pads and all that whatnot.
Aren't there already designed ones? Yeah. Like there's one that the Brazen Claws, they are successors of the Iron Hands, and they're
The
like
problem with the
red.
Carcharodons is you need a lot of Mark III armor.
I just came back. Pyrus, what's wrong with you? Why did you send me this?
scar you for life.
Why?
That's something
That's alright.
But let me check it. The Brazen Claws, they have a really artwork.
Space sharks for life.
There's this one really good artwork of the Carcharodons, of Tiberius, the Red Wig standing over a one-armed Mantis warrior, just bearing down on him at night and it's raining, and it's so...
That the guy with the super Swiss Army knife chain fists.
Yeah, the one where he can deploy his claws, his chain swords in his palms. Like, I love that. And
I love
I think he has one or
the
two
description of his face, because it's basically like Two-Face but with shark teeth and like black, pitch black eyes.
Sounds like Night Lords or Raven Guard to me.
Well, they're presumed to be a successor chapter to the Night Lords, or to be descended.
I honestly think they're world eaters.
No, their terror tactics, the viciousness they fight with, not to mention the underhanded tactics they use.
But their equipment
Their equipment
Oh,
is not.
They like chain-based
I mean,
weapons.
they can't pick up like the equipment of other things, of other chapters inside. They like that more.
Well, the thing
No,
is,
chain axes were discontinued in the Imperium because
they
of
don't
the
really
world.
use. They use the chain fists more than they use the chain axes.
They have like the chainsaw attachment for their bolters.
They have. Well, actually, yeah, they do.
No,
Yeah, they do.
But
No, they have
to
the
be
they have the
honest,
chain
and-
bayonet. I'm pretty sure.
And also because they're they're the farthest outer reach Space Marine chapter in the void, so they have very old equipment.
Which
Yeah, something
they
like
which
that.
they
Yeah,
main
that's
which
why
one
it's-
cool thing about them is that they all maintain that equipment. They don't have Mechanicus with them, so they each of them individually have kind of taught themselves to maintain their equipment.
But to
Which
be
is-
honest,
I love the
Super
recruitment
heretical.
process. They just they just raid entire worlds kidnapping people.
Yep,
oh, that's fine.
that's actually
fine.
also how they get
Yeah.
other supplies as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when
They
when
actually have
there's-
worlds they're allowed to recruit from.
No,
the
but
space
they
shark-
still raid them. They still raid them. There are
Yeah.
worlds they get permission from the Imperium to raid.
Mm-hmm.
like the space
I just love
sharks,
the
just for
I just
asking-
love the idea that you're just a random child and you wake up one day, you see a 10-foot tall fucking powered armored super being, and he says, "Congratulations, you're becoming a super soldier."
Well, the thing
Please
is,
do
the
not
space sharks,
resist.
they wouldn't really talk. They just take you.
Yeah, so sharks are
Yeah, space.
Raven Guard or something like that,
Yeah,
I doubt it.
and
people
like
say
the
that,
Night
but
Lord.
I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah, because there's another chapter where they say they are an Imperial Fist in the voice chat text, and I always
Huh.
think it's they are not Imperial Fists,
No, no,
and they are the
Chapter
sons
is
of the
that?
Phoenix. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah.
If they're sons of Dorn, I will kiss a donkey's ass.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Just
no,
imagine
There
the
was
chapter
another
symbol.
Sons of Dorn that wore purple.
And
but-
also, it makes sense that they will be also for Night Lords because they have been known to have an insensate hatred for Night Lords specifically.
Well, yeah, that's what their first novel was about. The first Carcharodon novel was them recruiting on Prison World. And fighting the Night Lords. I still say World Eaters just because of their equipment. And the
Just
fact that
imagine The
or
Sons of the
world
Phoenix.
eaters.
Based on their tactics and behavior, I'm saying Night Lords.
Yeah, but the only chapter, or the only legion to use the Ursula Claw known is the World Eaters.
Yeah, but it could also be battlefield salvage, so...
That's my thing, is their equipment is a really bad indicator. Because
Yeah,
it's already
just
known
imagine-
90% of their shit they... 90% of their shit they've either had for centuries and have maintained, or they stole.
Most
Aren't
of their
like-
ships are pre-heresy warships.
Yeah, that's... I mean, there are ships around still from the heresy, but just imagine the the Black Templars chained their weapons to their hand, and where did they catch that trick? From the
World
World
Eaters.
Eaters.
Karn.
But if you like, for the Sons of the Phoenix, it's the same, that the chapter icon looks a little bit like the original Emperor's Children icon. And
I
when you
guarantee
think about-
they're going to be Primaris the turn.
and when you think about it, Emperor's the Sons of the Phoenix were made by the Super Mary Sue character Belisarius Cole. So, and how often in the books it's like, hey, Gilliman, let me use traitor gene seed, and Gilliman says no, and Belisarius is just like, I just still do it.
Just quickly rewriting all these different chapters. Like this one chapter that's supposed to be Blood Angels, but they have blue and white armor. Their pictures a jawline.
Like in the Vigilus campaign, there were also one other Necropolian Hawks or something, or some Primaris chapter, and Dishonored. So they are really sturdy and fight in grueling conditions. They are really resistant to biochemical weapons and stuff like that. And there's some Son of Dawn or something like that. And that's it. Resistant to biochemical weapons, close quarter firefights.
Painted in bone white armor with green accents.
Yeah, I have some ideas like that.
God, I hate the new Space Marine helmets. I despise their look so much.
Yeah.
Which ones?
I mean, I have some Primaris
Out
unit.
of all the Space Marine helmets, why would they choose to upgrade the Mark V?
Wasn't it the Mark IV?
Wait, which set was Maximus?
Maximus is Mark IV.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Mark IV helmet actually looks better than the Primaris helmet.
Oh yeah, I agree.
I don't.
I mean, but in the Primaris range, there's like much stuff that I actually don't like, but I like the Gravis armor because, yeah, that's the closest I can get to having troops as something as tough as Terminators.
Unless you take the test. I mean, the whole Indomitus Crusade brought back chapters that were decimated. Like, they brought back the soldiers.
And the Lamenters, I'm pretty sure.
Well, the Lamenters still aren't done with their Penitent Crusade, and they're still sticking around.
But they
Somehow.
still recruit.
What the hell happened to Mark 9 power armor? Why did they skip that in the narrative?
No idea.
Yeah.
Because 10
We
sounds
had- we
better
had-
than 9.
It's a little bit like in text-to-speech device. When we don't talk about the missing Primarchs. Why? Because we don't talk about them.
We have Mark 1,
Same
Mark
with
2, Mark
that.
3, 4,
But
5, 6, 7, 8, no 9, just straight to 10.
It's because it was an absolute travesty that no one wants
And,
to talk about.
and
or relive.
obviously the biggest reason is they wrote the Primaris lore after the marketing team had already been like, okay, we're putting up ads tomorrow, write lore. They're like, oh shit, Mark 10 armor. Then some fan points out, actually we were on Mark 8. Why is there no 9? And the writers, because they can't admit that they fucked up, they just went, no, because.
They couldn't bother to count.
I thought Mark 9 armor was their beginning sets.
But like the Mark 1 was the Thunder Warrior armor, or not? Or the Proto power armor stuff.
It's about the proto power armor. That's because Thunder Warrior power armor is not considered part of this series or this line for Space Marines.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah, Mark 1
most of the Thunder Warrior era stuff was its own thing
Still
entirely.
used
Like
as
it's that era of equipment was all put together kind of rapidly, quickly, just so they could take over Terra as fast as possible.
Yeah. The Mark II Crusade power armor. It reminds me of a Zaku for some reason.
What does?
A little bit Gundam.
The Mark II Crusade power armor. Their helmet was just a singular visor. They couldn't move their neck, so their helmet, they had like a visor eye that can go from side to side.
Same thing as Iron Armor.
Calcia asks, were we talking about the Castellans of the Rift before? Question mark. Oh, were we?
I guess they were the Castellan of the Rift. There were many weird Primaris chapters on Vigilus, so...
I don't know.
But circling back quickly to the missing Primarchs, I have no doubt in my mind that the missing Primarchs were killed by Russ.
Well, he pretty much said as much.
Yeah.
I mean, there was... I told my girlfriend about all that Primarch stuff, and she read stuff on Warhammer Wiki and stuff, and then she said, just imagine... because she heard stuff about that female Space Marine stuff, and she then said, just imagine, GW brings back the missing Primarchs, and they're both females, so you got female Space Marines.
You'd have...
And I looked at her with just horror and disgust and was like, no, please, no, don't give them ideas.
Well, the thing is, it's already been theorized is that's what they're gonna end up doing. Like, that's been speculated that's GW's plan for a while.
But to be honest, if you put in female Space Marines, you would devalue, in my opinion, the Battle Sisters.
That's what I've been saying.
Yes.
And every time you mention that to the nut jobs on Twitter, who vehemently demand female Space Marines, one of two reactions
Five
is you...
people on Twitter.
Well, no, it's more than 5. That's what scares me. Is there's still the minority. I know that, but when you're on Twitter, they do a very good job of making you feel alone.
But why? Just imagine. It's like, what do you want? An enemy girl head on the body of a Primaris?
Well, that's the thing. They're what they're picturing is not what a female Space Marine would look like. A female Space Marine would look the exact same as a normal Space Marine.
I mean, did they ever?
Not only that, but sorry.
No, it's just like, did they never see a woman that makes like body and bodybuilding sports ever? I worked at the military for years, and we had some female soldiers in the army. They were like super buffed and rigged, and they never looked like an anime girl.
But at the same time,
and you got to keep in mind the gene seed's effect on the appearance. The thing is, most of the Space Marines don't look the way they do after they receive the gene seed than they did before. They always inherit like the appearance of their Primarch. So let's say a brown-haired boy makes it through the trials for Sanguinius and becomes a Space Marine of the Blood Angels. He's gonna come out of that tomb, that coffin thing they go in, with blonde hair.
Yep.
I mean, it happened to
it's going to do some more stupid retcons, because they always, like Malcador said, he always wanted all of them to be female, all the Primarchs, all of them. It's explicit that all 20. That it says.
Yeah, that's new writing. I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, like Neoth. That's also new writing.
Oh, Neoth.
Neoth. It just sounds like King of the Cat People. Like if I was to write like a fictional like a King of.
Just imagine
cat
40k Horus Heresy, a movie in like 20 parts with real actors, and who plays the Emperor? Keanu Reeves, because Neoth.
Ha 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 ha.
No, it would be so bad.
Henry Cavill has to be Horus.
I hate the retcon that they did.
I don't want to see a bald.
I don't want to see him bald.
Henry Cavill could be like Constantine Valor because he's so much into custodians.
I think I would like to see out of the Primarchs if we're gonna have theorize him. I'll let you guys say first. Captain Goose, you already said you want to see him as Horus. Afio, who do you think Henry Cavill would play as out of the Primarchs in a theoretical Horus Heresy movie?
The Primarchs. I mean, he would be. I mean, he can be. Not
I would
like.
have him be the Emperor in general. He has already that chin.
Yeah, that's one possibility, but I think he would also.
Yeah, but
be
out of
good,
the Primarchs, I'm excluding the Emperor as a possibility.
I would say
Dorn maybe.
And he would also be a super edgelord Corvus Corax.
Lionel Johnson, just give him dyed hair.
Well, be the same thing with Dorn. It's like just
because Sanguinius, it's gonna look super weird with blonde hair.
Yeah, but find someone that's
Roman as Dorn.
Just like Fulgrim and Sanguinius are like the hardest to cast.
I guess.
Because they're like two.
I have some distaste for Ron Perlman right now, but that's outside of his acting. So.
Yeah.
He's a big dum dum.
And it's what they all are.
With the exception of those who just avoid it altogether, is like, yeah, we pretend to be people for a living.
Just a weird idea for the Primarchs. Just what Primarch would you give Kevin Sorbo?
Kevin Sorbo?
I don't know what he looks like.
Can you send me a picture of what he looks like, please?
The Hercules guy from the TV show.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Kyle the Conqueror.
I don't know what he looks like now, though.
Old, but the same.
Actually, I thought he aged pretty well. So.
Yeah, actually, a bit older, but he still looks the same.
Ferris Manus.
I could see him as either Ferris or Horus, actually, because I'm picturing him bald in my head. I think he could play a Horus.
Just take Vin Diesel for Horus.
No, different.
Actually, there's merit to that. I actually agree with that a little bit. The problem is he would that the only reason that works in my mind is during Heresy, Horus, like corrupted Horus. I think Vin Diesel could play that pretty well. I wouldn't cast him to play Horus roundabout though. Like I can't picture him playing good guy Horus.
Just imagine having like something like Terry Crews playing Vulcan.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, Sam J. Jones is Horus.
What was that? The guy from Lord of the Rings that played the King Aragorn?
That's Viggo Mortensen. He's very much aged though.
Yeah, but he aged quite a bit.
He aged hard. He was in his 40s when he filmed that, and that was 20 years ago.
It has a chance, but it does not happen like that. The gene seed cannot alter that much. No, it changes hair color. It absolutely does. That's like the one thing it definitively changes.
Idris Elba as Vulcan.
That's where.
I could get behind that.
What you call it?
That's a weird casting.
Canidus Helix also grows.
Check the voice chat. Because there was someone making like a chart for every Primarch and actor, and that's some weird. That's a weird taste within it.
Not every time. I'm pretty sure it does happen every time.
Yeah, just Christian Bale as Conrad Curse.
Yeah, as soon as you just should hum.
No.
Lionel Johnson. Who is that actor? I've seen him before.
Someone from Game of Thrones, maybe? I don't know.
He also played Ajax from Deadpool.
Harrison Ford as Gilliman.
No.
Lorgar? No, that guy's too old. The thing is, the Primarchs all would be rather young-ish.
Just imagine Imhotep as Horus.
Vulcan.
Sam, I'm telling you,
if he was still alive, if he was still alive, I think Michael Clark Duncan would have been a perfect, just in personality too. Like, would have been a perfect Vulcan.
Yes, he
would have been a perfect Vulcan. Oh, may he rest in peace.
You know he was Atlas in the God of War series?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah. Sam J. Jones. Nobody knows who that is, and I love that fact.
J. Jones. Can you show me a picture?
James Earl Jones, the Lion King, Mufasa.
Oh, James Earl
Darth Vader.
Jones. Yeah.
Voice of Darth Vader.
Oh, Sam J. Jones.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't. You send me an image?
Have you ever seen Flash Gordon?
Yes, but
Yes.
like years ago.
That's him.
Okay, are we talking his prime or now?
In its prime, maybe.
No, now, honestly.
Can you send me a picture of what he looks like now? Because that was years ago.
Okay, I mean, yeah, he's an old guy, but I think he can do it. If not, maybe a Malcador. Honestly, a Perturabo could do.
Horace. Nah, I wouldn't. Why is there so many really, really old guys in this image? Conrad Chris. I kind of agree with that one, actually. Kind of agree with the person who made this set of actors playing. I kind of agree with Christian Bale playing Conrad Kurz.
What American Psycho?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. Like, I remember his performance in that, and I'm just kind of like, alright, so just change his skin really pale, add some teeth, eye contacts, and add hair extensions.
Some bloody claws and you're good to go.
Yeah, like, I could totally see it, actually. I could totally see him nailing that role, actually. Ferris Manus being played by... fuck, what's it? That's the actor's name.
Tatum? Wasn't it the Tatum guy?
Channing Tatum. Yeah, Channing Tatum.
I've been mute this entire time. Bullshit.
No. I can't see Channing Tatum playing any of them well. He's got the body,
Legolas is
but he doesn't got the acting chops.
Just check for Gilliman's role. I would love to see Harrison Ford as Gilliman.
No.
I don't think he'd go for it. And, most of this image I don't agree with.
Terry Crews as Vulcan would be funny.
The Orlando Bloom playing Fulgrim, I can actually say that. That would work.
Yeah.
Christian Bale, Conrad Kurz, I agree with that. And Terry Crews playing Vulcan, yeah, I could go with that, yeah. Pretty
You can
much
make it work.
everybody else on this list, though, I don't agree with.
But why did they took Dolph Lundgren as Alfarius Omegon?
No.
I think he should be Angron.
I mean,
Who was the
Not a
actor
horse,
who
then Perturabo.
Who was the actor who played the Kingpin in the Daredevil Netflix series?
Netflix series?
I
I
don't
don't
remember
know
his
his
name.
name. I know who you're talking about, but I
Oh,
don't
the
know
guy
his
from
name.
The Shield. The guy from The Shield, right?
Maybe. I'm trying to. It's like the guy who played Kingpin.
there's a Daredevil TV show on Netflix.
You're behind.
Yeah, there's a Daredevil one. It was actually pretty good.
What?
Actually, I used Netflix. My girlfriend has Netflix, and I used it once because she said she doesn't like Star Trek, and I said, "Did you ever watch something from Star Trek?" And she
that
said,
depresses
"No."
me. Me and your girlfriend would not get along.
Just wait. And then I said, "Okay, we start with Star Trek Voyager," and she was like, "After 2 episodes, I'm like, I go to bed," and she's okay. I keep watching.
Kind of a good choice.
And
As a
then-
starter. As a starter.
Yeah, after Voyager, she was okay. Is there something else? And I said, you couldn't watch The Next Generation or Deep Space Nine.
I would have started her on Deep Space Nine, moved her to Voyager, and then Enterprise, and then TNG.
I thought people didn't like Voyager.
I
like Voyager.
I like it.
I like-
I like it. I grew up
I like
watching that
parts
with
of
my
it.
sister. It's not as good as the others. But it's better than
I wanna know where
STD.
they got
Which
just-
that's an
yeah.
extremely low bar, though. Just saying.
It's better
I
than
wanna
all
know
the
where they
modern
got all the
shit. It's
torpedoes.
better than all the modern shit by leaps and bounds.
And
Like I said,
never forget
Star
that
Trek Enterprise is very fucking underrated.
Yes,
the
it
early
is.
2000s
Yes,
one.
it is. I'm
Season 1 and
still
2
mad that got
were
canceled.
not that great, but the Zindi arc was fantastic.
Yeah, and the thing
Yes,
is,
it was.
what makes me so mad is they canceled it after they'd wrapped up. After they'd wrapped up season 3, or after they canceled it as they were doing season 3, and so they had to fit in all the major things they wanted to do. Well, they canceled it season 3, and then they canceled it, but they'd already were doing filming for it, so they got one more season after that. Then they had to end it because this is back when they canceled you and gave you time to wrap up what you were doing. Like, this wasn't canceled, you're done immediately. This was cancel, and here's how much time you have left. Like, here's what we will continue to air, but after that, we're shutting you down.
it's just there was also talks about after the Star Trek Nemesis movie that they would make a TV show about the USS Titan, the ship that Captain Riker used. And when people said, "Is there anyone you know in the Titan books? Anyone you know?" Yeah, and the security officer on the USS Titan under Captain Riker was actually Mr. Tuvok. So,
Hell yeah.
could have been funny.
Tuvok was great.
Have you guys read up the lore on the Star Trek Online games on all the new ships designed? The new
No.
Enterprise?
Nope.
no.
I am not up to
Was
date
it-
at all with that game.
Warp
It's
Speed
actually really
Black or
fucking
something.
cool. So right now there's an alliance between the Federation, Romulans, and Klingons, and are designing warships that have combined all their styles and all their technologies.
Just one question. Is there blood wine on board? If not, then that's bullshit.
Well, they're all manned by Romulans, Federation, and Klingons all together.
So yes, is the answer.
Okay, so there's also Romulan ale.
And the newest
Depending,
Enterprise is really cool.
I know that Romulan
The newest-
ale was contraband and illegal for a long time. I don't know. The Federation really never legalized it.
Yeah, just in voice. That was the Luna class, the USS Titan, that would have been Captain Riker's ship.
I'm still of the opinion that an Akira class should have been a hero ship in some show. I love that ship so much. It's my favorite.
I want to know where Voyager got all of its torpedoes.
We don't talk about that.
Well, no, there is an explanation. Throughout the system, they continued to switch out photon torpedoes out along route. When they switched to quantum, that was a time thing with Admiral Janeway. But as for maintaining their photon torpedo, it was established that even the Kazon Nistrum used a form of photon torpedoes in the Delta
just
Quadrant.
traded for them.
Yeah, they mention it in several episodes that they've done trade.
I think they really should have. Yeah, I think they should have featured.
Fun
that
fact: a
more.
lot of there was actually in one of the Voyager books. They even go into more detail of how they maintained most of their supplies, including dilithium, throughout that series. And even in the show, it's in subtext. You got to pay attention to what they're saying, because in a lot of side convos, they mention where they're getting supplies and how they're maintaining stuff. But in the books, they go in more detail about it. And the tac, which are featured in the episode with the giant parasites. Those giant flying parasites, the tac actually, after they dealt with the infestation and Neelix got recovered, they reinitialized conversations with the tac, and the tac actually provided them a way to replicate the warheads without using too much replicator technology on their ship, so they could keep a steady supply of photon torpedoes.
Didn't they also buy or trade weapons? There was one episode when after 7 of 9 joined, when they were on some planet with a weapons trader, and they checked out some super, I don't know, space ionic cannon or something, and the entire show was about 7 trauma and stuff.
Yeah, they didn't actually successfully trade with the guy though, because of what went down.
It's just the implication that they actually trade for stuff they need, so it wouldn't. shocked me that they found another like civilization and said, we need photon torpedoes. Yeah, here, let's buy some.
Yeah, most of what they learned after dealing with the Kazon that they can't reveal that they can replicate stuff. So they ended up trading a lot of replicated supplies while not being clear that they're replicated. So they would trade. Yeah, they would trade food. They would do that. And outside of trade, they also, because the Voyager was a science vessel, the Intrepid class is a science vessel. They actually had supplies on board to create mining drills and stuff like that, and refineries for ore. So they also maintain their dilithium supply personally. Like there's actually 2 episodes, especially in season 1 and 2. Where they stop at planets and an asteroid cluster to mine dilithium. So their maintain of supply throughout that series does have an explanation.
Yeah, I wish they'd explain more and like made it more of a struggle for them. I think the best example is like Enterprise when they're in the Expanse during the Xindi arc. I think that should have been like the bulk of like the Voyager show is like them up against it.
Yeah, I would have preferred the whole show to be like the Year of Hell arc.
Yeah, that's the best explanation.
I read what the original plan for Voyager was going to be. What the creator for the series for Voyager was the plan to be. It was supposed to be a survival series, like a horror-esque survival series, where the ship will end up being broken down as you go along to the series.
Wasn't they're gonna have the writers like went on to work on the Battlestar Galactica reboot?
Yeah.
Oh,
which I very much enjoyed that show.
What's wrong with replicated stuff?
Replicated stuff is, as far as I understand it and how it's explained, is it's not. There is a tangible feel difference between replicated, like for example, food. If you replicate a pizza, for example, apparently there's something about the taste that doesn't match up with the real thing, and that's because it's computer generated. It's like
they say something about that? Sorry, in was it the Next Generation episode when they kept Picard a love interest, and then that commander lady created recipes in the replicator, and so he tasted it and he said it's almost like the real thing because you have to give inputs and like create the recipe.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the same issue with like all computer like it's kind of realistic with how computers work. Like the computer generates it to the best of its ability based on the description of the item, how the food's put together and all that, and it tries its best to create it. But it's missing all of the nuance of what it's manifesting. What you were eating is real. It's tangible. It's food. You're actually digesting it, and it has all the nutrients and everything of the real thing. But it's the flavor. It's the substance of the real thing that is lacking because the computer has no way of actually calculating all the possible parameters that would make like one vintage of wine different from another. That's why replicated goods are considered of lesser value than the real thing. So if you replicate blood wine, Klingons find that insulting most of the time because they instantly, from the smell, can tell if it's replicated. Because there's a tangible difference between replicated blood wine and real blood wine, and Klingons instantly can recognize it.
And it's like in Deep Space Nine with the security officer who went rogue was like talking about how he'd never eaten anything not replicated when he actually went to like a colony world, like in the demilitarized zone with the Maquis.
Yeah.
He actually started like eating like fresh grown, like homegrown crops. And he's like, this is so much better.
Yeah, there's a very strong, tangible difference between replicated goods and the real thing. And I kind of like that that's maintained throughout the series because it's mentioned in Voyager, it's mentioned in TNG. Hell, it was well, no, I don't think it was actually mentioned in the original series, but it was mentioned in all of the 90s series.
Well, that original series didn't have replicators.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, they they didn't. Huh. I was so used to it with all the other series. It's hard to remember that. Yeah, a lot
Wasn't
of the
it
stuff.
also in one of the Next Generations? In one of the Next Generation episodes when Captain Picard came back to Earth after the Borg stuff happened, his brother was also always complaining about synthetic alcohol and it's not the real thing, and he always warned Captain Picard, just don't drink it too fast because it's the real thing. You can get drunk from this stuff.
Yeah. He teased him about it, and yeah, that's correct. Because the thing is, the artificial alcohol that you can get on the ships,
Synthale.
yeah, synthale is implied to be basically non-toxic. Like, it doesn't actually get you drunk. You could drink synthale all day, and the most you'll ever get is
have the intoxicants.
Yeah, the most you'll ever get is a little warm. Like you might get the alcohol content of it is like a very micro small thing. So you can't get properly intoxicated on synthale.
Well, that explains why the bars were always so popular on the ships then.
Yep, that's why Quarks was so extremely popular on Deep Space Nine, especially with the crew, because Quarks
he could get the good stuff.
He could get the real shit. So that's kind of
proposed in the
to have the good
what
shit.
The new Enterprise in Star Trek Online looks like, and the Alliance ships. It's called the Khitomer Alliance.
Khitomer Alliance, like the Khitomer Accords.
Yeah, it's a secondary one. They had a secondary one that includes now the Romulans,
okay.
And they have a new symbol that combines like Klingon and the Federation symbol together.
Wow, those are actually really cool designs.
I do like those, actually.
Yeah, I might have to start playing again to get one.
I would like Star Trek Online more if we didn't have to go on the surface and do away missions, because honestly,
yeah,
they're
if
kind
it was
of
just ship
trash.
combat, yeah, I agree. Although I remember when they added the ability to be a classic crewman. I loved that. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah.
I love me my Constitution.
I might play it again sometime, but Glorious Ferengi, yes, the Ferengi. That I always love how they're portrayed in the series, because when they were first introduced, they were kind of like villains, and then as a show,
they were like cartoon villains, or like cartoon depictions of greedy capitalists, and But in like Deep Space Nine, they got a whole lot of depth.
Which is what I love about Deep Space Nine is the level of nuance they like throw in with the Ferengi. Is like yeah, they're greedy bastards, but their way of life works. Like Ferenginar is the way it is because it's kept them alive. Like the Ferengi's way of life isn't wrong necessarily. It's just for them they enjoy it, and it's their form of their lifestyle that they prefer to live. Yeah, they have flaws like any other race, and theirs are, to humans in particular, more glaring. But even Quark put it best himself that not Under the Pale Moonlight, that's another episode. The battle
the AR, was it the Siege one, or
yeah, it was
about like
the Siege one when they were helping out the outpost that was trying to that was up against
like Siege of AR something, I don't know.
AR 115, I think, or something like that. Yeah, Quark put it best himself. Like, yeah, humans are like to act enlightened, and they are good people. They are good, solid people, as long as their bellies are full and their holosuites are working. The moment those are taken away, they become far more vicious than even the most bloodthirsty Klingon. And that's kind of the thing with the Ferengi is, even at their worst, they still are pretty just greedy assholes. Like, they act their best and their worst at pretty much all the time. Like the Ferengi don't really become aggressive, violent creatures. They just kind of are what they are all the time. They keep it real, essentially.
Isn't that why his nephew joining Starfleet was such a big deal?
Yeah, it was unheard of, because Ferengi culture does not really do that. Even with how Nog joined, he still kept a lot of the personality traits of a Ferengi. He just also added the sensibilities of humans.
Wasn't it in the Dominion War part where Nog was on board the Defiant and everyone had, where did you get that whiskey? And he's just said, I'm still a Ferengi.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I may have...
Like, how did we get like the Saurian brandy or something like that? It's like, yeah, don't ask.
Yeah, like that's one thing I really like about the Ferengi is, yeah, they are greedy assholes, but they're not bad. Like they're not evil. They're just kind of the way they live is the way they live. It's how they've survived, and it's how they like to be. And if anything, they're the most honest with themselves than any other race.
They're the most chaotic neutral of all.
Very much.
But to be honest, one of the best parts about the Ferengi in Deep Space Nine was when Quark married the Klingon
yeah, that was
woman,
hilarious.
and he destroyed them with the rules of acquisition.
I am convinced. You guys remember the Magnificent Ferengi episode? That needed to be basically a spin-off show by itself. It's just entirely the Magnificent Ferengi. When they when they make the team up to rescue Quark's mom.
Yes, that was great.
Just have them getting lost in like the Gamma Quadrant somewhere, or like just on a ship, just having to do random zany adventures.
Every episode would be cringy, but incredibly entertaining.
Yes.
I tried to figure something out about the Kithomer Alliance ship. From what Klingon ship did they take the nacelle ship? Because it looks like one of the older designs.
So, I forget a lot of the lore. It's just that they wanted to add the best aspects to defend their borders because there was like a very great threat. I forget what it was because in the new era there was like a lot of shit went down. They had the mirror universe collide with the mainline universe. They were trying to invade. They had the mirror universe Deep Space Nine teleporting into the mainline universe and
Yeah, just think about it. Like the old Klingon ship was the Kitinga class. Looks a little bit like the Alliance ship from the nacelle.
that thing's huge, by the way. Like that fucking Alliance ship, it's fucking massive.
Is that one you just posted? Is that a D7?
No, it's the Kitinga. The D7
Kitinga?
looks a little bit different.
Wow.
The new Klingon ships, they look so badass in the new era in Star Trek Online. They have like bigger, like they're fucking huge now.
But the second picture is
Like
a
an
D7.
class.
They already
size.
done with Temporal War? Last time I took place in the game was when the temporal stuff started coming out.
But to be honest, one of the best ships, in my opinion, was the Sovereign class Enterprise, because when First Contact came to the cinema, we had like this 5 feelings experience cinema with sound, and the seats were shaking. And the first time when the Enterprise was like driving by the seat, the view, and like the entire seat was. It was just awesome.
Side note, my favorite
This
episodes
one.
of Voyagers are the World War II episodes.
The one where it was a simulation,
Or
or
it's like the Voth or whatever took over. And was
they
No, not
took
that.
half the ship.
The
the
Herosian.
Herosian. It was the
Herosian,
Herosian.
that's what it
Yeah,
was.
the Herosian.
Why am I thinking Voth?
I had no idea, but it was the Herosian.
Voth were the dinosaur people.
Yes.
I guess they're both reptilian.
This one was it in the cinema, and it was like on Super Dolby Surround something, and the entire cinema was shaking in this.
That was so cool. Even though you can't hear the ship in space.
That doesn't matter. That's just a rule of cool. You need to hear the awesome sound.
New Enterprise in Star Trek Online is basically a stupidly more powerful version of the Sovereign class, but it also can separate has saucer separation.
I always thought the saucer separation was interesting. I kind of, not gonna lie, the first time I saw it, I kind of reacted to that the same way I reacted to Power Rangers. I was like, oh my god, so cool, Dad! My dad's like, what the fuck is going on?
That's kind of my impression I got of the Prometheus class. It just it struck me as sort of like a something that's like, oh, this is so cool. I'm like, this is just dumb.
Go Power Rangers!
That's what I got. Like when the
You don't
Prometheus
understand
split
modern
into 3
art.
ships is like just Power Rangers theme.
I recommend watching Super Sentai.
I probably won't. I grew up with Power Rangers too much. I would.
Sorry, I don't
probably
wanna watch
couldn't.
Super hentai.
If you want to, I recommend Gosei Sentai. It's fucking
Sentai.
amazing.
I heard Super Hentai or something.
I heard
Like,
Super
there's
Sentai.
another level of hentai.
It's called.
Yeah, I know. I was making a bad joke.
But we all
I
know.
grew up with Power Rangers, so watching the same footage but with a slightly different storyline with Super Sentai would just kind of throw me off.
Not actually. Not bad. Actually, not that bad. You get it's not very drastic. Some are, but some aren't.
There's something missing. What was the comic relief duo Bulk and Skull?
Oh yeah.
You know you get fan service in the giant Super Sentai. You know that, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
Didn't they just do?
Dude, in Gosei Sentai, that's the one where we got the after their Megazord was destroyed in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they got the new ones, and Tommy became the White Ranger.
Yeah.
That's the series they got it from, called Gosei Sentai, and in that series, their villains are basically PG-13 Hellraisers.
I'm sorry, PG-13 and Hellraiser does not conjure up any images. My file system is not that effective.
You know how they dress in BDSM? That's what the villains look like.
BDSM is the with needles and shit sticking out of the head and their face skin flesh peeled back.
Because the villains are called the Goma. That's what they're called, and you do see children dying in the Japanese version.
Oh, yeah,
and this is for
This
kids.
is the Japanese. They're like, children death, murder, death, boobs, ass, fucking
And
blood on camera.
the White Ranger
For kids.
is actually a kid, and the first introduction you get of the kid is him harassing a girl and touching her boobs.
Oh my god.
Hey, it's Japan.
Ever go in, Calcio? Rest well, my friend. Rest and sleep well, young one.
The Red Ranger in Gosei Sentai, his father is actually a Goma himself, and it's actually basically a Star Wars story, a Darth Vader storyline, and it's actually really cool.
I mean, to be honest,
They
it's
just
Japanese,
do a
so there
Super
was.
Sentai series where they brought the original girls back, but now they're like 30-some-year-old mothers.
Didn't they bring in some Power Ranger episode, like every Power Ranger and everything back, and there was like an entire army of 20 million Power Rangers standing around?
Yeah, they
and
did
the
that
grass
in,
was exploding by awesomeness.
Yeah, they did that in,
Yeah.
in the most recent Power Rangers series.
Yeah, and the Japanese version of it is way superior because they have also the originals. Because Mighty Morphin Power Rangers was like the 20th version they already had of Super Sentai over there.
Yeah.
In Japan.
Yeah, but I mean, in Japan, nothing. It's like surprises me when I remember there was like when you have like the Godzilla movies, there were like the dramatic Godzilla movies. Then there was like this weird kids Godzilla stuff, and even when Godzilla versus the Smog Monster, when they had like a show made for kids that looked some LSD trip, while the Smog Monster was dissolving people into skeletons and something like that.
Yeah, by the way, the director for Godzilla vs. Smog Monster, you have to thank him for having Godzilla come to America.
Which one?
Because
the new one or the old one? The one that we don't talk
about? They think all of them.
So
because
we have him to blame, is what you're saying.
That's because he's been trying to make the sequel for Godzilla vs. the Smog Monster for so long, and he's been going to everybody, but everybody always fucks him over and does something different.
Just about Godzilla, okay? Godzilla, just if you never watched Godzilla Final Wars, that's just the thing that everyone wanted to see about the American Godzilla. In voice chat, there's something perfect for you.
Actually, the thing is, and I still stand by this, I actually have a bit of a guilty pleasure in the 90s Godzilla film.
Yeah.
You know, I have a bit of a soft spot for it. It's dog shit compared to the rest of the series. I'm not pretending it's good by any means, but I enjoy it.
It's not the worst Godzilla movie by far. It's not.
But it's a decent monster movie.
Yeah, I tend to not think of it as I tend not to think of it as a Godzilla film. I think of it as a film with a large lizard monster, but
which is why I think everyone's basically taking to calling him Zilla instead.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you think of him like that and you don't try and graft Godzilla proper onto it, it's actually more fun.
Yeah, and also you have to blame Togo Kingdom because they had to approve this shit. They had to have this shit presented to them and approve it.
Yep.
And say yes for it to be made.
I did enjoy as a kid the cartoon series that came out of it. That was a improvement.
The animated
series that came from
that was actually I enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was actually not bad. Like, and he got his atomic breath back. He's fighting other monsters, and I think Toho, I think was more of a fan of that one. Than...
Just for asking, there's another Godzilla TV show.
Yeah.
Because I knew one from really way back when Godzilla was like a comic character in a comic show.
Hanna-Barbera's Godzilla. Nobody has seen Hanna-Barbera's Godzilla?
I've seen some, yeah.
Yeah.
One it was like on the
ship.
With you had Godzuki, that little the baby Godzilla or whatever.
We don't talk about Godzuki.
Yes,
it's the same with Minilla.
There is some blasphemy we do not present.
But the theme song's amazing. Up from the depths, 30 stories high, breathing fire, head in the sky, Godzilla.
I love the design of the ship that they were on too.
Huh?
The Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Where
they had laser vision for some reason.
Who saw the Godzilla vs. Kong?
It was definitely like over the top ridiculous, but I had fun with it.
I have not seen it.
My favorite part is when they destroy the Nimitz. Or wait, no, that was the
when they're fighting on top of the aircraft carrier.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I thought it was goofy and over the top, but that's something I actually kind of want with Godzilla. Like, actually, I liked the 2014 one in terms of just how gritty and intense it was.
Well, the thing is, that's kind of what you should want out of a kaiju film. Like, yeah, they have the plot there because they need to justify the film and make sure it runs longer than 3 minutes.
For me, because I'm very invested in like the kaiju genre. I have seen kaiju movies where you can have such insane action, but they still have a very well-developed story. I have seen that, and there's been movies like that. So
Godzilla
just
versus the Jaeger Corps.
So it's such a disservice trying to say that the kaiju movies are silly.
I would kill for someone to
like
do a Pacific Rim Godzilla crossover.
Silly in an endearing way.
But like wasn't it Pacific?
I want to see Gypsy Danger punch Godzilla in the face.
With the ship.
Oh, guaranteed he would lose to Godzilla. Really? I think.
I need to watch that film again soon. That was such a good film.
You know,
Pacific Rim,
the
yeah.
first Godzilla vs. King Kong movie.
So
it was
underrated.
supposed to be it came into existence because the animator for the King Kong puppet proposed for a King Kong sequel called King Kong vs. Frankenstein or Promethean. It was going to be King Kong fighting a monster that's made out of animal parts.
You know what? That's the most fucked up BS about all Godzilla movies, because in the German releases they catched up about this Frankenstein stuff, so they made like German Godzilla titles in Frankenstein versus
Frankenstein's monster. I know all about that. That's amazing.
Something. And it's what like when you watched when you checked the TV book, you had like a weekly TV show book back then, and it's like Frankenstein something, and I never knew if is this something about Mary Shelley's Frankenstein or is this Godzilla? Because in the German version there were like 6 Godzilla movies called Frankenstein versus the Saurier or something, or the dinosaurs from the foregone age and stuff like that, and it was like.
So, to finish the story of how King Kong vs. Godzilla came to be made, I don't remember. I'm always bad with names, but I'm very good at remembering the stories.
The one they just did.
The older one, the old one, the 1960, the 1958, I think.
No, later than that, I thought.
it came into existence because he proposed the idea for that movie to a lot of studios, but nobody would want it or make it. And he had a partner that went over there to Japan to talk to Toho Kingdom. To talk to Toho Kingdom about it, and Toho Kingdom said yes, but they decided instead of having Frankenstein, they changed it to Godzilla. But the guy who proposed the idea didn't know about it, so he didn't get any credit and left him out of the project.
Sounds like the standard bureaucracy and all that shit.
It's the puppeteer, the guy who did the animation for King Kong. He was the one that proposed the idea, and actually later died of a heart attack because of all the stress and bullshit he went through because of it.
That sucks.
And depression. While his partner got all the praise and all the money. And Frankenstein, he was later used, but in his own movie called Frankenstein Conquers the World.
Wasn't it also the Gargantuans or something?
That's a sequel to that's a sequel to Frankenstein Conquers the World. The Santa and Gyra are like his sons that are made from his cells.
I enjoy the new King Kong movie too. Vietnam theme.
Oh yeah, the Skull Island.
I mean, I watched it. Was
I like the one with Jack Black.
Peter Jackson.
The Peter Jackson film.
I like that one personally.
Yeah, it was good.
Have a good night, Bo. Thank you for joining.
The giant bug part of that creeped me out though.
Can't hang with cool kids.
You say that now that he's gone.
No, the thing is, I watched Skull Island, the Godzilla film with Loki, with my girlfriend. At the moment, my girlfriend saw that the Captain Marvel actress in the movie, she just went out of the room and never came back.
That's a good decision.
What's up? I didn't hear about the Marvel actress.
No, in one of the Kong movies, there was the actress from Captain Marvel, and my girlfriend can't stand her. And the moment she sees her in the movie, she just leaves the room before she gets a tantrum.
Brie Larson?
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know.
She played next to no important anything really in the Skull Island movie. You can just ignore her.
She was kind of like the fucking blonde chick in the movie, but not really because it didn't win with that storyline for Skull Island.
Bless you.
Hadouken.
The official sequel for the original King Kong movie was called Son of Kong, where you follow a small Kong that's an albino actually.
Of course, they have to make a clip. You know what? I'm not even going to say it.
What's the name of the guy? What's the name of in the movie? The guy Jack Black played. What's the name of that character? Because you follow him in the sequel after the aftermath of the first King Kong movie.
I don't remember his character's name.
Because he gets blamed for everything, which is justifiable because he's the one that put the show on, and basically runs away with like his girlfriend back to Skull Island to find either a new life or a new creature to bring back so they can make more money so they can pay the fucking city the debt, or they go to prison. And they find a small Kong, an albino one. He's very small and much more gentle and kinder than his father.
So, and where's
That's
Mommy?
the thing, though. They shouldn't be on the hook for that debt because they told no flash photography and everybody took pictures.
Yeah, but where's Mommy Kong in all that part?
I'll talk to that about later. I'll talk to that about later. King Kong Lives is a weird movie. So, as the story goes, they do find the son of Kong, they befriend it, and you get your normal shenanigans on Skull Island, but they later find out the island is actually sinking. So
Is
it
it a
ends
sequel
with
from the original black and white Ray the Harryhausen one, or
yes, it's the
Okay.
original sequel. And Skull Island is actually sinking. So they try to escape, but it ends in tragedy because the small Kong, he's the last living animal that survives the island for a little bit, but he saves the other two people that he met by holding them up in the air as the island, the last piece of land, sinks into the ocean and he drowns.
Oh,
Well, that sucks.
Yeah. Let me show you a picture. Let me get a picture of what he looks like. He's actually really adorable, and it sucks when he dies. And it's a really painful
Actually,
death. Like it's slow.
they actually made that movie.
Bless you.
So to return to Warhammer, actually, I was a friend of mine told me today I'm a meta chaser, and I didn't even know I'm a meta chaser.
What?
I ordered myself a dreadnought from Forge World for my Blood Angels, and because I like the idea of Volkite weapons, I ordered the twin Volkites for the arms. And then a friend said, you know, that's some like super hardcore meta damage for shooty.
So what? Volkite weapons are cool.
Yeah, it's just like I always like this idea of like this heat burning beam that just makes you into ash dust poof.
Yes, like I said, no disintegration.
Oh, so it's basically a heat ray.
That's why I like the Contemptor dreadnoughts better than the old dreadnoughts. I honestly think that's what dreadnought should be. It's basically humanoid and not this giant box.
I mean, the Leviathan dreadnought, you can make him have Volkite nipples or not?
Yep, that's what I have on him right now.
Yes, Volkite nipples. Whoop whoop.
And those grab things of doom that just crunches tanks.
Grab Flux
Hero
Bomber, that's
units.
the one I have.
Yeah, I want to get an Imperial Fist. One of that, but I also want to get the Imperial Fist Contemptor. And I want to get 2 Volkites, 2 close combat weapons, 2 miniguns.
I mean, one of the funniest, like not 40k, but heresy troops for my Blood Angels are like the Angel tiers, the specialized destroyer squad. Where you have a jump pack. No, not Dominion Zephon, because he looks totally different in the books. He has like a Mark III helmet with a like a crescent on the helmet, and his miniature from GW is with a beaky Mark VI.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so cursed.
Now just imagine the air limb that the angel tiers, they were like a destroyer squad, and they were only used when Sanguinius said, okay, these people are so fucking stupid, I have it. And he just sent the air limb and said, go this direction and destroy stuff. And the Blood Angels in the Heresy have this rule: if they can have a heavy flamer, you can replace it with a rotary cannon, and the Angel tiers can have a heavy flamer, and you can give them a rotary cannon with a suspensory web. So in short, you have a 10-man squad with assault cannons and jump packs. That counts as assault weapons.
Here's a picture I'm putting at the voice chat text. Want to see what you guys think of it.
Cherno's perfect meth lab.
Yeah. Bryan Cranston's
Yes, that is.
It is Bryan Cranston.
That's why it's funny. Mr. White?
Have you guys heard who's the writer for the fucking new Godzilla show they're making for Apple TV, I think? Oh, is it?
Oh God, please no, not April.
No.
Stop. It's just it's a running theme now of these big name streaming
Dude,
companies and corporations getting a hold of a thing, making a show, and then just shitting all over it.
Do you guys know the name Kelly Suriconic?
Yes, and she is one of like the
it's a
cancer,
contender,
the sources
actually.
of cancer. At Marvel
He's the
Comics.
lead writer.
The Dreadnought I'm currently working on, Lane Lunatic, is a Leviathan.
Now, is he going to be a Templar?
Yeah.
By the way, there's a Netflix Godzilla anime. It's really good. Recommend watching it.
It was all right.
Check the one with
The movies, the show.
the one in voice chat. It's one of my favorite like Breaking Bad conversations about Warhammer.
1 second.
Pus is a result of a healthy immune system fighting an infection. It's made largely of white blood cells. You'd expect followers of Nurgle to hate something that represents a healthy body fighting his holy diseases.
I mean, he got a point on this one.
Okay, now that reminds me of the confrontation between Gilliman and Mortarion. That should have been that.
See, he actually might like. See, my diseases are working, so the body is responding to it. It just, I think it's more so the. So pus would just be a natural end result of diseases doing their work.
And painting Black Templars is a little bit like this one.
Well,
That's confirm or deny the making that face.
I've made that face.
Yep.
Because you make one mistake and it very easily shows.
One
We don't make
mistake and
mistakes.
I got scared.
We have happy accidents.
Be little trees on Space Marines. I mean, sometimes I think Space Marines with white armor is like the most nerve-wracking stuff about painting miniatures. If like the entire model is white.
Yeah, trust me,
Like white
as
scars.
someone who's painting Black Templars, the exact same stress is for black. Because you use any color other than black, it shows.
And when I think about it, like a friend of mine, he's totally into white scars, and he has 25 white scar bikers and attack bikes, and I see them every time, and it's like they are so white and they are good painted. But it's too much white, and because the shoulder trimming is red, and bright red on white is also really nerve wracking.
This is amazing. This is my spirit animal.
Spirit animals don't exist. Pig in Australia says 18 beers from campers, gets drunk, fights cow. My spirit animal.
That reminds me of the story of that bear that found that a fucking luggage filled with a fuck ton of cocaine and sniffed it all.
Good shit.
He instantly died like an hour later.
I figure.
What was it, a bear?
Yeah, it's a story about a bear. It's like a real story, and they're making like a
I
movie
think
or a
it
show
was-
based on him.
He ate a bunch, and it's like but you can say he died of it because it just poisoned him. But for that hour, that animal was the most unstoppable killing machine on the planet.
Yes.
What, the terror pig, or wasn't it something?
No, like
Chuck Norris?
a grizzly bear who went and ate a bunch of cocaine.
Oh,
Yeah.
so he's Chuck Norris for an hour.
Just
Yeah,
imagine,
more or less.
just imagine taking a honey badger or a wolverine and giving that one cocaine.
Wolverine.
Then there's Wojtek, the Polish bear that fought in
Wojciech.
yes.
That flung artillery shells like it was going out of business and smoked them back an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And drink coffee.
You know, in World of Tanks, I actually have him as the tank commander for my Polish tanks.
I mean, just imagine a Wolverine on cocaine.
I'm
It'd
sure
basically just be like
Wolverine
a
has done cocaine.
It'd be a non-stop like Sly Marbo scream, and just all the animals fleeing in terror of this tiny little weasel.
I mean, just
crack.
imagine there was some video years back when there was some black bear eating some dead elk or something, and then the Wolverine came and just jumped the bear into the face, and the bear just ran away. It's like, what the fuck? I'm not paid enough for this bullshit.
Well, yeah, it's like that's more common with animals. They typically like standing and fighting. It means risking getting yourself injured, and getting yourself injured means a slow death by starvation.
I mean, but in the point of animals, like a friend of mine here always wanted what is called a Tibetan Mastiff dog. I don't know if you know that dog.
Not specifically.
I want a corgi.
You want to what?
I want to name him Ein. I want a corgi, and I want to name him Ein.
Someone with a
seems
corgi?
wanna-
They're little bastards.
I don't care.
So you want to be
That's a Tibetan Mastiff
you want
dog.
you want to turn your truck into the Bebop?
Consider my backpack has Lagoon Trading Company on it.
Check this one out. The second picture is the Tibetan Mastiff as a pup, and the picture above is when it's a big daddy.
Holy shit.
It's a floofy boy.
Like all dogs, it's adorable as a puppy.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like that when it's angry, but it's just a big chunker because just look at like the size of that dog.
There's so much floof. Look at the floof.
That is an
So much
angry looking motherfucker. That is an angry looking motherfucker.
I want a floof.
You guys know what the Titanoboa is?
Big snake.
That's not a snake. This is a snake. Has anyone seen Morbius yet?
No, I heard that it's garbage.
That's what I've heard. I'm gonna go see it because I want to know if it's fun trash or if it's just trash trash.
It's not even fun trash.
It's not fun trash.
No, it's trash trash.
Aww. That sucks. I was hoping for a
Here you
new.
go.
But for the
Can't
blue,
Titanoboa.
enjoy things anymore.
we have also like a European like dog that's called a Caucasian Shepherd. So it's also a big floofy boy.
Oh.
The Titanoboa was able to eat a full-grown ass alligator with one fucking bite.
Did
Yep.
I want to double boop those snakes.
I saw a documentary about the Titanoboa. That thing looks like it would have been fucking terrifying.
It could fucking strangle a full-grown T-Rex. A fucking...
That's not a dog. That's a bear.
Just imagine a
I
friend
still
of mine
want to
said,
boop the snoot of the floofs.
yeah, but a friend
I
of
would
mine
like
said
to
he
pet
wants to
this
make
creature.
like a crossbreed between a Caucasian Shepherd and a Tibetan
these-
Mastiff.
I want these dogs, and I want them to pull my chariot.
Yeah, a friend
I
of mine
wanna-
said he wants to crossbreed them, but just imagine the Tibetan Mastiff and the Caucasian Shepherd, and in the end you have a dog that you can ride.
I want a pygmy mammoth.
What?
They're just mammoths, but tiny.
But wasn't like one of the most dangerous animals in like the big mammalian time, the terror
Oh no,
pig?
the pygmy
yes.
mammoths are known as to be
I like
as
to
a...
call it the bully pig, or I think that there's another one that was called the hell pig.
Yeah, it was like the terror or hell pig, and it was just like biting or crushing heads of tiny horses with its mouth.
Yeah, I think it was like I think its early ancestors were hunting, but like the bigger variety probably was more so. It basically went around and bullied people out of their kills. So it'd
Just
smell
imagine.
other like wild dogs or wolves got a kill, and just show up and just bully them off the kill. Just take it.
Like, get out my territory.
Because he was gonna stop a hell pig.
Just make a Space Wolf chapter based on the terror pig.
Just curious. I know
Yeah.
Forge World is ludicrously expensive. Is that 3D? Yeah, this is 3D printed. I 3D printed this at home.
Honestly, Forge World's not that bad.
What? 10 Kriegers is $72.
Well, yeah, that's ridiculous, but, you know, Leviathan's $80.
Pygmy
I want
man,
you to
man.
pull up. I want you to pull up Forge World right now, and I want you to look up the Primarch section.
Oh, yeah, that's...
It depends on the Primarch, to be honest.
That's true. Isn't Dorn like only like $100?
Yeah, Sanguinius is a
you
bit
can get
more
Dorn,
expensive.
Sigismund,
he's
and
got
Alexis
wings
Pollux
now.
for $280.
But there's one thing about Forge World, when my girlfriend got me Sanguinius for my birthday last year, and there was the Spear of Telesto missing, and she wrote to Forge World, and what was the reaction? She got another Sanguinius with the Spear.
Yeah, Forge World customer service is out of... I have to say that.
And now I have like 2 Sanguiniuses.
Can you give me one?
One to go get
I'll find one
professionally
in 3D
painted,
print.
and the other to screw up painting your system.
I made a custom Sanguinius model.
You know, there's only one thing that I actually would like to have, and that's it's like the jump pack of Dominion Zephon for Firstborn Marines. Because the jump pack of Dominion Zephon, the Forge World Blood Angel, the Heresy Blood Angel character, is a little bit like the old Raptor jump pack, but without all the Chaos shenanigans.
So one thing I wish they would sell extra bits with the Primarchs, because for Dorn, I'd want to give them a hammer instead of his chains.
I found some old book in my cupboard, and it was like an order, like a catalog or something for Warhammer, and then you had like, okay, that's the Space Burn sprue, that's Power Sword number 3, and then you could pick the parts and you can order them bit by bit, and you get them in the mail order.
I had an old Forge World catalog that still had the sprues that you could get for the Lehman Russes to make it into Krieg Lehman Russes.
Yeah, there was the Centaur carrier in it.
Oh yeah, this was just a sprue to add on to the Lehman Russes.
Yeah,
like
that's
you got the trench rails, the engine compartment, and the cover.
And in the voice chat, I like the Blood Angel Dominion Zephon, and his jump pack is like the old Raptor, but not with horns and pointy stuff on it.
Pointy.
And they still had the Shadow Sword. Still get the Shadow Sword.
Was that the Plasma Baneblade?
Yeah, the Plasma Baneblade, the dual-barreled plasma gun that you had to be really careful firing it because it gets hot, and if it got hot, it could wipe out your side of the map.
There was a like on a Blood Angel collection group. There was one guy like taking the parts from the Heresy books about Dominion Zephon, where he was the description about the character.
Yeah.
It's like the helmet is a bit like
Oh, that's sorry. Going back to price, but go ahead. I'll go after
No,
that.
and the dude that designed Dominion Zephon never read the Heresy books where Dominion Zephon was depicted. Like the part in The Master of Mankind. Greetings, said the pale Blood Angel. His portcullis-faced Mark III helm was under his arm, leaving his face bare. A Mark III helm, and then you get a beaky.
No.
And then they paint him with black hair and his golden hair. Yeah.
Yeah, by the Titan Dreadnought, Leviathan Dreadnought so cheap is they're getting rid of it. They're discontinuing the Titan, or the Leviathans.
I don't know, maybe it would go to GW because they wanted to make Forge World do only character stuff.
Well, Yeah, I was searching the entire website to find cataphractides.
Yeah, they get a new box or a rebranding or something because in the new Heresy box there are cataphractite terminators.
Yeah, because I just need 2 because I want to. The cataphractides that I have are my Imperial Fist. They didn't have the assault cannon yet, so I had them with Reaper auto cannons and proxy as assault cannons used these normal terminators. But then they gave us rules for cataphractides, and I'm like, damn, I really need to get the assault cannon. They came out with the assault cannon. I need that. But I don't want to break my minis to add a new weapon. So I just want to get 2 more minis, add that weapon. We had one of our local shops. We had a contest to just create the most ridiculous 40k character you could. So I just had a Terminator that had 2 assault cannons, had a missile launcher backpack. I put missile launchers on his arm, and that was basically my character. I just made heavy arms Terminator.
I would have gone ham with that contest.
So with 3D printing, make the meme tank.
What?
There was like a meme about the Primaris, was it the Repulsor tank, when they said, okay, there's the Repulsor executioner, and there were extra guns and more guns on the tank.
Yeah, there was a meme where someone like photoshopped like 18 more guns on it.
I wonder if anybody makes a tread conversion for those repulsors, because I can't stand the repulsor tanks. They just don't look right to me. I mean, they're a cool model. It's just the repulsor technology. I don't like the look of it. Kind of like the Turoks having those 2 treaded sections. It's like, no, give them wheels. It's what it's supposed to have. But that's just my opinion.
I prefer them to do repulsors because I don't like their tank tread designs.
The only issue I have with tank treads is the way you have to glue them.
Yeah, like one at a time.
I also miss the old Stormtroopers. Not the original Stormtroopers that just came with berets, but the up-armored Stormtroopers that looked really cool. And the cactuses. Yep. I miss the cactuses.
About that meme tank, looks like someone really made this one.
Oh, okay, that thing will never fucking function.
It will function if you believe hard enough.
If there are enough orcs.
It's part of its design. There's inside the tank. There's literally a.
As a person who loves
that, they basically just make them believe that this tank will function.
Or machine spirits that do all of that.
It says, and here I am thinking of a Land Raider variant with nothing but multi-lasers. Looking at you, CS Gato.
You mean Matt Ward? Everything had multi-lasers. Jesus Christ. Multi-lasers don't even do anything. Remember, Space Marine tanks had multi-lasers. Or when he wrote the Dawn of War novelization, and the Blood Raven saved a guardsman from that planet and made him into a Space Marine, even though the guardsman was like 40 years old. Oh no, it's like 20 still. The only thing I would like to do just to have a themed army would be do a Blood Raven army, but everything is painted really fast over, so you can still see what the original equipment was. So, you got this hasty wash of blood red, and bone yellow, and black, but you can see the yellow with the Imperial Fist insignia on it, shit like that. I thought that would be funny. Feel the dreadnought, and it's just Bjorn the Fell-Handed painted as a blood ring.
Woke up. Wasn't it something like in really old Dark Angels book? There was some dreadnought that was from the time of the heresy, and he was in stasis, and then the Dark Angels woke him, and he's like, "What the fuck? Why is my armor bone white? Why isn't it black anymore?" And the dreadnought was just, I don't know, he was just confused because sometimes in the last millennia they decided to paint his armor white, like the Deathwing.
Yeah.
And he woke up and he's like, when did we change the colors of our armor? Huh?
Why is everybody green? The green are the people who betray, and they shot him off.
Why are you all red, and why you have a raven symbol on you?
Looks like that fanfic where Bjorn the Fell-Handed woken up. He's like, why am I here? Why are you red with raven? You're going to ask me to say a story about worms? No? Okay then, war. The Beast Arises actually had a really interesting section where a Templar dreadnought was forced to cooperate with his adversary with the Iron Fists, or Iron Warriors. And that was a really, really cool section because he did not refuse to go to sleep until he actually killed this Iron Warrior. So he's been leading his crusade since the fall of Terra in a dreadnought. I'm like, that's got to be uncomfortable.
Probably, but when you're that angry, sometimes rage will get you through. Dedication and a grudge. Yep. Greatest motivators.
Especially when that dreadnought is tankered.
Tank red.
What about horniness?
Oh, that's right. Nobody knows who Tankard is.
What?
Wasn't Tancred the dreadnought in the Black Templar comic book?
Yep.
The one that spoke about himself in the third person. Tancred is not higher. Tancred needs to kill heretics, something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. they made a meme about him. Brother, we have awakened you for war. Tancred.
I believe that's the one me and Ace read on live stream.
Tancred needs 5 more minutes.
Oh my.
Tancred need belly rubs.
Yes. 40k comic books. Because, Marnius Calgar isn't Marnius Calgar. It's just some slave.
I mean, that was also awfully awesome, but I mean, one of the worst comics were where the Inquisition lady jumped into the Terminator armor from a Deathwing or a Grey Knight or something and started slaughtering Chaos cultists in the Terminator armor.
Oh yeah, that's another one me and Ace read.
What one is that? I have to read that bullshit.
If you wanted some interesting commentary over it, again, go to Ace's channel. It's one of his older streams with me.
That sounds fucking awful.
Oh yeah, it was a nightmare.
The old Boom Comics 40k comic books are really good. Like, God, was it Firecrest? So it's about the Cadian unit that's equipped with Hellhounds fighting the Tau. That was really good. The Death Watch books were good too. There's one called McCragg's Honor that takes place in the Heresy. That's basically about McCragg's Honor and the first chapter master of the Ultramarines. going to hunt down Logar's fleet. And there's a really, really old manga about Titans. That was really good too. Because the beginning part of the book, this Moderate is basically doing a ride-along on this warlord class Titan, and the Precepts has a heart attack. It dies in the chair. And the crew's like, well, you're a Precepts in training. You can command the Titan. What? No, but... So they just jack him into the Titan. Then, after he wins, he gets thrown in jail because that Titan, he was not supposed to take command of it.
Sounds a little bit like Cypher's Kane books.
Oh god, Cyphus Kane, the biggest coward in the Imperium, with the largest luck stat. Instead of 10 luck, he is like a 20. How
Was
else
the
do you
natural
get
20 every time?
How
Keeps
else do you
rolling
get
nat 20
Inquisitor
somehow is like-
waifu?
And I still wonder what's so special about like the Valhallan Ice Warriors tea.
Didn't Kane actually marry that Inquisitor?
I mean, I don't know. The only time I heard something about the love life of an Inquisitor, it was when the when what's it, Inquisitor Eisenhorn banged some doctor in a train or something.
How did he have the love life of Ibram Khan? Banged some aristocracies during the siege of Venture Hive. Doesn't hear anything from her for the next 30 years. Proceeds to have a 15-year-old kid show up at his regiment 15 years later. Him and the entire regiment go, wait, what? Gaunt's Ghosts. Such a good series.
And I so hoped when the Gaunt's Ghosts like team was released that they actually make like a conversion kit for Cadians, then you have like a one and only regiment.
I actually have that box set. It's a box that's not ever going to be opened and never going to be built unless I send it off to a professional. Because I have the Gaunt's Ghosts. But half of those guys are already dead.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you build a like an Imperial Guard.
Speaking of,
regiment,
Caboose, send me the paint scheme you want for the Krieg.
Will do.
Because they're all primed and ready to start getting painted. So.
Yay.
Out of random, has anybody seen the new fucking Halo show?
I saw the
No.
first episode that was
Dude.
put free on YouTube.
Yeah.
a friend of mine just yelled at me, "Don't do it."
Wait, there's a Halo show? I was not made aware.
Yes.
But to be
Uh,
honest, if
I
you want
can't-
to
I
watch
can't
it,
find because
The first, if you want to know what it's like, the first episode's free on YouTube.
yeah, because you know the Master Chief always, thinks on his fucking going.
Going to have his helmet off the entire fucking series.
didn't the Master Chief not sound like the Master Chief because they couldn't be bothered
No.
to take the original voice?
Nope.
Oh, and yeah.
Well, no,
Oh,
because
they did.
it's pretty clear that the reason is that this actor was not going to do the role unless they showed his face. So they had to use his voice instead of just using a physical actor.
Get a different actor, then.
Let's get a stuntman, a well-built
To be
stuntman.
honest, you see the Master Chief's face, and that's just a no-go for me personally.
That should
Yeah.
be a no-go for everybody involved. That should have been a no-go from the person who wrote the fucking thing.
Not only that, but first episode, he saves this girl whose parents are any terrorists and starts spilling state secrets to her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because John just wouldn't put a bullet in her skull.
First of all, he's wearing the wrong type of power armor. He's supposed to be wearing like Mark 4. Nagma, it looks like he's wearing Mark 6. because it takes place before the first Halo game. And Halo, in the first Halo game, he gets Mark 5 that lets you actually connect with artificial intelligence.
It also has, it's the Mark 5 is the first one that had integrated energy shields.
Yeah, that's on the first game. This takes place before the first game.
Yeah, it's supposed to have
And
Mark
he-
4.
Doesn't that armor look like the one from Infinite?
Yeah, which I think they, like, from our,
It's
let me look
At
up
that
the
point,
names.
it's a variation of Mark 6 he's wearing.
Yeah, the showrunners. Yeah, well, we looked at the games, but
No,
we
they-
didn't want to
they-
go with that. So
They
we
they
made
no
our
they
own.
did.
straight. Actually,
Oh,
worse.
yeah.
They straight up said that they didn't. They straight up said
Yeah.
we did not look at the game.
Well, he tried to walk that back. Say, oh well, we looked at the games to begin with, but we wanted to do our own thing, and don't do Halo.
For context, the Mark 4 is the one you see in Halo Wars, I think,
Yeah,
on the Spartans.
yeah, on Red Team.
And
No,
stuff
I
like
think-
that is why like Cowboy Bebop happened, and the Lord of the Rings of Power happened, and Star Trek Picard happened.
The history of the development of the Halo show is so fucking interesting. There were 254 scripts written for this show. They had Peter Jackson as the first director for this and producer. But then he left because of the amount of stress that they gave him for it.
Good on him. Get out of that fucking hellhole.
The development of this show started around when Halo 2 came out.
Don't you
District
think-
9 was created because it was supposed to be a Halo movie. From this fucking dumpster fire.
Don't you think that a Halo TV series, you could go with Marines or ODST or something other than Master Chief, and at the end of the
we
first
get
season,
Master Chief in the
shows up?
games. Let's do something else.
Wasn't there an ODST short movie or something that was actually better than the
It
TV
was like
show?
a lead up to 5
Yeah, it's-
where they did something about like Locke.
No, it's the lead up to 3 because the short story was about them planting the tracker for Master Chief to make planet.
No, I'm saying that there was no, that was more of an Oni thing though. There was a thing that had ODSTs in it. And Oni was like the guy who would become Spartan Locke was like on a planet with some weird aliens, or I don't remember the plot all that much. I just know I just saw it. And
that was in yeah.
yeah, that was a lead up to Halo 5, I think. I don't remember what it was called though. All I know is I saw it. I don't really remember much from it though. Didn't really stick in my head, I guess.
Which in and of itself is a bad sign.
Oh my, dude, I cannot believe that they had the balls to put a fucking female human as a high commanding officer in the Covenant.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah. Wasn't there
Yeah,
also...
there's
Are you fucking with me right
The-
now?
No,
the
that's,
prophets
No, 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 no.
who
no, no, no.
the prophets. So in the Halo TV show, the prophets who are known to have a religion that is based on killing all of humanity, hating humanity, causing the genocide of all the human beings, have a human that's their pet and actually leads a huge portion of the Covenant army.
Wasn't there
It's like
also
when
a
the
friend of
elite said,
mine-
"Why don't we just let them in the Covenant?" They basically the prophet said no.
Wasn't there also a race swap in the TV show or somewhere? A friend of mine told me they took also one of the Halo 1 characters and made a race swap or something with the character.
In episode 2, they fucking swap. It's not. They race swapped a fucking alien jackal character named Rev into a black guy.
What?
GG.
You know what? Whatever. It's not
Captain Keys is
Yeah,
now black,
it's
and his
the
daughter's the.
same level of pain for, I guess, you or more Halo fans as I feel for the Amazon not Lord of the Rings show.
Lord of the Rings. That's gonna be a disaster.
It's it's an anti-fan fiction. That's
I
what I'm
mean,
calling
it's
it.
already a disaster.
By the
Yeah,
way,
it's already been
they got the
ratioed
rights
into-
to the Hobbit now also.
They've always had the rights. To the
Yeah, they
Hobbit.
had that too. They already had that. They have the
no,
rights.
what they
They have the
actually
film
did-
rights. They have the film rights to The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and the appendices. And yet they're
No, it
doing
was
a
just the
second age
appendices
show.
first.
From
Yeah.
what I heard
I think
about
it was
Amazon, they didn't
Silmarillion.
have the rights for the Silmarillion and stuff like
Nope,
that.
they don't.
Yeah,
And yet
they're
that's
doing
why
it-
they're. How do you do a Silmarillion story without access to the Silmarillion?
They
No.
have access to the appendices in Lord of the Rings, which are like really short, like summaries of a few things.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean,
They're giving Isildur is going to have a sister.
yeah, I knew that. Well, even though it's expressly noted that Elendil had 2 sons, and that was it.
They can't do that. That's why modern Hollywood's. a
But
fucking
it's for
joke.
my representation. It's important.
They're really pushing the fine line. It's basically the deal they had to do is they couldn't directly contradict the things that they had as the characters as written. So they're just basically making their own characters
Yeah, they're making
in the
everything
basically
up.
because they only have the appendices. They have a lot of holes to fill, so they're just gonna. I almost guarantee it's gonna be it's entirely gonna be about their stories and their characters, with basically the actual existing like characters as more or less a backdrop.
It's
Oh,
like
oh my god, dude! I'm afraid what they're going to do with the orcs. Oh my god, if they make them a black allegory,
wasn't
And
that
then-
the thing on
I never
Twitter?
understood why that came to be, and you screw critical or extra credits for that bullshit. Especially,
No.
oh, there you are, all of a
They're
sudden
not
you're
responsible
a Nazi.
for it. They just perpetrated it.
yeah.
Yeah. There you are, all of a sudden you're a Nazi. What
They're-
the fuck are you talking about?
They're what Stalin would call useless idiots. Or useful idiots, sorry.
Yeah. Yep, I bought this World War II game. Oh yeah, and I'm not aware that I'll be a Nazi. Yes.
Well,
What a
yeah, that's why,
surprise.
what you would call it is so bad. Vanguard, because it's just your team and their team. There's no sides. There's no Americans. There's no Japanese. There's no nothing. It's just your side and their side.
The sheer
Or your
amount
team and
of...
theirs team.
And also, the weapon customizations are a fucking atrocity against God.
Yeah, especially the modifications to the MG42, where you take the muzzle brake off. Yeah, you do that, the gun don't function.
The fucking M1 Garand gets a fucking
20
magazine
round
box.
drum magazine that
Dude,
every 8
and it-
rounds still goes ping.
Yes. Oh, and also fucking dot sights. Fucking dot sights. They weren't even fucking created yet.
Ridiculous.
People who know nothing, don't care, but just make stuff
That's the
anyways,
same-
because corporation says we must make thing, and they basically just give it to people who couldn't give less of a shit or have some other agenda that they try and
Exactly.
sneak in.
Exactly. Makes no sense. It's destruction for the sake of destruction.
And they had the gall to call it what? Fucking... innovation?
That was
Innovation, my ass.
stuff like that was the only thing I actually hated about the Battle Sector game, the 40k Battle Sector game on Steam, where you play a Blood Angel detachment clearing Tyranids from Baal Secundus. And actually the story of the game was pretty funny because you had a comic relief tech marine in the game.
Really?
Yeah, and
Comedy and Space Marines? That doesn't add up.
he was like the more funny guy, and he actually like explained in a side mission that he tried to replicate Galian stuff. That was this like super special Blood Angel relic that helps you do blood psychic powers. And he was like 2 years in the forge and crafted and did, and then the stupid thing never reacted to anything. So he took it and smashed it on his knee, smashed his knee completely, and that's why he has a bionic foot.
That's kind of funny. I gotta play that game now.
And
I
the only
have it,
thing
just
that
haven't started
is
it.
like bothers me, like the end of the game is the only part of the story from the game that bothers me.
I love it how the sisters in battle are coming to battle sectors. Yeah, where?
I mean, in Battle Sector, the story is actually super funny. And the gameplay is actually nice because you have like intercessors, hellblasters, aggressors, and the rest is Blood Angel specific unit like Furioso Dreadnought, Baal Predator, Librarian Dreadnought, Sanguinary Guard.
I mean, it's kind of like Sanctus Reach. It's the exact same style and play style as Sanctus Reach. So I was kind of hoping that maybe we'd get a guard DLC for it, but...
There is a new DLC coming for Battle Sector, and a new announcement for DLC.
Yeah, but it's
Necrons.
Wait, what?
Because
My skelly boys.
For Blood Angels and Necrons are best friends. Remember that one.
These scary skeletons.
No, there's
Fuck
a,
you, He-Man.
Your spine.
Fuck
Battle
you,
Sector,
He-Man!
Skeletor,
Hey.
greatest supervillain of all time.
You know, I expect Tarzan to have Skeletor somewhere in his collection.
Looking through all of his collection, you see like, Skeletor, Howard the Duck, Creed.
Check voice chat. There's the Steam announcement for the Battle Sector update for Necrons. You have like Scorpack destroyers and the new shit.
I'm actually they announced a couple of months ago that Inquisitor Martyrs getting a new class. This is their battle class, and I'm looking forward to playing that.
I mean, Necrons in Battle Sector would be awesome.
I just, wish they'd give us a guard DLC for that too, but instead of Cadians, give us a DKOK.
I mean, to be honest, they, at least the people that make
I
Battle
know they're not
Sector,
that
they
popular,
do
so it wouldn't
something.
happen, but yeah.
And unfortunately, nobody's ever going to do Janissaries.
Unfortunately. They look freaking cool.
Gotta mute myself for a few.
Alright.
Here you go, guys. You want to see a picture of the real-life Predator tank? Here you go.
Hold on, I'm very carefully trying to...
It reminds me a little bit. There was some TV show or movie, I can't remember. You know the movie Pentagon Wars,
Yes?
Oh yes, I hate that movie.
where they made
Just-
they made the stuff about the what was it the tank and then
The
we need-
Bradley.
yeah, that was one of the best parts. It's a scout tank that can't scout. It's a battle tank that can't battle, and it's a troop transporter that can't transport troops.
I don't know. The Pentagon Wars it's all bullshit lies. The Pentagon Wars is just written just prepare propaganda. The what actually happened is very fucking different. The main character that's based on, he's a bullshit motherfucking liar.
How would you rate that cross I just painted on there? If you guys are watching.
I'm just gonna wait for the stream to catch up.
Weirdly enough, these are actually kind of irritating to do.
Looks good to me. Especially considering you're freehanding it. So
That's a really nice cross.
And I
With
did
freehanding
paint it
is
on
always-
because these don't actually work very well for it.
have no complaints.
You would rate that cross angry. Gotcha, Lunatic.
Bradley, the M2 fucking Bradley has been a reliable fucking infantry fighting and troop transport for a very good long time. Fucking reliable as shit.
That's a nice cross. Thank you.
Nice.
I mean, it looks nice and it's free-handed, so even better.
Mostly
Yeah, it's a
using the micron
charming
pens
metaphor.
to write down text.
Oh, micron pens. Let me see if I can order some.
I prefer Faber-Castell, but that's just me. But I use them for drawing, so. Microns are
There's-
okay. Just
There's like one like sigil I need for my angel tears for heresy, but it's like one of the most fucked up things I ever seen in the heresy book, and there's no like a decal sheet for that one.
Oh, tip hole. The sexiest Vulcan that will be ever put on TV.
The sexiest Vulcan was Two-Fix.
then Janeway killed them.
Yeah, that was kind of a fucked up episode, not gonna lie.
Although the episode where they made the clone of Tucker in Enterprise was, in my opinion, a little bit more.
Remember that
maybe it
episode of
wasn't, like,
Tucker where you-
effed up? It was more like.
Wasn't Tucker also pregnant?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna
At
bring
one
up.
point,
He
yeah,
also
he,
got pregnant.
All the crazy
Yeah,
shit
pregnant.
happened to Tucker, pretty much.
It's like,
Yeah.
why is it
Yeah.
always me?
You know, I'm just browsing in my Horus Heresy book about the Blood Angels, and there's one picture of a White Scar, and he has some scratches on his armor, and where the scratches are, there's the armor underneath it is blue. Huh. So
What kind of
moving
blue?
at- like an Alpha Legion like blue.
I knew it. That's where he went, the bastard. When you hear blue or anything related to that color, you have to be concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Ultramarines and all that shit.
Space Smurfs. There's like I tried to get a picture of that one. It's the like the sigil or the shoulder pad insignia for the angel tears.
Question: If the Ultramarines are Smurfs, then who's Gargamel?
The Inquisition.
Abaddon, because he returns every Saturday.
That's very
Now,
cool.
which is the Space Marine Chaos chapter that hates the Ultramarines the most?
Wherever they are, I identify them. With them, I mean.
'Cause I want to say Logar.
Maybe? But, I don't know. Most of the Chaos factions, it is spoken about it like their hatred of the Emperor, so it's hard to say.
The word bearers and the Ultramarine have a long-lasting love-hate relationship.
It's I'd say more so. It's like which of the Primarchs, specific of the traitor Primarchs, hated Gilliman the most.
Everyone.
Well, that's not hard, but I'm saying like, the most.
I mean, I play Blood Angels and I hated him the most for the action with, hey, Primaris have no red thirst and black
I'm
rage.
gonna say Angron, because of the face off the World Eaters and the Ultramarines had pre-heresy. They had a bit of a run-in, so.
Didn't Angron had also running with the Space Wolves, and then he realized that his entire army.
That's the hard thing to say is who out of the Chaos factions, Chaos Space Marine factions that would hate the Ultramarines the most. It's hard to say because they hate the Emperor and they hate everybody who stayed on his side during the heresy.
But weren't it the word bearers because they came back in the like Uriel Ventris books and was like, oh, we need to destroy Ultramar because we hate them so much.
That's hard to say. I'd say probably, but it's one of those things where.
I mean, the Death Guard has also now hardcore beef with the Ultramarines because they failed in the Plague Wars. So.
No, they should have wrote. In my opinion, they should have wrote the motivations for the Primarchs a little bit more better.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's like, oh, woe is me. I have bad relationship with my father, even though he risked almost his entire empire in a crusade to find us.
I mean, to be fair, the crusade was happening with or without them.
Yeah.
And they were kind of made for the crusade, so... Kind of doesn't work to say, like, oh, he did the crusade for us. No, he was doing the crusade anyway.
And also, because it's like, why didn't he create just more if he knew how to make them?
Well, because the other ones are already out there.
I would have just made more. It's like,
Yeah, but then you have to worry about the ones that are already out there.
Like, they will ever find out. Angron was gonna die, and like on his planet, a couple of them were also.
Yeah, but most pretty much conquered their worlds. In the case of, if we look at Dorn, for example, he fucking not only did he conquer his world, he conquered his system, and discovered the Phalanx, all before the Emperor found him. He was already creating his own empire. He was an emperor.
And like for when you think about like people we like Sanguinius, he's like one of the most shittiest and hell-holiest planets, and he actually made something usable on this planet. Because Baal was like the ultimate Mad Max fantasy.
His home planet was like a frozen hellscape, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Winnie's or Dorn's?
No,
Dorn's.
Dorn's
Was, yes. Dorn and Russ both landed on icy
By
wastelands.
the way, what happened to Inuit actually after the heresy?
Inuit?
Yeah, the world of Dorn.
I think it's still around.
I don't know, I never heard of anything from Inuit after the heresy.
Quite frankly, it's probably because the Inuit was actually a ways away from Terra. So I think at this point, it's probably not been mentioned because even the writers kind of forgot about it.
There's like also in the Blood Angels heresy book, there's a world called Saiph, S-A-I-P-H, and it was like a recruitment world for the Blood Angels. And the world eaters tried to take the world over in the time of the heresy, and they were like Blood Angel scouts and sanguinary priests and chaplains. And they made such a hardcore guerrilla fight against the world eaters that the world eaters said it's not worth the time, and they just left because the Blood Angels did so much guerrilla fighting. And then when people ask, so what happened to Saiph after the heresy? Nobody knows.
Most likely it was stolen by the Blood Ravens.
Probably. No, and in voice chat I tried to make a picture of that, like the shoulder badge that the Angel Tears have. And it's like, yeah, no, I never will be able to freehand that one. 10 times.
Do you think Trazen looks under his bed to make sure there's no Blood Ravens under there?
Definitely. That was like one of the best parts about Dawn of War 2, when you have like a bolt.
Considering their antics, I'm gonna say it's the other way around.
Just imagine in Dawn of War 2 when you had a mission and then you looted a pistol called the Pistol of Baal, and there was some text about, yeah, after the Blood Angels and the Blood Ravens fought together, they did an honorable weapon exchange, and then it said in the Blood Angel records there were never any mentions that Blood Angels and Blood Ravens fought in the same battle.
In my own fan fiction, Senator Armstrong is one of the last Primarchs.
You know what series I kind of miss doing? The Homebrew Highlight series. It was kind of fun.
Wasn't there also like a twisted version of the heresy where like all the traitor Primarchs were good and the loyal Primarchs were evil or something like that?
It's either the Lionel heresy or the Dornian heresy.
I think it was the Dornian heresy or something like that.
It's actually not bad. I like a lot of the lore for it. It'll be a cool mirror universe for 40k.
A cool mirror universe for 40k would just be a universe where no terrible shit has happened. It's like, what?
Yeah, but I mean, for the space squads, like the buddy of my dad, I was talking to him, and he said, I want space squad tanks and land trains, and not like Man of Iron with squads or something like that. It looks like some YouTubers also said the Man of Iron from Blackstone Sword just looks a little bit like the squad. But I would also like a new version as a miniature of the most important Inquisitor of all times.
Which Inquisitor?
Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau.
What?
Subtle there. But then again, Games Workshop and subtlety don't exactly go hand in hand.
There you have it, like from the Rogue Trader. I guess it was from the Rogue Trader book. Inquisitor Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau.
So.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is the main rival a demon called Moriarty?
Yes. Actually, no, demons didn't exist.
A demon prince that follows Zinch?
I mean, I like that he has a yin yang on the chest.
Because you know, GW never steals anything.
Oh, never.
Nah.
They never copyright anything though either.
They never copyright things they blatantly stole from something else. It's not something they do.
It's funny because they do.
It's what I mean. There was one thing I did before. My daughter likes to read Warhammer books. Actually, the first book she ever read about Warhammer was the first Heretic. Funnily, and the moment I realized she likes to read Warhammer books, there's one book that I removed from the book case.
The Broken Mask.
The
Or
Jack
the mirror
Draco.
cracked.
The Jack Draco book.
Oh, good call, brother. Good call.
When an Inquisitor wants to bang what was it, a Calidus assassin that is in a Gene Stealer hybrid form.
Yeah, that was weird. I'm a xenophile myself, but that's...
I mean, shoot, that's the only reason guardsmen betray the Empire.
Because the Tau have greater goods?
Yes, the Tau has greater assets.
Them goods are greater.
But they have very skinny arms. It looks unnatural, in my honest opinion.
Well, I guess they're not getting any people with arm fetishes then.
It's like,
you're gonna do it with them, but you're afraid you're gonna snap their arms off.
We'll do anything for you to join the greater good. Alright, come on. Wait, what? You honestly... Look, I just betrayed my Empire. If I go back, I get killed. Come on.
I'm surprised Chaos does not mess with them a lot more.
Oh, they have a very small...
Because they don't have a signature in
they
the
have a
warp.
very, very small presence and psychic presence in the warp.
Yeah, but
Like
wasn't it... I mean, Chaos messed with them once, from what I know, because there was the weird Blood Angel books with Sergeant Raven, or what was his name, and they hunted Fabius Bile, and he made a new man, Fabius Bile, with Tau body parts.
So
And
their
they were
small presence in the warp is just an excuse, so because everybody knows if the Chaos saw them, they would annihilate the entire Empire with these.
That's every faction. If any of the
But then
factions
again,
decided to actually pay attention to them long enough, they would just get snuffed out.
Wasn't the problem with the Tau that they said, hey, can we exterminate Exterminators the planet? And they said, nah, the Exterminators bomb is too expensive, they are not worth the time.
Yeah, that's fucking sad. You're not even worth the fucking effort to get annihilated.
I mean,
They
it was
almost got wiped out by a
Because
splinter of a hive fleet
a splinter of a splinter.
that basically kind of wandered off.
when they got found, originally they were just a primitive Xeno race. The Empire said, oh, nothing's going to happen. When 100 years later they go back and they're this interstellar race, they're like, wait a minute.
100 years later, you got Gundams.
There's somebody pulling some weird strings there.
The map does not add up here. Alpharius, I'm looking at you.
I mean, wasn't there some allied race in the Tau Empire that they were like something like squads, the Demiurge or something like that?
Yeah, the Demigod Brotherhood.
So Chaos.
That's what
squad.
everybody thought the squats really were the Demigod Brotherhood. And honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, that squad armor almost looks Tau-like.
No, it's more like the Man of Iron from Blackstone Fortress.
You notice like
I
his
don't
legs
know,
are
I don't
actually
think
robotic,
so.
right? That squat.
That's what they appear to be, yeah.
Yeah, he's an amputee with robotic legs.
He just wanted to be taller.
I wonder if that's gonna be a major thing with all of them, that actually they all gonna have robotic legs. Cause it's odd that your first model has like that distinct feature.
They have a short man syndrome. They all want to be taller, so they just use a
Just
mechanical.
look about like the one
stilts.
UR-25 from Blackstone Fortress and the squad.
I cannot wait to see their armored vehicles. I would love to see their tech designs.
I mean, I like
Honestly, think they're
from
gonna
the.
get tank designs?
Yeah, I hope they get land trains.
No
Probably
way.
not gonna get them.
Ah, just wait for it.
I really hope they get a tank that's equivalent to a Baneblade, because with their advanced technology, it will look really dope.
I mean,
Make
I
a lot
would
of,
say it would be good if they had like a killer tank, because they use some old tech that's from the Age of Strife, and the Mechanicum says it's heretical. So I wouldn't be bothered with a ginormous Uber tank or something.
Robot weapon exchange.
I mean,
The Mechanicum. If the Emperor ever comes back, he needs to take care of the fucking Mechanicum and fix all their bullshit.
He couldn't deal
Which
with
is-
them when he was alive.
He needed them for their infrastructure, and he basically couldn't risk insulting them. So I'm assuming he
Yeah,
probably
but-
was planning to once he finished the
Yeah, but-
crusade.
Oh no, it's commonly agreed upon that he was that once the crusade was complete and humanity was dominating the stars, and he had provided them the human webway, or whatever it was going to be.
He would clean house.
Yep, he was going to get rid of the Space Marines, and he was going to get rid of pretty much everything that even posed a slight threat to the peace.
So basically, the Emperor was going to create a civil war, regardless.
Oh yeah,
Because
Well,
you know
he'd
that
be more
was
like a
going to
great
include
purge.
the Primarchs, too.
it
but
was.
the thing is, with the lore writing they do now, if I don't think it's that sure anymore that he would have done that. I mean,
Maybe
after
less-
all
With
the
how the
Primarch-
lore is written
great.
right now, I'm surprised he could get out of bed in the morning without someone else doing it for him.
I mean, he still has Primarch
Look at the lore
mummy, so
written now. He's going to come back as a chick.
Yeah, they're gonna reveal that the
Sorry.
emperor, his body was merely a meat puppet being puppeteered by a woman behind a curtain.
Urda. Yeah. Urda
No,
was
not
really
even
the
her.
emperor.
It's just gonna be someone else
Yeah, but-
entirely.
That would
That
contradict the part.
teleported the
Urda's
Primarchs
lesbian
across the
girlfriend.
universe.
I mean, it would contradict the part about the Emperor needed a female part so he can make baby Primarchs.
And honestly, not now that Urda's a thing but not a thing. First thing when they found Angron, he should have taken Angron to Terra to Urda and see, this is what you did to our boy. My baby boy, look what you did to him.
Look at the
it's fun. It's funny. All this bullshit.
He's like, this is your responsibility now. Take care of him. Have fun.
You know the funniest thing, because all these writers are a bunch of fucking weird leftists and like support all this feminist bullshit. It's funny to sum up in words everything that's bad and all the shit lives that people live in the Imperium was because of one woman.
Yeah, I don't think they thought that through.
Yeah, they don't. They're not exactly batting 100 in terms of the self-awareness.
But he had that one Titanicus book, Titan book, where the precepts or the tech priest goes by they, them. No, the Mechanicus...
That's because he accidentally downloaded a old file of Tumblr onto his...
Wasn't that the Gave Thor book? Because that guy is super into pronoun stuff.
Yeah, the Mechanicus wouldn't do that because they tie their humanity closely to what they do.
I mean, that was also... What was the book that they gave Thor book? The Path of the Eldar, where they made like the Path of the Warrior, the Outcast, and the Farseer. And in the book of the Warrior, an Eldar dude wants to like date an Eldar girl, and she literally cucks him, and then he goes berserk and goes to the warriors of the striking scorpions, and almost kills her. And then in the end, he becomes Kyrandros, the Phoenix Lord of the striking scorpions.
What?
That was one of the Gave Thorpe Eldar books.
The fuck you say?
The guy is an artist, then he wants to date a girl. She cucks him with his best friend, and then he gets a striking scorpion, and then his body gets possessed by the armor of Kyrandros.
So, what?
I'm not
needs
sure.
to be taken off of all 40k novels.
You know, joining Korn doesn't look like a bad option right now.
He's born. At least Korn's got
Hey,
balls.
same as Aaron. For now.
True. You might literally have to take his balls.
Are we gonna get fucking corny,
Yes,
the menstruating blood god?
And tits.
If we're gonna fucking, instead of milk coming out of her titties, it's gonna be blood when she squeezed them.
But to be honest, in what was it, the new book Saturn, where the Emperor's children joined Abaddon and the other whatever son of Horus guy, and they were tried to talk to Perturabo about the siege, and then Eidolon started talking, my beloved Primarch, and then Abaddon said, or Little Horus said something, grew another pair of tits, huh? That's like how they spoke about Fulgrim in the book, that he's the demon snake, and then he said, Eidolon said, my beloved Primarch wants you to know that, and then Little Horus said that he has another pair of tits, I guess.
What is Fulgrim doing, by the way, right now? Because I know he's still alive, isn't he?
He's smoke piping.
I know a clone of him. There's a loyalist clone of him out there.
Yeah, that isn't that the one that the Tracy has, Tracing has in his collection.
Yeah, the cunt still has him.
He Imagine a loyalist Fulgrim return into McCrack and say, "Hey Gilliman, I'm back. What's happened in the last few years?"
I would actually genuinely like to see a loyalist Fulgrim come back. And fight against his traitor self.
I mean,
That'd be nice.
Yes.
I had some
retcon the mirror cracked.
yeah.
You know, they should follow that with the cloning more, because that sounds a lot cooler.
Yeah, just imagine I had some weird idea while I was sick a few months ago, and it was not the special sickness, it was just a standard cold. That's still a thing in this world. And I wrote something to GW like, hey, you know, you made this Gathering Storm, and it was not that kind of a great story. So you just could say in what was it, the Claw of Horus, where the Thousand Sun Warlock Iskander Khan say, there's like a splinter of Sanguinius soul on the Vengeful Spirit, and you said, take some Grey Knights, let them invade the Vengeful Spirit, get that splinter, get the other splinter of the soul from the warp, then let the Silent King go to Baal, make a little Chaos invasion, the Silent King does some Necron Chronos stuff, and they return the body of Sanguinius to his original state and give him some magical MacGuffin's armor like Gilliman, but with Necron style.
No.
And it's like, as I told this to a friend, and he said that's some bullshit GW would pull off.
Actually, yeah, it is. You are correct. Just like that special power armor. What's his name's using?
The Armor of Fate, Destiny.
Yeah.
I don't know. And don't forget Gilliman's special girlfriend.
Or better, yeah. I can see that happening. Is they create a female Primarch with Yarenef being pregnant. Yep. Yep.
Just imagine 1 year from now you have the Imperium Nihilist campaign, and in the end Sanguinius comes back and he brings super Primaris Marines.
This is why I'm preparing my. This is why I'm preparing my own sci-fi universe.
That's why I'm developing Warglaive.
It takes inspiration of 40k, but adds biblical mythology.
But there's one thing with the Blood Angels in the Heresy books. They actually have connections to a tech priest. That's also a tech archaeologist. That's actually a character you know from back from back when. Because
all the names.
the Blood Angel Captain Dominion Zephon is big buddy with Arkan Land. You know, the guy that discovered the Land Raider and the Land Speeder and so an actual lore character from the old days.
But the Emperor comes back and it turns out he was Sigmar all along.
I still have problems to name that correctly without the special wording.
Yeah. I swear, I am going to model that pregnant Yara just because I wanted to see the people be at it. They cool, you're bringing Primarchs back. That's okay, I guess. But, you know, really?
There's a tasteful way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a lot of MacGuffin bullshit with bringing Curly Man back.
Yeah, the thing is, bringing back Primarchs is okay for most, because most of the Primarchs are just, I don't know, spirited away. And the Chaos Primarchs, they're just, yeah, we're in the warp and doing stuff.
Which is the most annoying part. It's like, oh my fucking god.
What is Lorga doing? Meditating, I guess.
I hate that. I hate that as an explanation. It's like, why is all the Primarchs not involved right now? Reasons.
But
they hate each other.
But just imagine bringing Angron back as the ultimative Bloodthirster Giga Primarch, Demon Lord Prince, and then you think about the Fortright Kabanda miniature with the the wings in the wrong direction attached.
They actually banished Angron for a long time on Armageddon. They successfully banished him from the Immaterium for like a millennia. So he's stuck in the warp.
Yeah, the same with like Magnus. He's stuck in the webway or something.
Let's say
Magnus actually
freehanding.
came back.
You know the thing about demons, to truly kill one, you have to know its true name.
Or you need some Emperor MacGuffin.
I thought that before they ever put fucking Neof as his name, I thought one of the theories was that basically why nobody knew his real name is because that's the same thing with him.
Yeah, but it's not like the Emperor name, because she said in the book it's the name she knew about him at that time.
Well, I mean, if you're going to name the Emperor, giving him his true name, he couldn't think of something like, I don't know, Adam or Solomon. Or
Yeah, just
like
name him Merlin, because he was also Merlin in Excalibur.
Didn't the book in the Last Church use the name Apocalypsis?
Or wasn't it also Revelation or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, but about demons and Angron, I want, like, Angron must be the most overpowered demon blood god stuff, and I posted the Kabanda picture, and it's like, oh, the stuff they made the wings intentionally like in the wrong direction. It's just, I don't know.
Alright, how's that
Oh,
white? How's that white cross look?
Let me see.
Too thick? Too?
Want to wait for it to.
The white cross? Are we getting racial in here?
Yeah, all the time. I
That
got
looks
black.
nice.
I got black on white, and I got white on black. I'm inclusive.
Sigismund would be hard to bring back.
Isn't he
Pharaoh's
dead?
Menace is impossible to bring back.
Fairly even to me.
Yeah, the
Doesn't look
white
like
cross
it's-
looks good. But isn't like Pharaoh's Menace would be easy. Necron MacGuffins, because he had Hand of Living Metals. Just Necron
Without
something
stupid
something.
MacGuffins.
That's the thing with GW. It were always some weird MacGuffin bullshit.
I mean, we know where the Khan is.
Yeah, he's
We know
doing
where
murder
Lionel
death race.
Johnson is. Yeah.
We know Neiman Rose is
He's
in the
taking
war.
a cat nap.
Lehman
Russ searching
in
for the
looking
magical
for the Tree
banana
of
or
Life.
something? Wasn't it something
Yeah,
the
the Tree of
magical
Life.
banana?
Dorn
Tree of
was
Life.
not clear.
White cross
Well,
looks
they
good.
only found his hand.
Vulcan
I like to
will come
imagine
back
he's just-
if you collect these his special items.
To be honest, I wouldn't be
They already
too
have
mad if they just took the text-to-speech stuff and said like Vulcan was on Noctis, on
He
Nocturne.
was
That's
hiding in
locked
the
in the
darkest
Honda
corner
He
of the
was
room
hiding
all
in the
along.
edges.
It was
And
locked in the
I-
back of a Honda Civic with the Raven Guard.
And I wouldn't mind the Vulcan has like this orcish like strokes or something.
Isn't
I would like to pet this creature. Okay,
Poop the
no.
snoot.
Don't pet the living time bomb.
Unbooked.
isn't
Yeah,
Corvus
but I want to
Corvax
boop
right
its
now being the
snoot.
shit
Don't,
out of
no
Logo
booping.
of Fulgrim?
But boop.
Poop the snoot.
Well, as soon as
No.
he wakes up from his
Boop.
self-imposed death nap.
I don't know. Wasn't
Vulcan's
Corvus
dead
Corax
again.
all what was the writer name? Like Nevermore, and then just for I don't know.
Isn't Corvus right now a giant demon bird?
No,
Nobody knows
the only
what
thing I
Corvus is.
remembered from the old book was like he said Nevermore and then just left.
He's found a nice gloomy spot to build his nest.
And to write edgy poetry.
Yeah.
You know,
And no
a
curse
lot
words.
of the Primaris models look cool, but you gotta admit, Shrike is emo as fuck. It looks
I
really
like the
bad.
old Shrike model way more.
Yeah. He's got that half-shaved comb-over thing, like, oh god, why are we... He looks like the South Park goth.
Not the Hot Topic Ghost team.
Yeah. I can't stand his model. That model just so...
And
So bad.
the worst part is there was actually a good Forge World Raven Guard miniature, and that's also like discontinued ages ago.
Honestly, a lot of the Forge World minis for Dark Ages are really cool too. Like the Cataphractes Knights of Kalban are really cool.
I have this like mental image of Dorn. He's just stuck on some space Hulk in the warp, just like fortifying his position. Just just dealing with demons every day. Just kind of like whatever.
It was what the Dark Fury. This was also actually a nice quote.
I honestly think Dorn's on Terra.
In a Centurion armor, please, in a Centurion
Yes,
armor.
he's wearing a.
Yes, it would be
Centurion
funny if
armor.
he was in Centurion, but I think Dorn's on Terra, just doing what he has to do to keep the planet running and the system running from behind the scenes.
And growing a big mustachio.
I could see that as well.
Oh, yeah.
Him,
That was
kind
the
of
biggest disappointment with
Sindri
Forge World.
Tipic, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
What do you guys think they will do with the fucking Void Dragon?
He gets into another Necron Lord Pokeball. Gonna catch them all.
Pokemon.
I'm still waiting for them to fucking make the Void Dragon the Omnissiah.
Who's that Pokemon?
The Omnissiah.
It's
Who said
Void
Pokemon?
Dragon.
That tricks-
Da-da-da.
It's the Void Dragon. Yay!
That he's purposely making the Mechanicus do make stupid decisions on purpose, like calling any new technology heretical, so he can keep the Imperium at
To be honest, I don't think you need a Void Dragon for the Mechanicum to be stupid.
It will make sense. It will make us.
At least the Mechanicum during the Heresy was actually innovating.
Thank you, Sindra. Thank you. I know I'm using a Micron pen right now, but just so you know, the crosses, all of them are hand painted. I'm just using the Micron pen for the little. It's hard to tell because there's a lot of glare, but the text, yeah, the text bits here. The inscriptions I'm putting on here. That's all I'm doing with a Micron pen because I've done that. Let me use a good example. Nope, you did it earlier. I've tried doing it with a regular, with brush strokes to make the text, but it looks really thick. So I found that instead I'll just use a Micron pen and let that dry. And that'll look better.
By the way, anyone if you remember that miniature from the voice chat text?
Those are some. It's a garish blue.
The Ordinatus Oberon.
Oh, the Ordinatus are.
But why blue?
I don't know. Matt Ward.
The Ordinatus Armageddon.
I love this fucking artist. Theotelanese. ST Theotelanese. What do you guys think of this design for Space Marine armor? Here we go.
Has a little bit of Star Citizen vibes.
Yeah,
Oh, you mean the game that doesn't exist and will never come out?
That is a weird design.
It kind of almost smacks of Gundam to me in some way. I don't know why.
It looks like a pilot suit for a mech.
Yeah.
It looks like an extra. Basically, it's like a space suit you put on when you're working on a space station.
Yeah.
It's like security, so you're out in space, so you have retro boosters and.
I would agree with that assessment.
These designs from the same artist, because I like really cool redesigns. There's this one and also this one. For
Biggest mistake they did when they modeled the door. They didn't give him a bitchin' mustache.
True.
Everybody knows he has that, handlebar mustache sideburn thing going on, mutton chop thing going on.
How do Space Wolves put on their helmets if they have really big mustaches, beards?
You can actually take the box grill off.
You get bigger box grill.
Is 2 pieces. You can take the box part off.
This is one of my favorite redesigns. And
But a
things.
lot, they never really wear a helmet to begin.
I find it fun.
The
Yeah, but you
Slayer,
know the amount of sweat that must
yeah,
make.
Goblin Slayer, but
Appreciate it.
40k.
Yeah, Goblin Slayer.
What was it? Was it on some Midwinter Weenies, the Space Bears or something?
Spear.
I'll never not change my opinion on that. I think werebears or transforming to bears is cooler than werewolves, at least to me.
Wasn't it also in Skyrim? Wasn't there like a werebear or something?
Yeah, on
Solstheim?
Solstheim.
Werecats.
It's like the werebears are like Bjorn, the skin changer from The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings.
Lycanthropy.
Except for it's never really explained how he has his powers or where he gets it from, but it's one of those mysteries. Just dude who can turn into a big ass bear.
That was it, the Astra Prime Ursa, the Space Bear.
You mean Soren the Bears chapter? I remember playing with him on a game that's no longer available to be played, and thank God for that.
What game?
Playing with Soren the Bear on Eternal Crusade. This is the voice of Dorn on Talk to Text. Or,
Oh,
not
yeah.
Dorn, Demon Russ.
Lemon Rusts.
Lemon Rush.
I just like saying lemon because it's funny.
Paint him yellow.
Corgi Ross. Space Corgis.
The Corgomancers.
I'm just disappointed that Eternal Crusade could have been so good.
It could have been,
Yes.
but it wasn't.
I mean, not only that, but they had the models, they had the scripting. Terminators were ready to be added, but they never did it. They just kept taunting and teasing.
Yep.
And honestly, good riddance for that game. It could have been good. But if you're going to do
Coulda,
a
woulda, shoulda.
Battlefield type game with 40k, just do Guardsmen versus Bloodpack. I'd love a Battlefield 3 type game in 40k, but Guardsmen versus Bloodpack.
And it's gonna be hard to make a good shooter for 40k because it will be really hard to balance a lot of shit because based on how the low
Yeah.
works.
You don't really need
Why?
any balance.
Wasn't the best way to make a 40k shooter like Arma 3 or something?
For example,
There are some mods for Arma 3 where you can play Knights, Titans, Bane Blades, Death Guard, Death Corps and stuff like that.
There is a Bane Blade!
Well, that's why it's Guard versus the Bloodpack.
I mean, there was also one, what was it, like Slanesh Furries versus Death Corps.
Just a Siege of Vrax setting would work pretty good too.
So who plays the Dark Angels? Who plays the Heretics?
This thing, don't add the Space Marines.
Or
but
if you
they're-
do, it's
but-
like a rare occurrence or some big boss if it's on like a main campaign or story.
Don't even add. No.
But knowing how fan bases work, if the game will be successful, they will eventually want to be asking for Space Marines or any other faction like that. Because
Well,
that's
they
just
can-
how it works. It's just the nature of things. Yes. Okay, this is amazing.
What?
Here you go. The best Imperial Fist.
Saitama.
Genos is a fucking the servitor skull.
Yeah.
That's an angry marine right there.
What pause?
And I still miss the power boot for my Space Marines.
Alright.
That's what happened to Rogo Dorn. He became Saitama. He became bold.
I day at the supermarket.
Rogo Dorn fortified so hard that he became bald.
Really still needs the mustache though. The mutton chops. Acquired.
Target acquired.
It is non-negotiable.
You chose poorly.
Greatest
we have,
understatement in cinema history.
If we had the chance to choose a movie studio to make one show based on one Primarch, who would it be?
Dorn.
It would have to be an anime studio, to be honest. I don't trust any of the
Yeah.
live-action studios, so it'd have to be an
Yeah,
animated
it's
one.
not like anime.
I prefer
like
animated for 40K will be better animated than live action because a lot of this shit, like
a lot of this
Space
shit would be
Marine armor is too
really
bulky.
yeah.
awkward.
Yeah, do it like the style of
only if you know
Berserk
GW
or
could know how to
Claymore or
animate.
something.
I would like something like Studio Madhouse, the makers from Helsing Ultimate or something like that, or Redline.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was good.
They'd handle it very well.
Oh, yeah. You know,
Yeah,
GW
just-
can't animate shit.
It's like when you have something like, okay, you have something about Inquisitor, then they are like end of the season, they're almost dead, and then some drop pod crashes down, some space marine jump out of the drop pod. It's like, yeah, for the Emperor, bam bam bam, season final.
Season final, the drop pod comes down, but they have spikes.
Yeah, that would. that
Oh
would be
shit!
really
And it
bad.
fades to black, and it's like, well, I guess that's the end.
But like
Yeah.
something like
Dame,
Drifters the Helsing
dame,
Ultimate.
dame you.
Or it's like it's
dame you.
a show about the
No,
guard, and like
sugar.
they go through hell to take the objective, and they managed to win. They went through this whole story arc, and then all of a sudden they hear boom, boom. They turn around, and it's a Chaos Titan, and then it fades to black.
Honestly, I've known vanquishers to take out Titans.
Yeah. If we go by Marnius Calgar comic, he'll just like Omae wa mo shinderu. Nani? And it'll appear right on its head and rip its head off.
Oh yeah, that bullshit.
Because that's pretty much what he did. That's what he did to the Demon Engine. So
I mean, I understand why he became a Primaris, but at the same time, he got rid of a really bitching sculpt with him in his third man armor. That was a really good sculpt of him and the armor of Antioch or whatever it was called.
fuck Marvel.
That was a really good set of Terminator armor.
I will never forget that part of the.
But the worst part about the new Primaris Kalga is he can't use his personal Land Raider anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he can't use his Land Raider anymore. That was a really well put together model too. So much so that I think GW actually bought that model from the guy who did it. 'Cause that was a Golden Beaver winner.
I'm sleepy.
We're head to bed.
No.
Now, you got school in the morning.
sucks.
Gyrojet system bolters will never function.
They can if you believe hard enough.
You just have to believe.
You could just make a
In the
bolter
power
that
of
uses a
friendship.
railgun system and it will be much more effective.
There's our gyro.
The COD Emperor.
The what?
The God Emperor.
Oh, you're looking at those those memes where it's like different kinds of fish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
some don't remember answer.
Hey, what's
Here you go.
what's everyone's thoughts here on what's everyone's thoughts here on Major Kill?
He's
Major Kill.
Yeah.
I found out about him very early on. I just thought of him as I didn't like his personality the first start. I just saw him as like a normal 40k channel, but after all this drama,
What's Major Kill?
I think for me, it's like I find him. It's his take, and he has this weird hate boner for Arch, but his content is okay, I guess, in terms of like. But it's a little, I think, cringe on his jokes. Like
Yeah.
he goes like he's like really sort of like really kind of cringe, dirty jokes and innuendos that have not subtle whatsoever.
Yeah,
That I find somewhat annoying. That he
and
just
also
overdoes.
he focused a lot on his own body. Like he's compensating so much. You can tell he's compensating for something.
Yeah, the images I've seen of him, he looks like what I would describe as a dude, bro.
Yeah, he's a dude, bro. It's like
the thing is, most of the time when he talks like on like other Warhammer YouTubers, it's like he says, "Yeah, this is nice," but he's always the one who he finds something to complain about everyone and every YouTuber he talks about. It's like he can never say something nice and just leave it with that, and then he has to find something to complain about to make himself, I don't know, feel better or something.
He seems kind of
reiterate,
petulant.
What's a
but
Major Kill?
he's an
Kill-
Australian
Yeah.
content creator who makes lots of dirty jokes and innuendos in his lore
He's
videos.
a 40k YouTuber primarily.
yeah.
I kind of liked Major Kill for the longest time. I don't know how I feel about him these days. I haven't watched his stuff in a long time.
A lot of his videos, like a couple of months ago, a lot of his videos I kept watching, he always kept bringing up Arch at the end of the video to like beat his subscriber goal, and it's like,
It's like it's a little bit of too much drama for me personally. So when I go on YouTube or something, or watch something about Warhammer, it's mostly because it's like that's the world out there. I don't know what goes on in the world out there, and every time when someone brings drama into something like that, it's like no.
I came here for escapism, not real world drama.
It's escapism for a reason.
Yeah, that's my philosophy
he's
about it.
he gives a vibe like he's the kind of guy that doesn't really care about it. He more cares about it. He more uses it as a point to bring more information to talk about himself.
I mean, did something happen?
Not recently, no.
There was
No,
some
it's just
drama a while back, but it's like, okay, it's another drama, and he's like bashing this guy, bashing that guy.
I will say this: Major Kill is an interesting figure. He's very much a dude, bro. He for one of his marketing photos he did for one of his miniatures, because he had a couple. I think he had the commission. I don't know if he made them himself, but I think he commissioned a couple.
By the way, I got a
for people
question.
to
What
print.
is it, dude, bro?
It's kind of like a
Dude,
him,
bruh.
like the
They're the guys that go
Dude, bro.
They're the guys that go to the
Bro.
gym a lot. They chug protein drinks and they're constantly flexing and.
But they're not really even. Like,
It's-
they're fit, but not fit.
Have you seen Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
Yes.
Do you know Armstrong?
Yes.
All right, now imagine Armstrong, but
Oh.
minus the charm.
Minus the charm, minus the mustache,
yes.
minus the charm, minus the because Major Armstrong is actually a good dude. Like he
Major
That's
Armstrong,
10,000 to the
Major
douchebag
Armstrong
stat.
is like the Jedi of Dude Bros, while most Dude Bros are the Sith.
Because there was some there's
Like-
in German.
Like there's this level of ego and like look at my body, I'm better than you. Like
Was I muted this entire time?
Huh?
I was muted, wasn't I? God damn it.
No, I heard you.
Oh, okay.
and what was it in German?
Unless
There's
you
like a-
mean the
like
last minute or so, if you were like, yeah.
there was some
Oh, look at my
like
body. I'm better than you. Holy.
there was
but they talk like, dude, yeah, bro, yeah,
okay,
dude.
Dude.
because there was
So that's why I
like
say,
a German term for people like that, and we call it Eiweißblase, and it means something like it's an egg white bowl or like an egg white pulp, and when you touch it, it bursts open. And it's just not nothing but air in it. It's like a balloon made out of egg white.
Yeah, it's pretty much what a Dude Bro is. They're kind of annoying. They're kind of annoying.
Which is why we have a derogatory term for them.
Yeah.
One of his cosplay photo sets is literally him wearing the Custodes helmet, and that's it. And like half of his body is showing his entire body of muscles.
I'm not gonna bash the guy for working
Like
on
getting
his body
exercise
and doing exercise and even encouraging it. Like I will say this: I've heard him encourage people, be healthy before. It's there's a healthy level of bravado and confidence, and I think he just goes one step over the line sometimes. But at the same time, again, I'm not gonna fault the guy for being confident about it.
And,
No,
being
not-
healthy.
It goes
and, like,
from
Being fit blood is okay.
If there's
Yeah, it
anything
goes
I will
from-
never bash somebody for being a little bravos about, it's their health. Feel free to brag all you want, even if it annoys me. Feel free. Hey, Forlorn, we're talking about Major Kill. I was just kind of asking everybody's opinion on him.
I think there's a video about done by the guy who did the Krieger video with the Kriegers dancing.
Oh, the Yanovic?
Yeah, Genovitz, he has a video about it because he literally hates Major Kill.
Really?
And then
I think I
Yanovic
don't
is like the one that
hate
says
Major
"suck my
Kill.
ball, suck my dick," GW basically.
Yeah,
but-
I don't hate Major Kill.
Oh, he's one of those dude bros that are on GW's dick.
Most of the
Kind
time.
of.
That's
He's not as bad as-
that's why
he's
it's
not-
hard. Here's the thing, Caboose. It's really hard to say where he is because
He's kind of like a weather vane, to be honest.
he kind of. It's not that he flip flops positions. I will say this: he's solid about his positions on things. It's just some of his positions, like for female space marines, for example, he's on like our end of things, right? He thinks it doesn't make sense. It wouldn't be a good idea, and he's even made a video saying why he wouldn't think it makes sense. But then on other things, like he's the other direction, and he's got he's got a bit of a hate boner for Arch, though.
He did make a video on Arch, but I haven't seen it yet because I don't want to waste my time.
I did see the one you're referencing, and in it, this is another thing. When it came to Arch being called a Nazi, like really hardcore, not too long ago, he came out and said, I hate the guy. I don't really like him. I think, he listed all the things he doesn't like, but I don't think he's a Nazi. Like, I don't think he's that bad. Is he a little close for comfort? Yes, but I don't think he's that bad. So that's why it's really hard. Because the thing is, when we talk about, like, Sotek, or when we talk about One Mind Syndicate, when we talk about Norn Queen Alexis, when we talk about any of these types, it's pretty clear where they are, and it's pretty clear to give my opinion on them. Based on that, with Major Kill, it's hard, because he can be funny, he's pretty energetic, and sometimes the bravado I kind of respect. Depends on how hard he hits that nail home in a particular video. And when it comes to his opinions on things, that's where it's harder sometimes, because again, sometimes he has really good takes, sometimes he doesn't. And it's not about flip-flopping as much as it is just one topic he'll have a good take, and another he'll have a horrible take. So it's I don't know, it's one of those things where I would describe myself as a fan of his content. I don't really say I'm a fan of him most of the time. And I don't think he's a bad person. I think he's honest about, I think he believes everything he says. I don't think he pivots based on what the popular opinion is. Because he has said some jokes that would get him canceled, and he doesn't really apologize for them. So that's why it's really hard when it comes to bringing up Major Kill to say where I view him, because where he is on the scale of things is weird.
So he's
But,
not
I mean-
like a Elric.
I mean, it's okay, you can like someone's content, but you...
But what I will
Like the bird.
say, he's not
The
very
art and the artist
friendly
kind of
towards
situation.
other Warhammer channels, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like I enjoy his stuff well enough, but he'd be like a third or fourth if there's like a lineup of like like a bunch of creators did a video on a particular topic. He'd be like fourth of like the ones I would like choose to pick in like order. So it's like entertaining enough, but
I haven't
know
watched his stuff in a while, so.
There was actually a YouTube channel that was called The Vaults of Terror that was actually really nice, but
I miss Vaults of Terror.
I don't know what happened to the guy, to be honest. It's like it was like the last video was 4 years ago, and then it was just dead silence, and never anything happened again.
You might have had the same experience I did with it.
For me, I feel the same way about Commissar Gamza.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of videos I like about him, but I don't not like his versus videos because they're so poorly misinformed and feel like they just hate selling.
Hates what?
His like videos?
Well, like it's called hate selling because they're more geared to people that are not fans of 40k, like his versus videos. Because I don't like his
his
videos
he's
are
like
very-
he's saying like this is my opinion and this is what I think, and it's like feel free to disagree, but
I mean, Mr.
I've agreed with some things, disagreed with others.
Isn't Gamza also sometimes a little bit of a
Actually,
bravado?
it's kind of funny you bring up Ganza, because Forlorns, who's in the chat, really doesn't like him. I don't know if your opinion has changed, Forlorn, but last time we spoke about him, you said you really didn't like him.
And you still
I don't
haven't-
like his versus
I
videos
don't-
at all. I
did
appreciate
he-
him calling out Games Workshop, but it became very because one of the videos he made is he made a video in response to another channel that I follow that
wait,
does
hold on. I don't-
power scaling and really cool, really good power scaling on characters, and he did one on the Emperor and provided all the information and all the books he read about this. Then Gamza made a response video on his, which poorly misinformed, and they had an argument about it, and Gamza exposed himself for being a really big fucking prick.
Now my opinion is softened? Ah, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can like
Wait,
someone's
what's that?
content.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, sorry.
Forlorn mentioned, wait, Major Kill? Wait, what? I don't know about this one. I remember when he tried to use his fans to pressure a cosplayer to go on a date with him?
I mean, that's actually pretty
I-
fucked up.
I don't know that one. If that's true, okay.
Oh no, if that's true,
If
fuck
that's
him.
true,
missing
fuck him. If
context
that's true,
here
fuck
that-
him. But I'm
There's
not...
also some rumors that he also commissioned artists to make art of other Warhammer YouTubers without their permission.
This was years ago, too. Okay.
I mean,
If it happens,
thing
he's
is-
a disgusting son of a bitch.
the issue I have with all of this is drama makes clicks, and I hate drama because I work
I
like
do too.
Yeah.
I do too.
After I left
Yeah,
the military, I worked
yeah,
at,
I've-
at like a big company, and there was like we had like a bureau part with like 100 people, and there were like 60 or 70 ladies in the same bureau part, and it was like they were the nicest and kindest people. And the moment one of the ladies turned away, it's like, oh my god, I hate her. I want to kill her. She's such a. And this was like I survived in that kind of location for like 3 months, and then I quit and said, yep, that's nothing for me, and that's just pure drama all
It's,
the time.
you know, toxic high school click.
And that's the main reason I stopped covering 40k content like I did. Like my channel used to be nothing but 40k, and I stopped because I just got sick and tired of the crap. Because the thing is, though I stand by my view on it, my biggest like frustration with the channel is during the initial Arch drama, because the fallout from that was yeah, and I don't regret my position. I'd probably do it again. The part that I regret is giving any kind of leeway to the people who were against Arch, because I was trying to be like fair and neutral, and after all the death threats I got just for being what I thought was somewhat neutral, more so on Arch's side because I thought he was getting lambasted by cherry-picked Discord screenshots, which they were. I've seen the full in-context screenshots, and though a couple of them are meh, though none of them are anywhere near as bad as the cherry picks make them look. In fact, one of them is just downright a fucking is horrendously cherry picked, because literally they cut out half of his comments, which cleared up what he meant. So I fucking.
But wasn't it also, what was it, the Scottish comedian Mark Meekin?
Dankula.
Nazi
yeah,
Count
wasn't it
Dankula?
also the stuff like when the judge in the courtroom said context isn't worth it, context doesn't count?
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just imagine. I mean, I had Latin in school and I didn't remember much, but there's one thing in Latin that's called aurea mediocritas, and that's like the golden way in the middle. When you're not left, you're not right, you have something like both sides can have some good arguments sometimes. And it's like when you're like talking with my family, my sister is super left and I lean more conservative, and it's like I can talk with her because she's so, if you're not left, then you're an enemy. You can't be in the middle of something anymore. That's just like something a little bit too hardcore for me personally.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
That's what I love about people who think like that. Oh, if you're not with me, you're an enemy. I was like, I'm not an enemy. I just don't care.
Yeah,
You think what you want.
I feel like people get too fired up about a lot of stuff, and for some reason, people get like fucking nuts online. Like, again, that drama with Arch.
Part of it's the anonymity.
And the thing is, the drama with Arch initially, like after that was over with, I still got the occasional email, and I didn't get too many death threats after like a month had passed. After that, it was just people like denouncing me and trying to send me like quote unquote evidence of like how he's a Nazi and stuff. Thank God those emails stopped like last year, but I still got they finally stopped last year, but it was fucking ridiculous, man.
That's actually how I've discovered you, found about you, learned about you. Well, that video about you made about Arch.
Yeah.
Yep.
I eventually had to end up privating those, because I privated them after I realized the drama was completely over with, because at that point he didn't need the defense anymore. And I also, here's the thing, I didn't want the drama on the channel anymore, because as far as I was concerned, that was a video that the purpose of it was to try and back Arch up. And after the drama was over, didn't need to be up anymore. And I didn't want people to check out that video and get the wrong impression that my channel was about all the controversies and about YouTube drama and stuff like that. So that video and one other I ended up privating, mainly because, again, the drama was over with, for one, and for two, I didn't want people getting the wrong impression about the channel through those videos, subscribing, and then finding out I don't do that at all. Like, I cover lore, I covered miniature painting, I talked about the tabletop. That's what I like to cover. I didn't really like covering the, Arch versus this person today, or Major Kill got denounced by this person, or Goobertown Hobbies is getting in a little bit of trouble. Like, I just, that shit, I made a channel to talk about a fun hobby that I love and enjoy, and that stuff happening more around me made it
You
less
didn't want
fun.
to become Jeremy. Gotcha.
I just didn't, I don't do this to make money, and I don't do this to get all the views in the world. I do this for fun. I'm a hobbyist and an entertainer. Like, I'm here to lift people up and have a better day, and I don't think covering drama like that was good. It is fun. I don't regret it. I stand by my defense of Arch, and I'll never take that back. And I have his back all the way for that stuff. But I just
Gotta admit,
I hate the drama.
anybody is better than Valor.
Valric, he's always a conundrum for me. He's not a shill, but he's dependent. He's dependent.
Yes.
Like that's how I put it, because I genuinely don't believe GW's given him any kickbacks for his support. I think he's just genuinely that in love with the hobby, and he's that connected to it. And
He's
I think
an addict in a
yeah,
sort of
he's an addict,
toxic,
like straight on, like he's straight on an addict.
Yeah, but one of the most funniest part about Valrak is just go when he streams and just say, Dawn is a secret Iron Warrior, and you get the best kitty tantrums ever.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like I don't
Yeah,
want...
he's way too dependent on 40k.
If
To be honest, I feel more
if it brings him
pity or
joy,
sad for him than I hate or like angry.
I don't even
about.
really feel sad for him. I'm happy he has something that he's willing, that he's that passionate about, that he will do that stuff. I just think goes through some mental gymnastics sometimes to defend it. But you know, that's just me. But I'm not, with Valric, I'm not gonna bash it. Sometimes I get mad at him because he says or does something that I think is just genuinely like, how do you think that way? Short of being on some kind of acid or drugs. But genuinely, when I'm in a calm state and he's not making a dumb take, if I just think about it, I think he's just dependent, and he, short of this hobby going under, I don't think he'll ever abandon it. And on the rare occasions he does call out bad stuff, that's usually the stuff that's so bad, even someone as in love with it as he is has to call it out. And he's done that a couple times. Like with Warhammer Plus.
Grudgingly.
It is begrudging, but at least he does it.
But Warhammer Plus, actually, he didn't sound like begrudgingly. He's like, oh my god, it's so bad. What is it? All that money, where's it going? It was like so funny when he actually posted some stats about Warhammer makes actually revenue, and Warhammer Blood is the stuff that bleeds all the revenue away.
Give me a second, source. I have to go back a bit. I left the link in it under the Genovich community post. Okay. Used to be worse in terms of shilling. Also remember that one bat rep. Oh yeah, there was that bat rep that Valric did. I don't know if I want to go into that one. That might turn into shitting on him a little bit.
I mean, one of the
what
best.
What happened?
Valric was in a battle report after he got into his accident where he fell off his roof. Or was it after, or was it filmed before and uploaded after?
I think it was uploaded after.
I think it was uploaded after, and I think they recorded it before. But in the comments, let's just say people were making... he lost the battle... He lost the game. And apparently lost badly. Like, he got his ass kicked. And
was that the one
there
where
was...
to
give you an idea, one of the tamer comments was something like, you lost this battle report worse than you lost your balance on your roof, something like that.
Oh god.
Yeah, people were pretty brutal, and I'll say this, it's dark humor, and I hate to admit it, but I did kind of laugh at a couple of them just because they went that extreme. But I do kind of denounce, like, because people went a little ham with it, and I think it's not, the guy had a near-death experience. I don't think it's that funny, but at the same time,
I mean,
I'm not
depends,
gonna
like how if he's laughing at his near-death, it's sort of like able to laugh at himself and the absurdity of life, then by all means. But if he is being...
He as far as I remember, he was being fairly serious about it. I don't think he really made any jokes at his own expense.
Yeah, at that point, it's like, you got to read the room a little bit on that one.
Yeah, people were pretty brutal to him in that comment section.
The battle rap, was that the one where he played like 4 Reprisals Executioners? Was that one?
I don't know. Forlorn, which one was it? Do you remember?
Because there was someday he played like aggressors, intercessors.
I'm
and
trying to remember what he went up against.
And there was like a massive gun line of Repulsors Executioners, and they blew up like in turn 2 or something.
That's funny.
I mean, in terms of battle raps, I like the most is actually Winter. When I would like to watch a battle rap.
Don't get me wrong, his painting's amazing though.
Oh yeah, he's got really really good painting.
Oh yeah.
Credit where credit is due.
The 40k community spotlight Arch used to do.
Yeah. Oh, full on. Thank you,
Every
Super Chat,
last
man.
one of them
Thank you.
stamped him in the back.
It was fun watching his confidence crumble like his body fresh off the. Oh yeah, that. Oh god.
Oh.
A 30-degree burn in that one.
Yeah, that's an actual.
You
That's
need
an actual
ointment
quote.
for that one.
Oh god.
More Gil for the cause.
Yeah, Arch's
But
community spotlight. Every
Were they
last
like
one of them
Major Kill
stamped him
also
in
on
the
the?
back.
Wasn't Major Kill also on the community spotlight?
Yes, he was.
Yeah,
So was
And this was
Lord
a-
Queen.
most of the people who were in the community spotlight for Arch ended up in one way, shape, or form betraying him. Especially when the drama hit. Like, I can't remember.
Archie and
I can't remember-
Heresy.
Yeah, it was fucking
And also-
ridiculous. And the thing is, after I started supporting him and I was brought onto Kib's channel, I think his name was Merlin or something Merlin. And he was like, "Okay, cool, bro. When are you gonna betray Arch too?" And that was a sentiment from a couple people when I was initially supporting Arch. It's like, "All right, when are you gonna turn your back on
Yep.
him? When are you gonna stab him in the back?" I decided to make a joke about it. I was like, I'll stab him with a spoon. Don't worry. When the time comes, I'm gonna come right at him with a really rounded out spoon. It's blunt, it'll hit.
Not only that, around this time is when he was getting fucking hit copyright back from Games Workshop not to use Warhammer, the word Warhammer on his name.
Like the last couple years, Arch has
There
received
was
so much
legally,
bullshit.
Wasn't there
legally
also
they
like
don't have
one-
any leg to stand on because they
Yeah.
can't trademark Warhammer.
No, you can't because
Was-
it's a weapon from history. It's in the dictionary.
What was it?
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
Cut your heart out with a spoon. It's a good quote.
Yeah, I've been following Arch a very long time, very early on.
Yeah. And
So
I remember when Arch did War Thunder videos on how to
He did War
fly.
really?
yeah, he used to
long,
play
long
War Thunder.
time
Very
ago.
first content was War Thunder, how to fly said aircraft.
I mean, wasn't there also a video where they talked about the Gathering Storm and there was Alexis as a guest person in it, and then
He
Yeah.
started doing lore when the original Total War Warhammer was announced. And he
Mhm.
theory crafted what might be in it. That's how he started in lore.
but yeah, all that community drama is just pointless. Just
It
like-
was. Yeah.
That's why
I will say this.
I can't forget the people who stabbed him in the back.
Yeah, and the thing
They
is,
gave him a
is
shot and they betrayed him.
yeah, it sucks.
For me, it just opened my eyes to the Warhammer community on YouTube, and it's not to trust all of them.
Yeah.
And the thing
It's
is,
just like-
I'm pretty sure some people are still suspicious of me. You know, even though I don't even really cover Warhammer that much anymore, I do it when I feel like it. But
I mean, don't get me wrong.
people
forget
really
There's
don't.
a lot of
It's
People are
YouTube
suspicious
after all.
of me. Like, not saying I'm above suspicion. I suppose.
Yeah, but
there's a
it's
place
a
for it.
little bit hard. But
I mean-
don't forget. Sorry.
sorry. There are a lot of Arch videos that I'm out now that I'm just starting to get annoyed with. Like, haha, yes, you made the joke. Get on with the lore. You know, sometimes he can be very grating, but
Yeah.
well, that's my opinion.
Yeah, but
Just
it's
keep
still the
my
best
eyes on
channel out.
Asmogan.
it's always don't forget it's YouTube, and YouTube is always most of the time a shitty place. When you thought about when Winter SEO made his video about depression and fighting depression and talking about it openly, people made such corny jokes like, yeah, if you're depressed, just man up.
People can be very cruel.
And that's just YouTube.
Sure.
Especially when
Yeah,
it's anonymous and on the internet, especially when it's tribalist
Warriors.
and anonymous on the internet, it can get really toxic, and it's like
Or that whole thing with BetterHelp Now and what's his name? Not Boogie, the other one who did the news show. I can't remember his name.
Keemstar?
No, not Kingstar. It was another one. I can't remember it.
I don't know.
Oh, God. It's some news channel out there. Like the inverse of
Review Tech
Tim Pool.
USA?
No, it's actual news.
Oh, I
can't
definitely don't know
remember
what
his
you're talking
name.
about.
First, there's actual news in the world.
Yeah, it's mythological.
Yeah, most of the time news is headline without any info, so.
Go to the bathroom. Be right.
Alright. Don't shit yourself.
By the way, the Leviathan Dreadnought, wasn't there something like something you can pop on the head, something like extra 3 Hunter Seeker or something?
I mean, there's a missile launcher you can put up there.
Yeah, because
But it doesn't give you extra.
No, wasn't it the only Dreadnought that can buy like 3 Hunter Killers?
Yeah, it can get 3, yeah.
Philip DeFranco.
Oh. Not at all sure why Boogie was related to him.
Well, it's because BetterHelp Now is an entire scam.
I have a bit of a controversial opinion when it comes to BetterHelp. They weren't that bad. They really weren't.
I mean, if
like they
people honestly got help, yes.
There were plenty of people who did, and that's the thing. Like, BetterHelp had a very good score with the Better Business Bureau. They were a genuine business. They were registered. Yeah, they had problems, and they weren't amazing. They weren't perfect. But to call them a scam, I don't think is fair. I think that's one of those times. A lot of the stuff
that Philip DeFranco did for BetterHelp.
Oh, yeah. So what some YouTubers and people did was kind of scammy, yeah. But the company itself.
That's what I mean. Not BetterHelp. No, I know a lot of people who got help with BetterHelp because they couldn't afford.
Yeah, that's one of those times where I say we, but the community chased off just another source of ad revenue on the site. Like we chased off a sponsor. And I'm not even. I will say this: I'm not blaming.
Stuff people do.
Yeah. And I'm not even blaming. I'm not going to blame PewDiePie or anybody like that because they were going off of specific information and they had a genuine perspective they were running off of, and I get their intention, I get the point, and I support the motivation, but I think in the end we kind of just chased off a genuine.
Something that could have helped.
Yeah, I think we chased off a site that just looked a little shady, but I think it's just because it was a younger business that had some ironing out to do. We ended up chasing a sponsor away.
And it didn't help a lot. Again, a lot of the shady stuff, a certain sect of YouTubers did to the company.
Yeah, like it's.
Mental health is an issue. People really need to talk to people. Like, it's that type of thing where it's through the internet, and you can try to get as anonymous as you can, but you still don't know if that person you're talking to is the person you're talking to.
Yeah, and the worst stories that came from BetterHelp themselves was just simply some therapists were bad at actually keeping in contact with the patients that would sign up through the service. Some would even have kind of shady credentials. These are all things though that you could have reported to BetterHelp and said, hey, this person's credentials are a little suspicious, or this. Again, they were a young company. They had time to grow, and I think it should have been an opportunity for them to get.
They're still in business.
Are they? I wasn't sure if they went out of business because of how they had to hop off.
Oh no, they're still in business, and there are still YouTubers who do ads for them. But they're much more. They don't go for the big guys. They advertise through the smaller guys just to get a word out there, because I think when they went through the big guys, a lot of shady stuff started happening. Because, when you have, 4 million subscribers, that's a lot of people who know about your company, and that's a lot of influx. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you don't have that type of infrastructure to handle it, I mean, shoot. Blizzard still can't handle a brand new expansion release with how many people want to play. And you're a startup company, there's no way you can deal with all of that influence. You know, you have like 100 patients and Philip DeFranco or Boogie or whatever do a video, and that 100 patients goes to 500,000, 500,000 in a night. How are you going to do all of that? You can't. I mean, you can attempt it, but you do that's a lot with your staff to go from 100 patients. I'm just, giving an example. I don't know what their original patient thing, but you go from 1,000 to 500,000, and you only have 50 people who can help. That's
too much.
That's an overload nobody should have to deal with. But that's my opinion. That's you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get you.
Sometimes I don't enunciate or get my point across well. Me don't speak good.
Fine. I understood you.
Your return.
I mean,
And come back.
the whole drama stuff on YouTube is just... That's why I had to stop watching The Corner. Because that's all he would ever cover.
That's all
he used to do
cover.
video game news and stuff. Yeah, he used to do like video game news stuff and, the ongoing culture war. Now it's just drama.
Yeah, occasionally he'll still do that, so it's like you have to kind of like read a thing. It's like, is this one a drama one or is it a something else?
Yeah, I will say I don't want to start a fight with Quartering here, so I'll just leave my opinion here and leave it at that. I don't like the Quartering's content. I think when it started out, maybe he had good intentions. Maybe it was just like, a couple, just calling out some stuff here and there, and then I'll move on to stuff that I actually care about. But at this point, it's become a business for him. I think he's just become a tabloid.
He's been a drama vulture, a drama whore a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Like, if anyone out there watches the VOD of this stream and thinks I'm hating on him, I'm not. If it's good business, like, it works for him and people enjoy it, so all the power to him, but that's just my opinion about it.
I mean, it's sort of, again, why I also had to stop watching Tim Pool. He's a great reporter. He's a great guy. I enjoy his news. But it was so depressing for a long time there. Like, I can't. This is making me think about stuff I shouldn't be thinking about.
I occasionally listen to some YouTuber drama because I find it funny. But usually it's like outside my circles, right? Like Like if for example there's some people getting into a fight in the T community and like I'm at work and there's like an autoplay on my headphone.
Wait, there's a community about T?
They're called the T channel, but what they are is they're commentators that talk about, petty drama.
Oh, the gossip. Yeah. Oh, spill the
gossip
tea,
channels.
Girl. That type of thing.
They're called T channels. The gossip channels.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're commentary channels that target like pettier shit. Like what's her name? Gabby Hanna, I think. That former Vine star lady.
Yeah, I know who she is.
Yeah, like I find that stuff funny, but that's because I'm disconnected entirely from the community, that community.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, it's just like going to a gladiatorial arena. It's like that guy got his head ripped off.
What is Vine? I guess I'm old.
Well, if you're old, you should know it. It's an older. It's a.
No, I guess it's I'm older than you.
It's pre TikTok. Vine.
I think it wasn't Vine just US only.
I don't know. I know all the Vine stars I could think of are in the US, so probably. But Vine was a social media platform that popped up where the whole thing, I called it the ADHD platform because the idea was, and this is way before TikTok, this was like 10 years ago now. Hell, even more, I think. Wasn't it like 2010 or 11 when Vine came out? And then it was like 2015 when it crashed. Well, whatever
Yep.
the case is, basically what you could do on Vine is upload a 10. I think it was max of 10 seconds, 10 to 15
Yes.
seconds of yourself.
And most of them,
I think it kicked around about the same time as Snapchat. I think is about the same.
Vine and Snapchat came around.
Yeah,
they
so it
were
was-
basically 10-second skits people made, and
and they were actually pretty funny. I will point that out.
yeah,
Like,
they
there
were.
some
They were actually really
hilarious
funny.
Vines. If you ever want to look up like my favorite Vine guy, his name was Charlie Classic, I think. But yeah, some of the old montages of Vine stuff is still on YouTube, so you can look at that. Look up the old days of that stuff, and it's very funny.
My favorite was Marlon Webb and the goddamn watermelon.
My watermelon
He uses-
instead. Or am I thinking?
He
of
uses
different
tempene to keep himself clean, but I got a watermelon to keep myself clean.
one? Yeah, that Vine was a very cool platform, and it kind of died off. I can't remember why, because it was popular.
Yeah, it was very weird. It just like on one night just was gone.
Yeah, like it just ended, and I'm still
Because
not sure why.
they weren't getting enough income from Vine. They couldn't, they couldn't do ads like you could do on YouTube or like you could do on TikTok, stuff like that. They were just struggling to get revenue.
Right.
Then Musically came in. Then Musically, nobody cared about Musically for the first time. Then later, when it got renamed into TikTok, it got a rebrand. Oh, that's when cancer started.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's some really good TikToks out there.
There are.
I will never go on TikTok
but I
or
don't
use it, but if a few filter through that I find entertaining, I'll give it a little chuckle.
It's taken the role of Vine that Vine once had.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like you said, the ADHD channel.
Yeah, it's for
It's 10 seconds thing.
It's a quick 10-second clip, quick 10-second clip, It's for people who have focus issues and just want the gist of something really, really quickly and just kind of want to spam through a bunch of different content really quickly. Like that's
why,
the
that's why Teen Titans Go is like what, 10 minutes tops, 5-minute blur.
I don't know. I don't watch.
I hate Teen Titans Go.
I remember old school.
Well, I
Teen
do
Titans,
too, but
which
it's
was
Disgusting
great.
direction of American cartoons from the from Cal Arts, which I
More gil for the
cordially
cause.
despise.
Well,
Basically,
Yeah,
anything,
Thank you for the $20.
anything
man.
that comes out of Cal Arts.
Much appreciated support. Thank you, bro. Much appreciated.
Yeah, well, the Cal Arts design for new cartoons coincides with the timeline of how new fucking weirdos are getting into the industry.
Yeah,
And they
started getting in.
fucking obsessed with that art style.
It's become like a sort of a Portland Tumblr arts, like a millennial art style.
Oh, you mean like the art style of Adventure Time?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Adventure Time
Yeah.
was like, okay, this is kind of interesting. It's different than
Yeah.
what we've had before.
Gravity
But then
Falls.
Then we
everybody
got regular
copied
show.
Yeah, it's what happens when you make
Also-
the niche the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. just-
Gravity Falls animation was really good.
For the Knights of Sigmund
Dude,
for further Warglaive Gothic development, yes.
I mean, art design is the same with some parts of Magic the Gathering. There's like one particular card that made me cringe so hard.
Has anybody heard about the 40K Magic the Gathering?
I heard that they're adding some 40k stuff to Magic the Gathering, yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anybody heard it go through.
I haven't heard anything new, but I know it's a thing that they're working on.
And whatchamacallit got a release date, Dark Tide.
Yep, September. Already taking bets on when that'll change. Oh, never mind,
I
January
guarantee
2023.
it's going to change it. Yeah, it's going to change in June. June, July.
You guys think it'll be any good?
They're giving us a date so far out. At this point, unless we're getting a date like a couple weeks before it comes out, I don't trust it. A couple weeks, at that point,
Yeah.
it does imply to me that they've pretty much finished, and at this point, they're just doing touch-ups. But if they're giving themselves a release date almost the rest of the year down the road, that tells me that they're they just want to remind people they're working on it, and that they're
Yeah.
trying to keep the hype
Agreed.
alive. That's what that tells me. But they're giving themselves all that time. Nah, that's shady. That tells me that they're not confident.
Yeah, I think it's gonna end up like Space Hulk Deathwing.
Ugh,
You mean the not so
the
enhanced
game was
edition? or
so
what?
good. So good until the enhanced edition. I enjoyed that game. Then they came out with the enhanced edition, and I couldn't play my class anymore. Loved playing the assault. The chaplain was kind of fun. Chaplain is a fun thing to play.
I enjoyed Necromunda for what it was. I had a good time with it.
Underhive Wars
Oh,
or
hired
which one?
hired gun.
Hard gun.
Oh, okay. I enjoyed Hired
Yeah.
Gun when it worked.
Right.
You had the cool modifications for your firearms. You had what's called the Aerotech. It basically gives your firearms an elemental status. And also you could add an electromagnetic barrel attachment to all your firearms except for like the last guns. So I had a bolter that was a railgun.
Hell yeah.
Which
Yeah,
added to my argument. Which added to my argument, which is like, why don't you just make bolters that have railguns?
Harry
I
text.
really enjoyed that game. The only downside about that game is the fact that in the 41st millennium, we still haven't figured out anything to attack something to a weapon better than a Picatinny rail. I'm sorry, that's funny.
Because it's
That's
simple.
comedy gold.
It falls down to this: if it's simple and cheap, why change it?
You've
Yeah,
already got
really
industries
enjoyed
and
Underhive.
logistics already set up to chug them out.
Wasn't
Why
that the
make
reason
the
for
bureaucrats
bolters?
have to spend more money on their paperwork and
The only other weapon system that that uses a system like the Picatinny rail, but is extremely different, is the XM8 rifle.
they've
But
already
that
got
was never-
200 trillion
Well,
requisition
that's a
sheets
G36.
printed off in warehouses that they have to fill out. You know, bureaucrats will have a hissy fit. It's like, why did we print all these out? Now you're making us print new ones
I
for
mean,
new
wasn't
things.
that like in the Crusade the law more or less for build cheaper stuff? Why they said, okay, ditch the Volcat, get the bolter.
Basically, yeah.
Here we go, guys. The XM8 rifle. This rifle was designed requested by the army for a new rifle to replace the M4, and one of their biggest requests for it is to look like Starship Troopers. I am not joking.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they requested for it to look like in the style of a Starship Troopers firearm.
Yeah, they wanted a futuristic design for the new rifle, but the problem is that under testing, the bolt housing would actually melt into the gun.
It actually performed very well, and actually passed a lot of expectations. They just decided that they were gonna keep the M4 and wasted everybody's money. It was a very, very promising rifle.
I mean, it was a G36, different body kit.
I gotta grab my phone real quick and take an update photo.
Okay. Speaking of 40k video games, what did everybody think of Inquisitor Martyr?
I have not played it. I like the Inquisitor's power armor; it looks dope, but that's it.
Oh yeah. I think
I'm just not a big fan of the of that type of
Yeah, he
gameplay.
did something or something. I don't remember what he said.
I was grabbing.
I'm not a big fan of that type of gameplay where you click and you make them move or go this place to another place.
Like old school RuneScape.
I enjoy Inquisitor Murder. It was really good, especially the vehicle levels. You got to play with a Shadow Sword or a Knight. That was fun.
Dawn of War will always be the best 40k game.
I agree. Dawn of War 2 is a good follow-up, just wasn't the same, and yeah, that's it. That's the whole series. That's the whole series. There's nothing else. No, there's nothing. Not to
Once they change
thing in there.
About cool guns.
On the bright side, on the bright side, Relic learned from Valve never to count to 3.
Half-Life.
Which will never get made.
Half-Life. I will be dead when it comes out.
It won't come out.
It will never come out.
They straight up, more or less, admitted they're never gonna do it.
Just a question: was there a Half-Life 2 Enhanced Edition?
Technically, Black Mesa was 1. Nope.
So before Half-Life 3, there must always be an Enhanced Edition of everything that was before.
Oh, what we're going to get next is Half-Life Opposing Force 2. Made by Randy Pitchford.
Extra chapters to Half-Life 2.
Why not a pre-sequel, Quarter Life?
You get 2 points for that one.
What about more than a Half-Life?
Whole Life.
I mean, all with weird names and all that. When they renamed the squads to the Leagues of what? Leagues of Voltan or something like that.
Leagues of Votan, yeah.
Yeah, that's the secret hidden inquisitional army that renames everything in Imperial. The Adeptus Rebrandus. Yeah.
I feel bad for that one lone gay developer that's working on fucking TF2 by himself.
He's probably dead. He's probably dead. He's probably actually dead in a chair, to be honest.
Isn't it the same amount of people that work like on World of Warcraft PvP team, like one student and one executive producer or something, and they're like 2 people working on the PvP balance in World of Warcraft?
I don't even think 2 people are working on that fucking shit. I'll be shocked if even 2 people are working on that. It got quiet.
Dark Man. Has anybody seen the movie Dark Man?
Dark Man?
Yeah.
Nope, I don't think so.
It's a Sam Raimi movie. He made that before, he got the to make Spider-Man. It's a really fun fucking film. It stars Liam Neeson. He's the main character. He's a scientist that gets brutally. He gets blown up in his lab, and they basically destroy all of his fucking pain cells, so he doesn't feel any pain anymore. But his emotions are just all intense now.
Sounds interesting. I'm surprised I haven't heard anything about it.
And yeah, there was also a nice comic about that one, I guess. There was also a comic.
Yeah, the comic came after the movie because Sam Raimi wanted to make a superhero movie. He wanted to make a Batman movie, but he couldn't get the rights to it. So he decided, fuck it, I'll make my own movie. My own superhero.
That's certainly one way to do it.
It's actually really fun. So he's all now, so when we go, after he was blown up, so he's extremely deformed. But he knows how to create. He was experimenting on creating synthetic flesh, so he makes disguises of himself, of other people. So that's why he calls himself Dark Man.
Dark Man, like Darkwing Duck.
You know, there's also another movie that you actually should watch. It's called Dr. Mordred, and it's definitely not a Doctor Strange ripoff or something like that.
Is that sarcasm?
No, it's a total Doctor. And actually, it was supposed to be a Doctor Strange comic movie adaptation. But actually, the fun part is the guy that plays like the Doctor Strange stand-in is the guy from the Reanimator. If you know that movie.
Oh yeah, I know that movie. That's amazing. Reanimator's amazing.
So the Reanimator is actually like a pseudo Doctor Strange.
I cannot believe the story Reanimator is part of the H.P. Lovecraft.
It's a very weird movie.
But yeah, Dr. Mordred, just watch the movie. It's awesome.
Oh, you guys want to know a neat fact? The Conan the Barbarian is actually in the same universe as H.P. Lovecraft.
Yep. I got some Savage, some Conan comics, and there's also some Cthulhu Lovecraft shit going on.
It's because the writer for Conan the Barbarian was actually best friends with H.P. Lovecraft. He was the one that published his books after he died to honor his friend's memory.
That's cool.
Conan horror is always awesome.
H.P. Lovecraft lived a fucking very sad and depressing life.
Yeah, he was scared of everything pretty much.
He was the dictionary definition of neuroticism.
He never published his books because he didn't believe of making money of the work he made. Which puts in perspective how fucking scummy these people who like to use his properties and then denounce him.
To be fair, he was actually kind of,
He was very racist.
Yeah.
But he was racist not just out of just a cultural thing. He was just legitimately scared of anything that was a different race.
Wasn't
he was actually phobic, like the actual definition of the word phobic.
Actual phobic, like they sent him, like he had irrational fear of everything, but still.
Yeah, his father died when he was young. He never got to meet him. His father figure that he had, which was his grandfather, which was the one that got him into reading and also encouraged him in tool writing and being creative with his life at a young age, also died when he was young. So he had to live with his mother, who did not have a very good relationship with her. Got into poverty, had to deal with a very rough life trying to find success. Suffered from very hardcore and traumatic nightmares that he could never explain, but had very vivid details where he described a creature called a Gorgon, I think? Or Tormagon?
Which he was agoraphobic. He was afraid of the ocean.
I mean,
he was terrified of the ocean. That's how Cthulhu really came to be about. He was, I think, when it came to fears, the core fear for Lovecraft was the ocean. Like literally, he feared nothing more than the ocean.
It's the unknown and sort of the void, the depth, the existential dread.
Yeah, I have a feeling if the guy was going by, if he went over a bridge, he probably was having a panic attack.
The thing is, do you think in the modern age there was some medical help that would have helped him over
I think a couple doctors and psychologists have theorized that Lovecraft was a manic depressive with anxiety and schizophrenia, and most of his worst tendencies could have been treated with antidepressants and some anti-psych meds. So it's their biggest.
No, we wouldn't have all the fun books he made.
Yeah, that's correct. So most of his problems, mentally speaking, probably could have been treated with modern medicine, with modern understanding of psychology. The night terrors, for example, that's indicative of, well, I believe, I'm not a psychologist, obviously, but I'm just going off of what I've heard said about Lovecraft, and this is, again, they don't have a proper diagnosis. The man died before he could have been. But based on his own descriptions of his night terrors and based on what he was reported to have behaved like, it's likely the nightmares were caused by either PTSD or, again, schizophrenia. Because schizophrenics have massive night terrors.
Wasn't there also one description of his nightmare where a psychologist said it's something like a PTSD with coupled with sometimes repeating sleep paralysis?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be so fucked up.
Yeah. Actually, personally, I've experienced what's called the night terror demon. It's when you're half awake and your body completely freezes and you see like a figure at the end of your bed or in your room.
Yeah, I've had at least
Experienced that
once
twice.
or twice.
I've experienced that twice, and I've never been more terrified in my entire life.
Like I had it like really bad once, and then I've had like sleep paralysis one other time. Not like extreme, but still not a pleasant experience.
Welcome back, Forlent.
It's not sleep paralysis, but I had some actually my older daughter almost scared me shitless when I woke up in the night because she wanted something and she just stood beside my bed and looked at me and stared at me and grinned a little bit and then poked me, and the first thing I saw when I woke up was a child standing next to my bed in like a night dress and grinning at me.
That would scare a couple people, yeah.
But yeah, that was just a little bit of whoa.
About a month or two ago, it wasn't like a sleep paralysis, but I had like a very vivid thing of like a psychotic murderer standing at the foot of my bed in a dream, very vivid dream. And the next thing I know, I was running out of my room and into the middle, like center, like the hallway in the room out there, and I was standing there like, what the hell was that?
A night terror.
Yep, but no,
I had occasions while I'm sleeping where I know I'm gonna wake up because I always sleep upside down, but I'm aware. It's like the feeling I'm inside my own head and I'm aware of it.
Sleep upside down?
Yeah, I sleep upside down always.
Wait, are you a vampire?
I don't know. I just like it.
How? Like I'm wondering. Wait, whoa. What's the ergonomics here?
Oh no,
you sleep on your stomach, or you?
Yeah, I mean
sleep
by my stomach.
The wrong way on your bed.
When you say upside down, I think you're hanging from the ceiling.
No. But when I had this happen so many times where I'm aware I'm in a dream, but it's not a dream anymore. It just everything stops and I'm just by myself and I can hear what's happening around me and I'm aware I'm asleep. But I try to move my body, but I cannot move it. I just feel like I'm inside my own head.
Yeah, it's dinner time for me. I'm gonna go.
It's like the worst feeling because you can feel your body, but you can't move it because you just feel you're inside your own head and that's it. By yourself.
It's kind of like sleep paralysis. Although, if you have a sleep paralysis demon like me, you actually also see a figure like they're about to kill you.
No. It's not like I'm seeing like you guys describe it like you can't see your room or anything. I don't see nothing. I see like my own dreams. I'm inside my own head, literally.
So you're partially lucid dreaming. probably. Which is what I do, but it's more like for me, like my dreams when I'm quote unquote lucid dreaming, it's more like it's more like watching TV. It's like I can change the channel. That's the minute. It's like the modicum amount of control I have is I don't control what the channel is, but I can sort of all right, new dream. Boop. See what we get next.
It's one of the worst feelings because you try to wake yourself up, but you can't. You legitimately can't.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, I'm gonna go eat dinner. So I don't know if anyone will even be on when I get back, but
I gotta hop off soon. So I gotta go to bed. Gotta go to work tomorrow.
I gotta post this meme.
I'll just mute and then go eat dinner. If anyone's back.
Silly Xenos, guns don't kill people. I kill people.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go eat. See ya.
Enjoy.
Have a good night, boys.
Have a good night. Just gonna take some posterity photos of my dreadnought. Let's see. Probably hop off here. Yep. I am going to... Yeah, I'll call it there. I'll probably keep painting until I need to absolutely pass out, but it has been a fun stream, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out, chilling. Thanks to build and paint my own Templars. And yeah, welcome you to, bro. I love the Black Templars, and the more Black Templar players we have out there, the better. But yeah, I'm gonna. Those are looking good. Thank you. Yes, I have. Only have a handful of them done. Like the only ones that I'd say are done are like these guys. Bring it back a little bit. Yeah, these guys are the only ones that are like done. But yeah, I'm gonna call it here, folks. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. And I'll stream again soon. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. I'm not always good with the outros. Have a good night, everybody.